plus leci dżingiel główny zapętlony, tu nie ma przerwy, żebyśmy to zrobili.
A tu jest zmiana foteli?
Jeden dokładamy.
Czyli musi polecieć też dżingiel główny w
musimy
międzyczasie i trzeba się
musimy
wyrobić.
wodę zmienić chociażby.
No
dla
jasne,
uczestników.
dobrze. Szanowni Państwo, krótka informacja
Ladies and
techniczna z powodu
gentlemen,
sporych korków w Warszawie.
some
Zaczniemy
technical-
prawdopodobnie.
A lot of traffic jams in Warsaw. We will most probably start at 10:15. So there is a delay until 10:15.
Budujemy kolej przyszłości.
We are building the railways of the future.
Kolej na miarę największych europejskich sieci.
Will meet the requirements of the high-performing European networks.
Tworzymy szybkie
We
połączenia.
are creating fast connections.
Likwidujemy wykluczenia komunikacyjne.
We remove transport exclusions.
Kolej wpływa na rozwój
Railways
przemysłu dzięki sprawnemu
have been
transportowi
part of our
towarów.
industrial development thanks to a swift and smooth cargo transport.
Kolej jest najbezpieczniejszym i najbardziej ekologicznym środkiem transportu.
Most green means of transport.
Kolej dba o pasażerów.
Railways to take care of their passengers.
Tworzymy spójną, dostępną i efektywną sieć kolejową.
Cohesive, effective and interconnected rail network.
Nie likwidujemy, tylko odbudowujemy
Instead of
polską kolej.
removing, we've been restoring Polish railways. Polish railways.
Szanowni Państwo, w imieniu
Ladies and
organizatora
gentlemen, on
dzisiejszej
behalf of the organizer of this conference, the Polish Railways, I'm extremely happy to welcome you at this conference, Railways of the Future. I'm Maciej Chutkiewicz and I will be happy to moderate this conference for you. Railway transport has a lot of advantages. It's a true backbone of the economy. We see
krajobraz polskiej kolei.
the landscape and the changes of the Polish railways over the last year. We've been traveling in a more smooth,
ale także i najbardziej
speedy
przyjazna.
way. Railway is the most environmentally friendly means of transport with
Samochodem i 8 razy mniej w porównaniu.
much less CO2 emissions that vehicles and
O szczegółach związanych
other means of transport. We have the renaissance of the railway
a
transport.
teraz już
And
otwieramy
you
konferencję.
will
Szanowni
get
Państwo,
the details in
do
a moment.
wygłoszenia przemówienia powitalnego.
Right now, I'm going to give the floor to the host of this conference, the CEO of the Polish Railways, Mr. Ireneusz Merchel.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, dear
wielką
guests,
przyjemność
I
przywitać
have
Państwa
the honor and the pleasure to welcome you at
która
this
stanowi nie tylko
conference,
symboliczne zwieńczenie
one
realizowanych
of the
przez
crowning
spółkę Polskie Linie
moments
Kolejowe
for us, the
programów
Polish
inwestycyjnych,
Railways,
ale też pokazuje
the crowning
kierunki
moment
na
for
najbliższe
our
lata
investments
rozwoju,
already
które
done.
budujemy
We
kolej
would
przyszłości.
like to
Przed nami czas
define
podsumowań,
the guiding
ale
lines
też
for the
wytyczania
future
kolejnych
as well.
kamieni
So
milowych
this is a seminal
w
moment to
procesie
do the
wielkiej
summary
zmiany
of achievements
polskiej
and to
infrastruktury
define
kolejowej.
milestones in the
wielką
transition
radością
process of
witam
the Polish Railways.
Szanownych gości.
I would like to welcome you, first of all, Andrzej Wittel, Secretary of State, the government plenipotentiary for the fight against transport exclusion at the Ministry of Infrastructure, Mrs. Elżbieta Polak, the Marshal of the Lubuskie Voivodeship.
Pana Łukasza Smułkę,
Mr. Łukasz
wicemarszałka
Smułka,
województwa małopolskiego,
Deputy Marshal of the Małopolska region.
pana Tomasza
Mr.
Żuchowskiego,
Tomasz
generalnego dyrektora dróg
Żuchowski,
krajowych i
the
autostrad,
Managing Director of the General Directorate for Roads and
panią Sylwię
Motorways.
Cieślak-Wilk,
Mrs.
zastępcę
Sylwia
dyrektora
Cieśla-Wilk,
Centrum
Deputy
Unijnych Projektów
Director
Transportowych,
of the Center for
pana
European
Marcina
Transport
Trelę,
Project,
wiceprezesa Urzędu
and
Transportu Kolejowego.
Mr. Marcin Trela, the head of the National Railways
Parlamentarzystów
Agency.
Rzeczpospolitej
I
Polskiej.
would like to welcome
Witam
Polish
prezesów spółek
MPs
z
and
grupy PKP.
CEOs of the Polish Railways Group
Witam przedstawicieli
and
Centralnego Portu
representatives
Komunikacyjnego.
of the Solidarity
Witam
Transport
przedstawicieli
Hub.
spółek
Let me
przewozowych,
welcome
zarówno
the
ogólnopolskich,
representatives
jak i
of the
regionalnych.
transport
Witam
companies, both
przedstawicieli
national and
firm
regional
wykonawczych.
ones, and
Witam
all contractors
szanownych
and subcontractors. I would like to welcome experts as well.
Witam Radę Nadzorczą Polskich Linii Kolejowych.
I would like to welcome the members of the
profesorem
supervisory
Mariuszem
board
Andrzejewskim na
with
czele.
its head, Professor Mariusz Andrzejewski, with
Witam
its
moich
chair,
bliskich
Professor Andrzej
współpracowników z zarządu
Maciejewski.
Polskich
I
Linii
would also
Kolejowych.
like to welcome the
Jarosława
members
Stawicińskiego,
of
wiceprezesa
the
zarządu,
management board of Polish Railways,
członków
Mr.
zarządu
Skubiszewski,
Arnolda Bresza,
Arnold Bresz,
Radosława Celińskiego,
Radosław Celiński,
Grzegorza Kurdziela
Grzegorz Kurdziel
oraz
and
Piotra Majerczaka.
Piotr Majerczak.
Witam również
Let
prezesów
me also
spółek
welcome
z
the
grupy kapitałowej
CEO
Polskich
of
Linii
companies
Kolejowych.
of the Polish
Witam
Railways
wszystkich
Group
szacownych
companies.
gości.
Let me
I
welcome
dziękuję mojemu
all
zespołowi
eminent
za
guests, and I would
zorganizowanie
like to
tej
thank
ważnej
my
dla
team for
branży
organizing
konferencji.
this extremely important industry conference.
Część z Państwa wie,
Some of
że
you
całe swoje życie zawodowe
know well
poświęciłem
that my whole
związałem
professional
się z sektorem kolejowym.
life has
Zaliczam się
been
do
in the
miłośników
railway
kolei.
sector. I'm the
A musicie
true
Państwo wiedzieć, że jeszcze większą
lover
dumą
of the railways, and I'm
napełnia mnie
extremely proud
fakt, że mogę pracować
that I
na
can
rzecz
work
jej rozwoju. I
to
właśnie słowo
promote
rozwój
its
jest kluczowe w
extension and
kontekście tego
development.
ważnego
And the
zadania,
development
jakie
is the
jest
key word for
zmodernizowanie,
the
zbudowanie
task ahead.
konkurencyjności rynkowej
The modernization
i
and better
polskiej
competitivity
kolei.
and attractiveness
Kolej na
of the
miarę
Polish
największych
railways.
europejskich
The
sił.
railways
To
which
jest
raise up
nasz
to the
cel
challenge
i myślę,
and
że
to
staramy
the
się to
requirements
realizować.
of the best European
Efekty
networks.
Krajowego Programu
I think
Kolejowego,
we've been
który
successful.
realizujemy,
The
to jest
outcomes
ponad
of
6
our
tysięcy
national railway
zmodernizowanych,
project
przebudowanych linii
are
kolejowych, ponad 1000
6,000
peronów,
sections
ponad
of
700
modernized tracks,
wiaduktów, mostów,
more than 700
2300
flyovers
przejazdów
and
kolejowo-drogowych.
bridges, more
Dzięki
than
realizacji Krajowego
2,300
Programu Kolejowego
railway
tworzymy
passes.
sieć kolejową
With
dostępną dla
this
milionów mieszkańców
project,
w
we've
wielu
been building
setkach,
a
tysiącach
railway network
miejscowości w
available
każdym
to
województwie w
hundreds and
Polsce.
thousands of
Mówimy o
Poles
realnej zmianie dla
in
każdego
large and
regionu
small
w
cities
naszym
and towns in
kraju.
every region of our country.
Dzięki zbudowaniu przez naszą
Thanks
spółkę nowoczesnej sieci kolejowej
such
jesteśmy
state of
w
the
stanie
art
zagwarantować
railway
szybkie
network, we
połączenia,
will be
a
able
tym
to
samym
provide
zaproponować
high-speed
podróżnym
connections
alternatywę
and offer
dla
to passengers
innych środków
an
transportu.
alternative
Tworzymy
to
szybkie
other
połączenia.
means of transport. We've been
Już
building
dzisiaj na wielu
high-speed
trasach
connections, and there are
jedziemy
many
znacznie
sections
szybciej. Skrócił
where
się
the
czas podróży.
speed is really
Warszawa do
high with the
Gdańska
shortened
jedziemy 2,5
travel
godziny.
time. From Warsaw to Gdańsk, 2.5
Katowice do Krakowa,
hours. Katowice,
45
Krakow,
minut.
45 minutes
Wrocław,
only.
Poznań,
Wrocław,
godzina 20.
Poznań, 1 hour and 20 minutes.
Niedługo z Warszawy
And
do Lublina,
soon from
1,5
Warsaw
godziny.
to Lublin
Warszawa,
we
Radom,
will have only 1 hour and a
1
half.
godzina.
Warszawa,
Oczywiście to są
Radom,
tylko
1 hour.
wybrane
Well, just
przykłady,
give you some selected examples to
realizacji
show how we've
inwestycji,
managed
którym
to
czas
shorten
podróży
the
ulega
travel time,
znacznemu
thanks to
skróceniu.
our investments.
Naszym priorytetem jest
Our
stałe
priority
zwiększanie
right now
dostępności
is
kolei.
to build
Powstają
a better
nowe
availability
trasy.
of railways. We've
Kolej
been building
pasażerska
new
wraca do
routes
pozbawionych jej
and
miejscowości.
passenger
W
trains
oczywisty
come back
sposób otwiera to
to
możliwości
its
transportowe
previous
dla setek
location.
tysięcy
With
mieszkańców.
the availability
Dzięki
of
realizacji takich
transport
programów jak Krajowy
means
Program
for
Kolejowy,
hundreds and thousands
program
of
przystankowy
people.
czy program
A
Kolej
lot
Plus.
of programs,
Likwidujemy
Railway Plus,
wykluczenie
National Railway
komunikacyjne.
Program, or the Railway Stop Program,
Dostęp do kolei
we are able
uzyskało
to
już
remove
kilkadziesiąt
transport
miast,
exclusions.
miejscowości,
Several dozens
które
of
były tego
towns and
pozbawione przez
cities
wiele lat lub nigdy nie miały.
get back their
Między innymi
access to the
Lublin,
railway
Mielec,
network. Lublin,
Busko-Zdrój,
Mielec, Busko-Zdrój,
Hajnówka,
Milicz,
Czeremka,
Hajnówka,
Parczew,
Czeremka,
Sobótka.
Parczew, Sobótka.
W tym roku
Some of them.
zakończone inwestycje
This
pozwolą
year,
na
we
przywrócenie
will
ruchu kolejowego
complete the
do Zabrza
project
Południowego, Chorzel
with
na
Chorzel,
Mazowszu,
Zabrze
czy
Południowe,
Siewierze
or
na Śląsku.
Siewierz in the Silesia region.
Z
And
jednej
these three
strony
cities
koncentrujemy
will
się więc na
be
przyspieszeniu i
reconnected to
komforcie
the
jazdy,
railway
a
network.
z
We
drugiej
also
strony
focus
chcemy nadrobić
on better
historyczne
travel quality
uwarunkowania,
and would like to catch up
jakości infrastruktury
in order
polskiej
to
kolei.
remove divides
Realizowane przez
conditioned
polskie
by
linie kolejowe
history.
inwestycje to
Our
możliwość
investment
podróżowania z
project
blisko
opened the
400
way
nowych i zmodernizowanych przystanków w
for
całej
traveling,
Polsce.
and we have
Nowe przystanki z Krajowego
400
Programu Kolejowego.
new brand or
Jak tak analizowałem,
modernized
to ich jest właśnie, jak
railway
powiedziałem,
stops
kilkaset.
across Poland.
Ale
There are
powstają
several
w dużych
hundreds
aglomeracjach miejskich,
of
mniejszych,
railway
na
stops
przykład
which
tak
have
w Chorzowie
been built
Wielkopolskim,
in
Rzeszowie,
smaller
Warszawie,
cities.
Krakowie,
Warszawa,
Radomiu,
Kraków, Rzeszów,
Lublinie, Łodzi,
Radom, Lublin,
Olsztynie, Stalowej
Olsztyn,
Woli,
Stalowa
czy również
Wola.
mniejszych miejscowościach.
These are the largest
Skoczów,
cities,
Pisz,
and
Skawina,
Skoczów, Pisz,
Ustka.
Skawina, Ustka, smaller
Już w
locations.
26 miejscowościach,
In
12
28
województwach
locations,
podróżni
in 26
korzystają
locations in
z
20
przystanków,
regions, we
które
have
są
railway
efektem programu
stops
przystankowego.
which have been built
Pierwsze z nich,
under
jakie
our
powstały,
railway
Niemojki,
stops program.
Pasłęk,
Niemojki,
Szklarska
Pasłęk, Szklarska
W chwili obecnej już
Poręba
26
were the
przystanków zostało
first
oddanych do
to,
eksploatacji dla podróżnych.
to be
Na
built,
ponad 100
and
lokalizacjach trwają
in
prace,
over
z
100
czego
locations
większość
we've been
zakończy
carrying
się
out
w bieżącym
works
roku.
on
Do
new
końca tego
railway
roku
stops,
blisko
and
100
the
miejscowości
majority of them will be
będzie miało
completed
już
this year.
nowe perony
More than
lub
100 new
zmodernizowane w
locations
ramach
will
programu
have
przystankowego.
either new
Warto
tracks
wspomnieć o
or
Kolei
the
Plus. W
modernized
ramach Kolei
tracks.
Plus
The Railway Plus
podpisaliśmy już
program.
30
Under this
umów
program,
na
we've been
kwotę
signed
blisko
30
12
contracts for the amount of more
z
than
czego
12 billion
20
zlotys,
na 22
including
umowach ogłosiliśmy już postępowania
22
przetargowe. Czy to na dokumentację
agreements
projektową,
where
czy
the
na realizację w
tender
systemie
has already
projektuj i
been
buduj.
opened. This is either
Te
the
ogłoszone
bidding for
przetargi,
build,
to
design and
znaczy, że
build
w roku
project
jeszcze
or
2023,
the feasibility studies. This means that in 2023 and 2024 we will have the first deliverables
Kolej
of
Plus.
the
Co jednak
Railway
najważniejsze,
Plus program.
dane pokazują, że
Moreover,
realizowane
the
przez nas
data
zadania
shows
inwestycyjne
that
wpływają
our
na
investments
rozwój,
have a
przyciągają
tangible
pasażerów.
impact on
Dane
the
Urzędu
development
Transportu
and
Kolejowego
attract new
pokazują, że
passengers.
w roku
The
ubiegłym
National
zwiększyło się o
Transportation
kilkadziesiąt
Agency
milionów
has data
pasażerów
which
więcej
shows
niż w
that
poprzednim roku.
the,
Przywieźliśmy w
there
roku
has
ubiegłym
been a major
po naszych
increase in the
torach,
number of
infrastrukturze polskich linii
passengers
kolejowych
by thousands, if
około
not millions.
250 milionów ładunków w ruchu towarowym.
250,000
Polska
million
kolej
tons
staje się
of
modną alternatywą
cargoes
dla innych
were
środków
transported
transportu.
in 2023,
Zarówno
which
w ruchu
means that
pasażerskim i
the
towarowym.
railways become a
Pewnie
real
jeszcze
alternative
chciałoby się
in
dużo
passenger
więcej.
and in freight
Właśnie dzięki
transportation.
programom inwestycyjnym poprzez
Thanks
modernizację
to
linii
our
kolejowych,
investment and
elektryfikację,
the upgrading
zwiększają się
or
możliwości
electrification
przewozu towarów
of
po
trucks,
liniach
we get
po torach.
new capabilities
Wpływa
in
to
cargo
na
transport.
zmniejszenie emisji spalin.
With
Już na
the
wstępie tu
ensuing
była mowa
reduction
o
of
zeroemisyjnym,
CEO emissions, zero
ograniczeniu
emission
CO2.
transportation.
Kolej jest pod tym względem
This is a
bezkonkurencyjna.
goal, and actually the
Rozwój
railways
przemysłu,
cannot be
sprawny
beaten here.
transport
Better
towarów.
industry, better cargo
Kolej jest
transport. Here, the
najbezpieczniejszym i
railways
najbardziej
are the
ekologicznym
safest and
środkiem
most
transportu.
environmentally friendly mode of
Pokazują to
transportation.
wszystkie statystyki.
And all the
Wszystko,
statistics
o czym mówię,
show
jest dla
that.
nas powodem do wielkiej
And this
dumy,
is a
ale
source
też
of
bodźcem do
great
jeszcze bardziej
pride for
wytężonej
us
pracy.
and an encouragement
Polska
to
kolej
work
ma być
even harder.
alternatywą nie tylko dziś,
Polish
ale
railways
jutro
should
i
be
w
an
następnych
alternative for
wielu
today,
latach.
for
Częścią
tomorrow
sieci
and for
łączącej
other
nie
years to
tylko
come,
polskie regiony,
and should
aglomeracje
become
i
the
mniejsze
part
miasta,
of a
ale
network
też całą
connecting
Europę.
Polish
Oprócz
regions
tego
and Europe as
ma
a whole.
być siecią
It
zero
should be
emisyjną.
a zero emission
Naszym zadaniem
network
jest
as
dbanie o
well.
pasażerów,
Our task is to take
zapewniając
care
im
of passengers. We
wygodną
want to
podróż
ensure them
po
a
naszych
comfortable
liniach
and
kolejowych.
convenient
Jesteśmy
travel.
przygotowani do nowej
We
perspektywy
are ready
i
for this
realizacji
new
projektów w
perspective,
ramach
and we are ready
Krajowego
to
Planu
implement
Odbudowy,
the
programu
projects under the
Kolej+.
National Recovery
Wzrost
Program
efektywności
and
sektora
the
transportu
Railway Plus program.
kolejowego
Better
będzie
effectiveness
możliwy
of railways
poprzez
will
utworzenie
be possible thanks
innowacyjnego,
to
przyjaznego
the
pasażerom i
innovative,
spójnego w wymiarze krajowym
passenger-friendly
systemu
and
transportu
consistent
kolejowego.
railway
Kontynuacja największego w historii procesu
transportation
inwestycyjnego
system.
jest jednym z
This
najważniejszych
is
zadań,
one of the
jakie
major
stoją
tasks
przed nami w
ahead of
najbliższych
us
latach.
in the years to
sprostać
come.
wyzwaniom
In order
kolejnych
to
lat,
stand up to the
musimy się
challenges,
rozwijać.
we need
Musimy
to
umacniać naszą
grow and
pozycję
expand
na
and
rynku.
to consolidate
To
our
najważniejsze zadanie,
position
jakie przed nami
on the
dzisiaj
market. The
stoi.
key
Od założenia
challenge.
rozwoju spółki Polskie Linie Kolejowe na
We
najbliższe
as a
lata
company
koncentrują się wokół
want
5
to
obszarów.
focus on
Nowoczesne
5
technologie,
areas:
silna organizacja,
modern technology, strong
dostępność
organization,
i, co podkreślam,
availability,
prospołeczne podejście,
and the pro-social
rozwój grupy
approach and
kapitałowej
the
Polskich
development
Linii
of the
Kolejowych,
capital group
nowy wymiar
and the
zarządzania
new
infrastrukturą.
dimension in
Jesteśmy
terms of
otwarci na nowe
infrastructure
technologie.
management. We
Zdajemy
are
sobie
open
sprawę,
to
że
new
dynamika
technologies,
otoczenia,
and we do realize
postępująca
that the
cyfryzacja
environment
wymagają
is
nowego
dynamic
podejścia
and there is a
do kwestii
progress
związanych
in
z
digitalization.
modernizacją,
That is
utrzymaniem
why
oraz
we need
udostępnieniem
to
infrastruktury
change our
kolejowej,
approach
a
in
przede
terms of
wszystkim
upgrading,
prowadzenia
maintaining
ruchu
and making
kolejowego.
available
Jako spółka
the
Polskie Linie
railways and
Kolejowe
managing the
chcemy
railway
korzystać
traffic.
z najlepszych
As a
rozwiązań
company, we would like to
technologicznych
rely on
i
the state-of-the-art technology and
Dostępność i
organization
prospołeczne podejście
solution.
jest dla nas bardzo
Availability
ważne.
and pro-social
Dbamy, aby
approach
pasażerowie
are
mieli
important
dostęp do
as well. We
wszystkich
want our passengers
zmodernizowanych
to
i
have
budowanych
access to
peronów.
all
Wsłuchujemy się w
upgraded
głos społeczeństwa
tracks.
na etapie
We
przygotowania
listen
projektu.
to the society
Budujemy
already
przejścia
at the
podziemne,
preparatory
wiadukty,
stages,
przejścia w poziomie
culverts,
szyn, a to
flyovers,
wszystko dla większej
overbridges, all of that
dostępności kolei.
are built in order to
Będziemy
make the
dążyć do
railways
zbudowania
more
lepszej
available
oferty
and
przewozowej,
accessible. We would like to
systemowego
improve our
rozkładu
passenger
jazdy oraz
offer,
zwiększenia
a more
prędkości
systemic
handlowej pociągu.
timeline and the
Zgodnie z
better
najnowszymi trendami
journey
będziemy
time.
wykorzystywać nowoczesne technologie
According to the
wykonywania rowu,
tendencies, we would
co
like to
znacznie
use
skróci czas ich
a
realizacji,
modern
a jednocześnie
work
poprawi jakość.
execution
Chcemy, aby
parameters
inwestycje
and
były
performance
realizowane
with
w
better
jednym
investment
zamknięciu,
quality.
co oznacza wykonanie wszystkich prac na odcinku i nie wracaniu w najbliższej przyszłości.
All the projects
Jest to
need to be
wyzwanie
implemented
dla nas, ale również
in
wykonawców.
one row
Bardzo
without
ważnym
coming
zadaniem
back
jest
to any
automatyzacja
sections. This is a
prowadzenia
challenge
ruchu.
for us and for
W tym
constructors.
powstanie
Traffic management.
nowoczesnych
Here we are
centrum
going to
sterowania.
create new state-of-the-art
Nowoczesne centra
control
sterowania,
hubs or
które
centers.
powstają w Europie,
These new control
zasięgiem
hubs
swoim obejmują
with the
1000,
reach
2000, 3000
over
kilometrów.
1,000,
Z jednego
2,000,
miejsca
3,000 lines, and there is
Naszym celem
one
jest pełna modernizacja
stop shop
sieci
to
TNT.
control all the traffic
Stałe
over
podnoszenie
there.
parametrów linii
We want to
w
improve
obszarach funkcjonalnych
the
miast.
performance of
Likwidacja
railway
wąskich
tracks to
popularne,
remove bottlenecks as well.
które 2 lata
And
temu
you know,
było
bottlenecks
jakby
is a
negatywnie
fashionable
odbierane, że
word.
spółka
2 years
stworzyła
ago,
wąskie.
we were
Nie,
told to
spółka po raz
create
pierwszy w historii
bottlenecks.
zdefiniowała
Actually,
wszystkie
what
wąskie
we
gardła na
did
sieci,
2 years
z czego
ago
większość,
was to
jak to mówimy,
define
istniała
all
od
bottlenecks.
zawsze.
And these
I na to
bottlenecks
nie zwracano
existed
uwagi.
forever, and
I
nobody
niestety nie
took
likwidowano
care of it,
wcześniej
and nobody
również tych wąskich
did
gardeł w
anything
procesach
to
inwestycyjnych.
remove
My to w
these
tej chwili
bottlenecks throughout the investment process. We are doing
Priorytetowym
that right
założeniem
now.
okres nowej
Our
perspektywy jest właśnie
priority for the
szczególne
new
zwiększenie
perspective
prędkości,
is particular focus on increasing throughput, on
Chcemy
eliminating
przeznaczyć w
bottlenecks.
nowej perspektywie
We want to
około
increase
5
our railway
miliardów
capacity, and we want to allocate
Ważnym
about
zadaniem jest podjęcie
5
wyzwania
million Polish
związanego
zlotys to
ze
that
zmianą systemu
aim.
zasilania.
We want to change the system
Napięcie
of
25
powering our
kV
trains,
prądu
25
przemiennego,
kilovolts of
które jest
alternating
w
current,
większości krajów
which
europejskich,
is
to jedno
common
z
in
wyzwań,
most
jakie chcemy
European
podjąć.
countries, is a
I
challenge that we
rozpocząć
want to
realizację
tackle,
w najbliższych
and
latach.
we want to take on that
Nasi
task
koledzy
in the nearest
PKP
years. Our colleagues
zakładają,
from
że
the
większość
Solidarity
nowych
Transportation Hub
Przypomnę, że
assume
to
that
około
most
800 kilometrów będzie
of the
zasilana prądem
1,800
Musimy
traffic
te
routes
zadania
will be
na
powered with
pewno
alternating current.
realizować
That is why we
wspólnie.
really have to
Przypominam,
focus
że
on that
jako
and
spółka
work on this
Polskich Linii
together.
Kolejowe
As
będziemy
PLK,
realizujemy
we
w ramach
are
komponentu CPK modernizację 4000
upgrading
kilometrów linii kolejowych.
4,000 kilometers
czego
of
znaczną część już
transport
zrealizowaliśmy.
routes in cooperation with the
Chcemy
Solidarity
również
Transportation
elektryfikować
Hub.
istniejące
We also
linie
want to electrify
Obecnie
existing
zelektryfikowanych
railway
jest nieco ponad
lines.
12
At the
000
moment, we have
kilometrów.
just over 12,000
Chcemy,
kilometers
żeby do
of
końca roku
electrified
2030
routes. By the end of 2030, we want to have 14,000 of electrified railway lines. That will be 75% of the overall Polish network. And that will make Poland one of Europe's leaders in terms of electrification. It is our aim to introduce a
Zadanie bardzo
cyclical
ambitne,
timetable.
który ma
This
zwiększyć
is a very ambitious
atrakcyjność
task,
koleju-
and we want to
kolei dla
make
pasażerów.
railway lines more attractive
Wierzymy,
for our
że stałe
passengers.
godziny odjazdu
We believe that
każdej
regular departure
połączone z
times
pewnością
on all
kursowania
connections
stanowić
and the
będą o
stability
jakości
of these
oferty
connections
kierowanej
will
dla-
make our
do
offer
pasażerów.
more attractive for passengers.
Sieć TNT powstała,
The
aby
TEN-T
aby transport
network
towarów,
was
przewóz
created
pasażerów
to allow
pomiędzy
for
krajami
passenger and
członkowskimi
freight transport between
był prosty,
member
szybki i
states to
bezpieczny.
make it easy, to make
Na
it
terenie
smooth, and to make
Polski
it safe.
mamy szlaki
In Poland,
komunikacyjne o
we
długości około
have
4700
about
kilometrów.
4,700
Do końca
kilometers
bieżącego
of
roku
transportation
zmodernizowanych
routes.
zostanie
By the
2200
end
kilometrów.
of this year,
Ambitny
we
plan
will
zakłada,
upgrade
że do końca roku
2,200 kilometers of
2030
those lines,
zmodernizujemy
and by 2030,
pozostałe
we will
odcinki.
modernize the remaining
Realizacja
transportation
naszych
links.
celów będzie możliwa dzięki
We
wzmocnieniu
will
całej
achieve
grupy
our goals by
kapitałowej
strengthening the
Polskich Linii
whole
Kolejowych.
capital group of PLK.
Priorytetem jest wzrost
It is our
potencjału
priority to
inwestycyjnego
increase the
wewnątrz
investment
grupy, co już się
potential
dzieje,
within the capital group,
oraz
and we are already working on
akwizycja
that.
nowych
We also want to
podmiotów.
acquire new entities.
Nasze dzisiejsze osiągnięcia są efektem
Today's
pracy
achievements
wielu
are the
zatrudnionych
outcome of
zarówno
the
w
work of
PLK,
many people
jak i
working for
spółkach zależnych.
PLK and also our subsidiaries.
Zatrudniamy najwyższej rangi
We
specjalistów,
have
którzy są
top
ekspertami w
experts
dziedzinach
working
potrzebnych
for us.
do
They
realizacji
specialize in the
zadań,
areas that
jakie
are
stoją przed
necessary to
nami.
implement
Z tego
the tasks
miejsca
we have
pragnę
set
im
out
wszystkim
for ourselves.
podziękować i
At this point, I
podkreślić
want to thank
wartość,
all of them,
jaką
and I want to
stanowią
underline
dla
the
firmy.
great value
Naszym
that
celem
they
jest
pose
stałe
for the
motywowanie
company.
i tworzenie warunków,
We want to
także
motivate
dla
and
ich
create great
rozwoju,
conditions
aby praca
for
na
their
rzecz
development
polskiej
as
kolei
well,
była
so
doświadczeniem
that they
godnym
can work
najlepszych
for Polish
ekspertów
railways,
na polskim
and we want to
rynku.
make this job a
sposób
great
szczególny
opportunity for all
analizujemy
the
rynek
specialists in
kolei
Poland.
europejskich.
And we are also analyzing the
Jesteśmy w gronie
European
największych
railway
zarządców
market.
infrastruktury
We are
w
one of
Europie.
the largest
Posiadamy
infrastructure
trzecią co do
managements
długości
in
sieć
Europe.
kolejową.
We have the third longest
Wiem, że
railway
struktura
network in
funkcjonalna
Europe.
kolei
I know that the functional
budzi duże
infrastructure
emocje i jest
of the
zróżnicowana.
railway is
Wśród 8 największych
a hotly
zarządców
debated issue.
infrastruktury w Europie,
But among
w Unii
infrastructure
Europejskiej,
managers in
u
the
trzech
European
funkcjonuje struktura
Union,
holdingowa.
3
U
have a
5
holding
nie.
structure. 5
Czasami ten
don't.
obraz jest zakłamywany.
Sometimes this image is
W tym
distorted.
strukturze holdingowej u jednego
In a
zarządcy,
holding structure at
w
one
jednym
of
z
the
krajów zarządca
managers
jest
in one
podmiotem
of the countries,
dominującym. W 5
the
krajach
infrastructure manager
zarządca
is the
czołowej
parent
ósemki
entity, the dominant
podlega
one.
bezpośrednio pod właściwego ministra
And it is
transportu.
subject to the competent
bardzo
infrastructural minister.
We wszystkich krajach
What is most important?
grunty są
In all
w
countries,
dyspozycji
the land
własności
is
zarządcy
managed
infrastruktury.
by the
Jesteśmy
infrastructure
tutaj
manager.
wyjątkiem.
The manager is the owner there. We are an
Ponadto
exception to this
energetyka,
rule. Apart from that,
telekomunikacja,
we have the
dworce
energy
są w strukturach zarządców
the
lub
energy
funkcjonują
lines
jako
and
spółki
also
zależne.
other power
to też
lines,
niestety
these
jest inaczej.
are mainly subsidiaries in other
wyciągnąć
European
najlepsze wnioski
countries.
i dążyć do
It is different in
optymalnej
Poland, but we want to draw the
funkcjonalnej
right conclusions
zarządu.
and we want to provide the best functional
Od
infrastructure
czasu,
for our
kiedy jako młody
railways.
chłopak
Ever
rozpocząłem
since I
pracę na
was a
kolei,
young boy and I started working at the railway,
bezpośrednio po szkole
that
średniej,
was right after I
technikum
finished
kolejowym
secondary school, that was
dokonał
a
się
railway
wielki
technical
krok dziejowy,
school,
a nasza sieć
vocational
wraca
school.
na europejski
We
poziom. To powód do dumy i
we
dalszej
made
wytężonej
great progress,
pracy.
and we take pride
Przed
in
polską
that.
koleją
Since
czas
then,
pełen wyzwań,
we've
a
made
dzisiejsza
incredible
konferencja jest
progress.
pewną
We have many
próbą
challenges ahead of us, and
przedyskutowania
today's conference
najważniejszych
is an
palących
attempt to
kwestii,
discuss the most pressing
wypracowania
issues.
konstruktywnych
We
wniosków, bo
wanted
wszyscy jak tu
to draw
jesteśmy mamy
constructive
wspólny
conclusions,
cel.
because all
Dla
of
mnie
us share the
najważniejszym
same
celem jako
objective.
prezesa
To me,
Polskich Linii
as the
Kolejowych
president of
jest
PLK,
stworzenie spójnej, dostępnej
I want to
i
create a
efektywnej
cohesive,
sieci
accessible
kolejowej.
and functional railway
Co
network.
najważniejsze, nie likwidujemy,
Most importantly,
tylko
we are not
odbudowujemy
shutting down railway
polską
lines.
kolej.
We are
Zapraszam
restoring
Państwa do aktywnego
rail
udziału w
connections
ciekawych
in
dyskusjach,
Poland.
jakie
I encourage
zaplanowaliśmy
you
na
to take
dzisiaj.
active participation in the
dziękuję
discussions planned for
wszystkim
today.
za udział.
Thank
Mam
you very
nadzieję,
much for
bardzo
joining
aktywnie.
us.
Dziękuję
I hope all of us will be very active. Thank you.
Panie prezesie, serdecznie dziękujemy za te
Mr.
ważne i ciekawe
President, thank
słowa,
you
za
for these
zapowiedź tego, co
important and
będzie się
interesting
działo
words.
na naszej
Thank
dzisiejszej
you
konferencji,
for
zwłaszcza w trakcie
announcing what will
paneli
be happening
merytorycznych.
today, especially
Teraz
the
będzie
expert
kolejne
panels will
przemówienie.
be
Na
of
scenę
interest.
zapraszam pana
Now
Andrzeja
I
Bittela,
invite
sekretarza stanu
Andrzej
pełnomocnika rządu do spraw
Bittel,
przeciwdziałania
the
wykluczeniu komunikacyjnemu w
plenipotentiary of the
Ministerstwie
government
Infrastruktury.
for preventing transport exclusion, Secretary of State at the Ministry of Infrastructure, Mr. Andrzej Bittel.
Chyba już można. Witam Państwa.
I think I can start. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to all of you. Welcome at the conference titled Railways, Transport of the Future. I welcome all of you, Mr. MP, the director of the Railway Institute, and all of you, ladies and gentlemen, that have been listed, everyone who represents the railway sector, the producers, all of those involved in railway traffic. I am very grateful to have the opportunity to participate in this event together with you. This event organized by PKP PLK. I have the honor of opening this conference, and I take the floor after a very interesting lecture delivered to you by President Ireneusz Merkel. Thank you for giving me the floor after the President, because my speech can be shorter, so that I do not repeat what already has been said, and also catch up on the time, because we have a bit of a delay. I hope that this conference will help us exchange thoughts, opinions. It will be an opportunity for interesting debates and discussions. This is a very good moment for that. It's worth underlining that we can easily agree with the motto that railways are the transportation of the future. As a government, for 8 years we have been showing that we agree with that opinion, and we are investing record high funding into railways. The outcomes of these investments are very good. More people have access to railway links. More and more passengers are opting for traveling by train in favor of other means of transportation. More people are noticing the positive change in railways. Minister Adamczyk, who gave me the authority to convey his greetings. Unfortunately, due to his tight schedule and other duties, prevented him from joining us in person. But he underlines that the third decade of the 21st century should be a period of dynamic development of Polish railways and increasing its importance, or rather, putting the Polish railway back on track. The time of the fall of communism, New Poland, until the second decade of the previous
rządy lewicowe, liberalne,
of the previous
udziałem
century was
udawców
very
doprowadziły
difficult
do
for Poland.
likwidacji
The
tysięcy
People's
kilometrów
Party's
linii kolejowych.
government led to
Mieszkańcy setek
the
miejscowości
shutting down of
zostali
thousands of
pozbawieni
kilometers
dostępu
of
do
railway
transportu
lines,
kolejowego.
and many Polish citizens living
Wsparło
in
to w
smaller
istotny
areas
sposób
were deprived of
wzrost
access to
wykluczenia
railways.
komunikacyjnego.
This
Wiemy, my się z
boosted
tą
transport
polityką
and
nie zgadzamy i
exclusion.
nie zgadzaliśmy.
We
Wiem
will
również,
never
że
agree with that
jest też
policy, and we do
refleksja
not
w
agree with
tamtych
that.
organizacjach,
We know
że
that
to
those
nie były działania,
organizations
które,
have also
należałoby
reflected on
powtarzać.
those past activities,
I
and they believe
dlatego trzeba
those
podejmować
decisions should not be
działania
repeated.
naprawcze.
That is why we need
Dzisiaj
to
widzimy,
take
że ciężka
reparatory,
praca
remedial measures.
każdego
We
kolejarza,
see that the
każdego
hard work
przedstawiciela
of
branży,
every member of railway
niezależnie
staff,
od tego,
of
gdzie ją
every member
wykonuje,
of the rail
przynosi dobre
industry,
owoce.
irrespective of
Kolej
where
się
they work,
odradza.
gives us beneficial
Przywracane są
results.
nieczynne linie kolejowe,
We have a revival
powstają
of
nowe
the
stacje i
railway. We have
przystanki.
new lines,
Skraca się
new
czas
train
przejazdu.
stops. Travel times are shorter.
Dorobek ostatnich lat,
The legacy of
jest
the last
imponujący.
years is very
I
impressive.
każdemu z Państwa za ten sukces
And I would
należą
like to
się
thank each and every one of
podziękowania
you,
i
ladies
gratulacje.
and gentlemen. I
Dobre
express my
zmiany są możliwe
gratitude
dzięki
and
rozsądnemu
congratulate
podejściu do
you on
inwestycji i
your
organizacji
outcomes.
transportu.
I
Te działania
applaud your
opieramy
approach
na
to
kilku
the
filarach.
organization and functioning of the
Pierwszym z nich
railways.
jest
Our
dbałość o
activities are based
infrastrukturę.
on certain
Linie
pillars. First
kolejowe,
is
stacje,
focusing on
przystanki,
rail infrastructures,
nowe tory na
lines,
istniejących i
stops,
nowych liniach
stations, on existing
modernizowane
and
perony,
new railway
nowe systemy
lines,
bezpieczeństwa.
upgraded
Wszystko to
railway
wpływa na
station
poprawę
infrastructure.
warunków
All
użytkowania
of that
polskiej kolei.
leads to
Drugim
better,
filarem jest
smoother and more
modernizacja i budowa dworców
convenient access
kolejowych.
to Polish
W całej
railway lines.
Polsce, zarówno w
Then
wielkich i
managing
węzłowych
operators,
stacjach,
we
jak i na
have
mniejszych
large
przystankach możemy
hubs and also
zobaczyć,
smaller
że
stops.
udostępnia się podróżnym coraz
And we can see
piękniejsze
that
i
passengers have
nowocześniejsze obiekty.
access to more beautiful
Wreszcie filar
and more
trzeci
comfortable
to strategia
facilities.
taborowa.
And the third pillar is the
Pasażerowie
rolling stock
korzystają z nowych
strategy.
i zmodernizowanych
Passengers
wagonów i
can
elektrycznych
use
zespołów
new
trakcyjnych.
upgraded and
Zmiana
modernized
jakościowa
cars.
jest odczuwalna na każdym kroku.
We can see that the quality
każdym
has gone
regionie
up
kraju.
in every single area, in every
Przeciwdziałamy
part
wykluczeniu
of Poland.
komunikacyjnemu.
We prevent
Dzisiaj
transport
pociągi
exclusion.
regionalne i
Today
dalekobieżne
regional and
zatrzymują
long
się na
distance
około
trains
200
stop
stacjach
at
i
about
przystankach
200
więcej
train
niż 8
stops
lat
and
temu.
stations, more
Dzięki
than
temu kolej
8
dociera
years
do
ago.
mieszkańców większej
That
liczby
is
miast
how
i miasteczek.
trains reach more citizens
Szacujemy,
living
że
in smaller
około
towns and
600 000
villages.
osób
We estimate that
zostały
about
włączone do sieci
600,000
kolejowej i z
people
wynikających
now
z
have
tego
access
szans
to the
i
railway
możliwości
network
korzystają.
and can benefit from all the
Radzeń
opportunity
Podlaski,
that
Lublin,
delivers.
Rybin.
Radzeń
Każdy ma swoje
Podlaski,
ulubione
Rybin,
miejscowości.
Lublin,
To tylko
everyone has
niektóre
a
miasta,
favorite
których
example.
mieszkańcy
Those
odzyskali
are mine, and
dostęp
those are
do
the
kolei
cities
dzięki
whose residents
inwestycjom
now have better
rządowym.
access to
Na tym
trains
polega
thanks to
koncepcja
government
zrównoważonego
investments.
rozwoju.
That is what the
Kolej
concept
musi
of
służyć
sustainable
mieszkańcom
development
wszystkich
is about.
regionów kraju.
Railway networks
Na
must
marginesie
serve
dodam,
all
że,
citizens of the country.
również Sobótka
Though on
ostatnio
the
gościłem
sidelines
w
also
Sobótce.
I want to mention
naprawdę bardzo
Sobótka.
fajne miejsce.
It's a great place. I just visited. They
Osobnym,
have
nowym i
a new
nowatorskim
train stop.
rozwiązaniem, które
A
wprowadziliśmy,
new and
jest program
innovative
uzupełnienia
solution
lokalnej i
is the
regionalnej
program
infrastruktury
from
kolejowej,
supplementing
czyli
local
Kolej
and
Plus.
regional
To
train
program
infrastructure.
budowy
It's called
połączeń
Railway
kolejowych do
Plus.
wielu
It's
polskich
about
miast i
building
miasteczek,
new train
takich jak
connections
Lubce,
to
Niepołomice
smaller
czy Janów Lubelski.
Polish localities
Jego
like
innowacyjność
Lubsko or
polega na
Janów
jego
Lubelski.
konstrukcji.
It's innovative
Tworzeniu
because of its
tego
structure.
programu
When we
przyświecało nam
created this
przekonanie,
program,
że samorządowcy
we
wezmą mi udział,
decided
będą
that
wiedzieli
local governments will
najlepiej,
participate
gdzie
in that
potrzebne
program
są
because they know
połączenia
best
kolejowe,
who and
które
where
albo
needs
zostały
new
zlikwidowane,
train
albo nie
connections.
funkcjonują
They know
prawidłowo,
which lines
albo
have
ich
been
nie
shut
było.
down, which are functioning
Więc w skrócie,
ineffectively.
samorządowcy typują
So in
linie do
short,
budowy lub odbudowy,
LGUs
a rząd
select
wspiera te
the
inwestycje
connections and the government
85%
supports
kosztów.
By providing 85% of the necessary fundings, and the local government
I
provides
zawieramy
15%
umowy,
of the
organizujemy
funding
przetargi.
needed.
Wszystko to
We
przez
take
pan
care
prezes
of
Irena
the
Znarka
agreements, of
uczynił.
the procurement procedure, everything that
co udało się
President
dokonać,
Merkel
dobrze
already
obrazują liczby.
listed. The figures stand proof. 7,400 kilometers of new railway tracks in new and existing lines, 2,140 upgraded connections, 630 rail and road flyovers and overpasses.
Łącznie
over
wspólnymi
700
siłami
bridges.
wybudowaliśmy i zmodernizowaliśmy
Together,
900 dworców,
we
stacji
have
systemu
modernized
kolejowego.
900 stations and train stops.
Pokazują
So
efekt
that's a
skali.
lot, and these figures show the
Nie
scale of our
zatrzymujemy się
project.
i planujemy
We are
kolejne
not
ważne
planning
działania.
on stopping. We want to
Inwestycje nie
continue
mogą ominąć żadnego
and follow
polskiego
up
regionu.
with more important actions.
Przyszłość
We will
kolei
not
stanie się taka
neglect
dzięki
any
Krajowemu
Polish
Programowi
region.
Kolejowemu,
We will use
Programowi
the Railway
Inwestycji
Plus,
Dworcowych,
the
Strategii
program
Taborowej,
for
Programowi
railway
Kolej Plus
station infrastructure, the
wierzę w to
Railway Plus
głęboko,
program, and other programs.
komponentowi kolejowemu Centralnego
And we
Portu
will also
Komunikacyjnego.
avail ourselves of the railway
Nie,
component
jednak
of
musimy
the
pamiętać,
Solidarity Transportation Hub
pasażera nie
plan.
interesuje, jak
We have
nazywa
to
się
bear in
program, w
mind
ramach
that
którego
passengers
powstaje dana inwestycja.
have no interest in the names of the
Docenia dobre zmiany i
program.
dostrzega,
They
że
want
nic nie
good
dzieje się
change,
samo.
and they want to see that
Zachęcam do wzięcia udziału
the
w
government is
konsultacjach
participating in
Krajowego Programu
changing the
Kolejowego do
situation
roku
for the better.
2030.
I invite you
Mam
to
nadzieję
participate
na
in
mało
public
konstruktywnych
consultations
uwag
on the
i szczerą
National
wymianę
Railway
myśli związanych
Strategy
z tym projektem.
for until
Żeby było
2030.
jasne,
I invite constructive
Jestem pewien, że
opinions.
wpłyną wyłącznie same konstruktywne
I
uwagi,
believe
ale
that
będzie ich mało.
we will receive
to dobre.
only constructive remarks, but I'm certain
Branża
that you will
transportowa jest
participate.
branżą
The transport
otwartego i szczerego
sector
dialogu.
is a
Wiele
sector
osób
of
wyraża swoje
open and
zdanie na
honest
temat
dialogue.
kierunków
Many people
prowadzonych
express their
inwestycji
opinions
i
about the
zmian.
directions of investment
Każdy
and
głos się
changes.
wsłuchujemy.
We listen to every single voice.
Nie znaczy to oczywiście, że każdemu
Of course,
przyznamy
that
rację.
doesn't mean that we will agree with everyone.
Choćby z prostego powodu spotykamy się z
For a
wypowiedziami
very simple
osób, które
reason,
jednego dnia
we
mówią o tym, że jest
We
za
encounter
mało
conflicting
inwestycji w ramach
opinions. Some
polskiej
people
kolei, a
say that
następnego dnia
investment
mówią
is
o
insufficient in
megalomanii
railways.
lub przeskalowaniu.
Others mention
też
the
trudno
megalomania of
te
the Polish
opinie
government
brać
and
na poważnie
an
i
unduly
się z
high
nimi
scale
zgadzać.
of these investments. So we
Chcę
can't take
jednak
everything
wyraźnie
seriously and
powiedzieć,
agree
nigdy
with
na
everyone.
polską kolej
But
nie
let me
przeznaczano
say
takich środków.
clearly,
Nigdy pasażerowie
never in
w
the
tak
history
krótkim
of
czasie nie
Poland
odczuli tak dużej poprawy
has Poland
jakości usług
invested
kolejowych w
so
Polsce.
much in railway transport, and never before has
Spodziewam
there
się,
been
że
such a rise in quality of
kolejne miesiące
passenger
przyniosą
service. I believe that the coming
rekordową
months
rekordową
will
frekwencję kolejową i ten
bring
rok
us
będzie
a record
najlepszy
increase
w
in
XXI wieku
passenger
pod względem
numbers
liczby
in the
pasażerów.
railway, and that this period will be the best in
Idąc
our railway
konsekwentnie tą
history.
drogą osiągniemy
We
w
will
nieodległej
consistently pursue
perspektywie
this
wyniki
path,
przewozowe
And in the
osiągane
next
pod koniec
perspective,
XX wieku.
we
Kolej staje się
will
bardziej
improve our
bezpieczna,
figures as
komfortowa i przewidywalna.
compared to the 20th
Jest przy tym
century.
ekologiczna.
Railway
Dlatego jest wybierana przez coraz większą liczbę
is very
Polaków.
green and
To
environment
bardzo
friendly,
cieszy
and
i
therefore
chcemy
many
tę
Poles opt for this
tendencję
means of
utrzymać.
transport. We
Powstanie tego
want to
trendu
maintain
stało się
this
możliwe
trend.
dzięki odrzuceniu kultu byle
This
jakości, który
is
niejednokrotnie
possible
because pobrzmiewa w
we
wypowiedziach
decided
medialnych
to resign
osób
from the cult of
uważających się za
mediocre
ekspertów.
services,
Będziemy
and
nadal
we
inwestować w
decided
polską
to
kolej,
contradict
i to
the
mimo
opinions
rozmaitych
of
poszeptów
those
poddających w wątpliwość
quasi-pundits
sens i rentowność jej rozwoju.
who spoke on TV. We want to pursue development and ensure
Szanowni
the
Państwo,
stability of railway transport.
Wiedza o
Ladies
dotychczasowych
and
sukcesach
gentlemen,
jest ważna i nie
it is
można dać
important to
sobie narzucić
underline our
narracji o tym,
achievements.
że kolej
We cannot
rzekomo
succumb
leży,
to the narrative
w
that
transporcie
the
kolejowym
railway
rzekomo nie
network
dzieje,
is inefficient, that
ale
nothing is
trzeba
happening
przy
there,
tym
that nothing is
zachować
being done.
zdrowy, trzeźwy ogląd
But we
sytuacji.
have to maintain a clear
Przed
picture
polskim
of the
sektorem
situation.
transportu kolejowego
The
wciąż
Polish
wiele
railway
wyzwań.
sector is
Jedno
still
wyzwanie
up for many
jest
challenges.
wyzwaniem stałym. To
One
jest,
challenge
poprawa
keeps
bezpieczeństwa
reoccurring,
kolejowego.
improving transportation safety.
Każdy dzień, również dzisiejszy,
Every
przynosi
day, even
zdarzenia, które nie
today,
powinny mieć miejsca. Z
comes
różnych
with
przyczyn, z różnych
events
względów.
which should never
Oczywiście
happen.
Urząd Transportu
And this is
Kolejowego,
for
Krajowy
different
Regulator
reasons.
Bezpieczeństwa,
The Office for
prowadzący
Rail
statystyki,
Transportation
odczyty
is a
związane z
safety
bezpieczeństwem,
agency
podaje,
which
że
manages
z roku na rok
statistics.
bezpieczeństwo
And the statistics
w ramach
show
sektora
that
kolejowego się
every
poprawia.
year the railway
Ale
safety
to nie
has
zmienia
been
postaci
improving.
rzeczy, że te wyzwanie jest
But the fact
stałe i ono
remains
powinno
that
być
the safety
codziennie
challenge
pielęgnowane,
is with us,
pielęgnowane jego,
and that
jego
we
realizacja
need to
przez każdego
work towards
kolejarza,
its
przez
improvement
każdego
by
wykonawcę,
every
przez każdego
contractor,
producenta.
every producer.
Realizacja realizującego usługi.
This is the challenge that
ramach
needs to be
polskiej
tackled
kolei.
by anybody
To
who
jest z całą
provides
pewnością
services for the Polish
Stały
railways.
wyznacznik działania.
And one of the gauge
Mamy
of our
przekonanie,
successes
że
will
na
be
kolei
this
najważniejszy
improving
jest pasażer.
safety. The next
Wszystkie nasze
challenge is
wysiłki
about
są
passengers.
i powinny być
Our
nakierowane na to, aby
efforts are
otrzymywał on
focused
coraz
and
lepszą
should be
ofertę.
focused on a better
I właśnie
offer.
to przeświadczenie
a
musi
constantly
skłaniać nas do
improving,
refleksji
offer.
nad tym, jakiego
And
rodzaju
with
są te
that
wyzwania.
in mind, we should
niektórych obszarach
analyze
wymagane są
the
korekty,
issues. We
w niektórych
need
obszarach
to align
wymagana
things
byłaby
in
większa
some
uwaga i
areas.
staranność w wypełnianiu zadań.
In other areas,
zaś
we need to be more
musimy zdać sobie
cautious and
sprawę,
more
że
accurate,
obecny system
and that
wyczerpuje
some
swoje
other
możliwości
areas
i
where
znalezienie
some
nowych rozwiązań
major
staje się
changes
palącą
required
koniecznością.
and where some new solutions are
Pasażerowie
an
wciąż
emergency.
wskazują
Passengers still
eliminację
report
jakich elementów na polskich kolei
some
oczekiwali.
issues and
Na czoło wysuwa się kwestia
expectations.
punktualności.
Being on time
Oczywiście
is
każdy
the
zdaje
key
sobie sprawę,
issue.
że niektóre przyczyny
passengers.
opóźnień są niezależne od przewoźników i od
Delays
zarządcy
are in
infrastruktury.
many cases independent from infrastructure
Pasażerowie
managers
oczekują
and railways
rzetelnej,
themselves.
czytelnej informacji
Moreover,
przed podróżą
passengers want
i w jej
accurate
trakcie.
and clear information
Szczególnie
on their
wtedy,
travel,
kiedy
ahead of
na
it,
sieci kolejowej
during it,
zdarzają
and
się
after
kłopoty.
it, especially if there are hassles
Pasażerowie
and
oczekują szerszego
perturbations
spojrzenia
in
na
traffic.
projektowanie rozkładu jazdy.
Thirdly, timetables
Chcą, aby
need to
mocniej brać
be
pod uwagę takie
devised
czynniki
in a
jak
more
skomunikowanie
realistic way
pociągów regionalnych z
to
dalekobieżnymi na
create
stacjach
links
węzłowych.
between national and regional
Warto
trains
pamiętać, że
in major junctions.
rozkład jazdy,
We need to remember that
ogólna konstrukcja to
timetable
domena ministra właściwego
is
do spraw transportu.
devised mainly by
Realizowana
the
wspólnie z
ministry
PKP,
in
Polskiej
charge
Linii
of
Kolejowej i
transportation
i
in
przewoźnikami,
cooperation
którzy na
with
polskiej sieci kolejowej.
transport companies
funkcjonują.
and with the PKP.
Pasażerowie oczekują pełnego
Passengers
wykorzystania możliwości
want
zmodernizowanych linii
To use to the
i
best
poruszania się
to
na nich z
use
pełnymi
the potential
prędkościami,
of
takimi,
the
jakie
upgraded line
dają one,
and to
jakie
travel
dają parametry.
at the speed defined in its
Pasażerowie
parameters.
oczekują również
Moreover,
poważnego
passengers
traktowania
expect to be taken
znaczeniu
seriously. By that I mean that
związanym z dopilnowaniem, aby wyposażenie
we
każdego wagonu
need
było na
to
właściwym poziomie i na bieżąco
have
uzupełniane,
cars
a
well
urządzenie
equipped
odpowiednio utrzymane i działające.
with
W ostatnim
operating
czasie rzeczywiście nastąpiła
equipment
ogromna
and
poprawa w tym
devices.
względzie.
There has been a
Chcemy tą
major
tendencję, ten trend
improvement
utrzymać i
over
dbałość na
recent
tym
years,
polu
and
i
we want to
dbałość na tym polu
upkeep
bardzo Państwa
this
proszę.
trend, and I really urge you to work
Stabilność
towards
oferty to też
this
jest
aim.
oczekiwanie pasażerów,
The stability of
którą
offer
jako
is
sektor
yet
musimy brać
another
silnie pod uwagę,
expectation
bo ona
expressed by
pozwala
passengers.
na
We need to take it
wypracowanie
into
właściwych
account
nawyków komunikacyjnych.
because this will create new
zachęcić z
transport
całą
habits
pewnością
and transport
do
patterns,
tego, aby
and
korzystać z kolei. To, o
this
czym
will
mówił pan
help to
prezes, o
promote
aktowieniu
the
rozkładu
use
jazdy,
of
o tych pracach,
railways,
które się toczą w
or
Ministerstwie
maintenance
Infrastruktury,
works,
z
or
Zarządu
timetable
Infrastruktury, z
works,
CPK,
or
z
works
Urzędem
on
Transportu
the
Kolejowego,
solidarity
z CUPT-em,
transport
też mają
hub.
w tą stronę podążać.
Well,
To jest z całą
all
pewnością
those
przyszłość,
works
która
should
powinna
define the
nastąpić
future
w
of the
maksymalnie
railway, and this future should become a reality at a
W gronie
short
branżowym
notice.
warto też się zastanawiać nad tym, czy działania inwestycyjne
The
na liniach
construction
regionalnych
sector
muszą być tak silnie
also
związane z
needs to
zaangażowaniem marszałków w
make a
konstruowanie oferty
reflection.
przewozowej, bo wiemy, że z tym jest różnie, z chęciami tego
And
typu
moreover,
konstruowania tego typu
we
oferty.
need to
I stąd też
work
warto zastanawiać
to
się, czy to
improve
powinien być
the
jedyny
regional
wyznacznik.
offer, and
Te inne
to
wyzwania
better
są przed nami.
define
Jestem
all
pewien,
the
że będziemy
stakeholders
wspólnie
in
pracować z taką
in devising
determinacją,
such regional railway
zaangażowaniem
offer.
i miłością do
I
kolei
do
jak
hope
dotychczas.
that we will
Będziemy w stanie
continue with
wyjść
the
naprzeciw
same level
oczekiwaniom
of
tych,
commitment
którzy są dla nas
and love
najważniejsi.
for the railways, and that
Oczekiwaniom
we will be
pasażerów.
able to take into
Oczekiwaniom,
account
które
the
w miarę
expectations,
poprawiania się stanu
passengers'
polskiej kolei,
expectations,
jestem pewien,
and
będą
I'm sure
rosnąć.
that this expectation will
Dziękuję
grow with the
Państwu za
improvement of the
ostatnie
quality quality of railway offer and infrastructure. Thank you very much for your intensive efforts for the Polish railways, and I ask you to upkeep this rhythm for the years to come. And we need to address these challenges. If we manage our project in a reasonable way, everybody will be satisfied. I think that all of us are satisfied when we look at the recent achievements. I gave you a description of our projects, and these are actually your achievements and the outcome of your efforts that you have made, and I'm sure you will have made in the months and years to come. And I can assure you that the government will do its best in order to tap the potential of your expertise, knowledge and experience. And to end, I'd like to stress that the railway transport is truly a transport of the future. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie
Thank
ministrze,
you very
za
much,
krótkie
Minister, for this
wystąpienie,
brief
pełne
speech,
ciekawych wątków.
yet full
Pan się
and
śmieje,
rich
oczywiście, panie
of
ministrze.
themes. Well, you
Ja
are
sobie myślę,
smiling, Minister. I do understand your
Krótko nawiązując
reaction.
do tego, o czym
Well,
pan powiedział, że na samym początku
referring to what
warto
you've just
rozmawiać o kolei
said,
jako transporcie przyszłości,
the
ale o kolei
railway
warto rozmawiać
is the
w zasadzie
transport
zawsze.
of future.
Bo się tyle dzieje, jest
And
tyle niezmiernie ważnych
it's
rzeczy,
always
że
interesting
zawsze
to
trzeba
have a
o tym rozmawiać.
discussion on railways,
Drodzy państwo, zanim
especially
przejdziemy
that so
do
many things
kolejnej
are on
części
the
naszej
way and such a
konferencji,
big
do paneli
transformation is
dyskusyjnych,
underway.
chciałbym
Before
krótko
moving
przybliżyć
to
program,
our
powiedzieć,
panel
o czym
discussion,
będziemy
let me
rozmawiać.
give you
Tych
the
paneli jest kilka,
details
znacie państwo
of
zapewne
each conversation.
w
There are
skrócie
some
program.
of
Wiem, że dyskusje będą ciekawe, o czym świadczy chociażby skład każdego z paneli. Dyskusje
devised
mają być
for today.
interesujące. Wcale nie ma być tak,
Every
że wszyscy mają się ze
discussion
sobą zgadzać. Nawet czasami
needs to be
wręcz przeciwnie.
insightful.
Mamy
We do
zaplanowanych
hope
5
it
paneli
will be
tematycznych, podczas których
insightful. We have 5
dyskutowane będą zagadnienia
thematic panels
dotyczące transformacji
focused
kolei,
on the
dotychczasowych
railway
sukcesów
transition or
PKP,
transition
Polskich
in
i
the
Kolejowych SA,
railway
ale
sector,
także
the
planów
successes
na
of the
najbliższe
PKP
lata, również
and the
obszarów
plans for the years to
współpracy
come in
w zakresie
the
Krajowego
areas
Programu
of
Kolejowego
cooperation
i
under the
Centralnego Portu
National
Komunikacyjnego.
Railway Program and the
Ponadto omawiane
Solidarity
zostaną
Hub.
zagadnienia skupiające się na tym, jak skutecznie
Solidarity
organizować ruch
Transport
kolejowy.
Hub. We will also
Przedyskutowane
discuss the
zostaną
issues
dobre
of
praktyki
organizing,
współpracy
better
inwestorów i
organization
wykonawców
and
inwestycji
management
kolejowych
of
i wreszcie
the railway
omówiony
traffic
zostanie program
management.
utrzymaniowy
We will
jako
talk about
gwarancja
the
jakości infrastruktury
contractor and
kolejowej.
subcontractor
Przed
of
nami,
railway
jak już
investment,
mówiłem,
and
wnikliwe
we
debaty
will
z udziałem
focus also
przedstawicieli
on the
najważniejszych dla
maintenance
sektora
program.
kolejowego
The
instytucji,
panels will
firm i
involve the
organizacji
representatives
branż
of the
kolejowych,
key
a także
stakeholders,
ekspertów.
agencies,
Niech mi będzie jeszcze wolno
transport
nadmienić, szanowni państwo,
operators,
że
experts,
poza tym, że mogliśmy
and
spotkać się na tej
administrations.
sali, wzajemnie się zobaczyć i
It's good
wysłuchać,
to see
wydarzenie
and
dzisiejsze
to
jest prowadzone
meet
również w
in
formule online
such
na
a
kanałach
great group.
Facebook
And apart from the
oraz
face-to-face
YouTube
meeting,
PKP,
we will provide
Polskich
the
linii
streaming
kolejowych.
at
Przebieg
the
dyskusji to jest
YouTube
chyba
channel of the
naprawdę
PKP.
ciekawostka. Przebieg
And
dyskusji
yet
panelowych
another
będzie również
item,
obrazowany
the
przez
panel
panią
will
rysownik w
also
ramach
be
grafiki
visualized. There will be
Przebędzie
graphic
można zobaczyć na
recording
ekranach
done
oraz w
online,
internecie
and it will be
podczas
displayed
streamingu. Czyli nie
both
tylko będziemy mieli
on
okazję
our
słuchać,
screens
będziemy
and
także
during
mogli
the
zobaczyć to,
streaming.
o czym będą
So we
mówili
will
paneliści.
listen to
To
our
jest
panelists
rzecz,
and
która
we will
niezmiernie
see
ułatwia
the key
zapamiętywanie, niezmiernie
takeaways.
ułatwia także obrazowanie
And
sobie
this is a
tego, o
major
czym mówimy. I to chyba Google
memory
jako pierwszy
aid.
zaczął
And
stosować
actually,
to
Google was
na
the first
taką
to
skalę,
use
a my jesteśmy
such technology
następni.
at a large scale, and we are just the next after Google.
Przed nami ostatni fotel i będziemy za chwilkę
Yes,
szykować się.
the last
panelu.
chair, and we've been preparing the stage for the first panel.
W
panelu numer 1, o którym
So,
będziemy
panel
za
number
chwilę
one.
rozmawiać, będziemy mówili o
About
fazie transformacji.
the
Będziemy mówić o
railways in the
dotychczasowych
transition
sukcesach i
phase.
planach
We will discuss
na
the
najbliższe
achievements
lata.
and the plans
Zastanowimy się
for
nad
the
strategią
incoming
PKP,
years.
Polskich Linii
We
Kolejowych
will
SA w
discuss the
perspektywie kilku
strategy
dekad.
of the
Jak to przy
PKP
okazji strategii.
for
Zastanowimy się także
several
nad tym, jak
decades.
Polska plasuje się na
We
tle
will also see how
europejskich
Polish
sieci kolejowych.
railways
No i
stands
porozmawiamy
in
też o tym,
comparison
o
with
czym mówił
other
pan
European
minister, to znaczy, czy
networks.
naprawdę
Moreover,
Polska kolej przeżywa dzisiaj renesans i
we
Polacy
will
są koleją.
try to answer the question about the renaissance of Polish railways and the new trends among passengers.
Tak się składa, że to ja będę miał przyjemność poprowadzić ten panel i to ja
I
będę miał
will have
przyjemność
the pleasure
zaprosić
to
moich
moderate
gości
the
do
panel,
dyskusji.
and I have the pleasure to invite our guests to take
Zapraszam
part in the
jednocześnie
discussion.
uczestników panelu,
please
jako pierwszego pana profesora Mariusza
be
Andrzejewskiego,
invited to
kierownika
the
Katedry
stage,
Rachunkowości Finansowej z Uniwersytetu
Mariusz
Ekonomicznego w Krakowie. Zapraszam, panie
Andrzejewski
profesorze.
from the Economic University in Krakow.
Jako drugi, obecny już na tej scenie, sekretarz
Next,
stanu Andrzej Bittel, pełnomocnik rządu do
Secretary
spraw
of
przeciwdziałania
State
wykluczeniu
Andrzej Bittel,
komunikacyjnemu
the
z Ministerstwa
plenipotentiary of the Minister of Infrastructure in charge of fighting transportation exclusion.
Kolejny gość, Jakub Majewski, prezes zarządu Fundacji Kolej.
And our next speaker, Jakub Majewski, the CEO of the Kolej Foundation.
Ireneusz Merchel, prezes
Ireneusz
zarządu PKP,
Merchel, the
Polskich Linii
CEO
Kolejowych
of
SA.
PKP.
Kolejny uczestnik to Artur
Next
Rudnicki, dyrektor
panelist,
biura Jaspers w
Artur
Warszawie z Europejskiego Banku
Rudnicki,
Inwestycyjnego.
Jaspers Office Director in Warsaw from the European Investment Bank.
I ostatni uczestnik,
And
ale
our
wcale nie
last
najmniej
panelist,
ważny,
last
Karolis
but not
Sankowski,
least,
ekspert
Karolis
rynku kolejowego
Sankowski,
z
the
Infodeal MB.
expert of railway market, Infradeal MB.
Mam nadzieję, że wszystkich panów
I
działają
do
mikrofony.
hope
będziemy sobie
that
mogli
the mics
swobodnie,
work well and that we are going
porozmawiać.
to
Pierwsze
that we
pytanie,
are able
trochę w
to
nawiązaniu do
exchange
tego, panie
freely.
ministrze,
Our
co
first
mówił pan,
question.
w swoim przemówieniu na początku.
In your speech, Minister,
o
you
renesans
said
kolei.
that
Czy
there is
naprawdę
a sort
Polacy
of a
chcą jeździć koleją? Bo
renaissance
pan jest
of the
pełnomocnikiem
railways.
do spraw przeciwdziałania
You are the
wykluczeniu
plenipotentiary in
Mówi
charge
pan o
of
tym, że kolej
fighting
wraca.
transport
Są
exclusions.
też miejsca, gdzie
And you
kolej jest
say
obecna. I ona
that
była obecna, to
the
są główne
railways
duże miasta,
are
to są
back.
miasta węzłowe, w których pan wspomniał.
You know that
Tam
junction
także
cities,
zapotrzebowanie
the
na to,
large
żeby ta kolej się
cities,
rozwijała. Pytanie, czy
which
jest jakiś
already
punkt,
have
cel,
access to the
do
railways.
którego
But
trzeba
are
dojść,
there
żeby
any
można
other
było powiedzieć, że to już,
objectives
że już zakończyliśmy
be
tę pracę, że
met
już wiemy,
in order for
że
us
ta
to
kolej
be
jest
able
w
to
takim miejscu,
say
jakim byśmy chcieli,
that
żeby była?
there is no exclusion, that railways are available
bardzo. To
everywhere in
niezwykle
places
ciekawe
we want
pytanie.
it to be available?
Patrzę tutaj na
Well, the
dyrektora
question
Andrzeja
is
Masela.
quite
Lubię
insightful. I
porównywać
look at
czy ściągnąć
Andrzej
taką
Masel,
analogię, którą
and
kiedyś wygłosił,
I do remember his speech
procentów związanych z
made one day,
wykorzystaniem
and he
transportu
was talking
kolejowego
about the
w porównaniu
percentage of
pomiędzy
railway
Czechami a Polakami.
use and the differences between the
najlepszych
Czechs and the
latach,
Poles.
Woziliśmy około miliarda pasażerów.
Our best statistics were about 1 billion passengers. Right now it's
A Czesi
300,000.
to jest ponad
Sorry, 300 million. For Czechs,
Zakładając, żebyśmy
well,
dążyli do
it's much better. It's
ukolejowienia
60%
społeczeństwa polskiego
of all the Czechs. So
do poziomu czeskiego, to
what
znaczy,
should
że
we
trzeba
do
byłoby
to
podwoić
achieve
liczbę
this
pasażerów.
number? We
Jesteśmy
need to
oczywiście
double
w
the
ścieżce,
passenger numbers
wzrostu
to
tutaj
get
dynamicznej,
to
no
the
ale,
level of 60%
do
of
tych
all
60%
passengers.
brakuje,
That
drugie
60%
tyle.
is
Należałoby się
our
zastanowić w
objective.
związku z tym, gdzie tych
And
pasażerów można znaleźć.
where can we
Moim zdaniem
find
miejsca
our new
uwagi
passengers?
regionalnymi.
Well, this should
Nawet jeżeli
first
kolej
of
daleko
all,
bieżna i
well, they
międzynarodowa
should be
podwoi czy potroi
sourced
swoje,
in
dokonania,
regional
jeśli chodzi o
transport
frekwencje.
and
I tak
intercity
jednak bez
transport.
tej
The
niezwykle
national
ważnej
and
części
the transnational
kolei
transport
dróg,
itself
regionalnej
will not be
aglomeracyjnej, bez
able
zaangażowania
to
podmiotów
attract
zlecających
as many passengers as we need
układających,
to get
marszałków
this
województw,
60%. That is why we need to cooperate with regional government and local authorities.
uzyskania tego celu.
Without their
Myślę, że to byłby
involvement,
taki
we
dobry
will never
punkt odniesienia.
achieve this
Choć
60%.
oczywiście na
And I
dzisiaj,
think
bo
that this
za parę lat
cooperation
może się okazać,
could be
że
a starting point in our efforts to increase the number of passengers for the years to come. However, in 10 years, we will get a completely different perspective. But I'm sure that railway transport, whether the long distance one or the regional one, will always be present in the transportation mix.
Pytanie też trochę w kontekście strategii, ale
About the
co
strategy,
w zasadzie
that's the
PKP,
question
PLK
to
chce zrobić przez
PKP.
najbliższe kilka dekad? To jest pytanie
What
na
are
3
the
minuty,
steps
panie
that
prezesie.
you are going to take
Proszę o
to
zwięzłą
improve
odpowiedź,
your
ale też w kontekście
operations?
tego, o czym mówi pani
Please
minister, i
be
ambicji
concise. What are the ambitions of the company and the ambitions of Poland? Well, you give me 3 minutes. The agglomeration or intercity railway transportation is one of our missions. In large cities, we've been launching the extension of existing lines. So instead of having 2 tracks, we are going to have 4 tracks. For instance, between Warsaw and Krakow, or between Poznań and Wrocław. And with these 4 tracks, we can separate the long-distance traffic from the regional or agglomeration traffic. And that will help us to double the number of passengers. And let me remind you that the long-term planning provides for the construction of a new Vistula crossing railway. The next mission is about regional railways, and I can give you the example of Rzeszów. It's a city with 200,000 population, and the city decided to build the agglomeration network, railway network towards Poddębie and Dębice, and with 50 kilometers of new lines. They already have a cyclical timetable with trains going every 60 hours and with a number of new level crossings and railway stops. Another example, Szczecin and its agglomeration network. That's yet another example of a successful regional railway project. 50 kilometers. That should be an objective. 120 kilometers per hour. With that speed and 50 kilometers of lines, you could travel to the main city in 30-40 minutes. And Lublin is yet another city. Kielce, Łódź, Opole, and even Olsztyn are on the list of those who are going to build such agglomeration network. But you need to have the willingness to do so, and local and regional authorities are not always that much ready and consistent in their efforts.
aglomeracyjnych, tych
So,
małych aglomeracji.
small
dużych,
agglomerations,
powinien
larger
spowodować
agglomerations should
radykalny
have their
wzrost
own railway network,
poprawę
and that
bezpieczeństwa.
should
O tym
help
ciągle
us
mówimy.
to
Miasta są
increase the number of passengers and to improve the safety. Cities are cramped, there are a lot of traffic jams, and the road transport is becoming less and less effective. 1.2, 1.4 people per vehicle, it's not feasible in the future. One railway car, it's 200, 300 people. Let's compare it.
Teraz, panie profesorze,
This seems the
będzie do
key,
pana
Mr. President. And now a question to you, Professor. I'll take a perspective similar to the one when I asked the question to the Minister. When we know what we want to achieve, let's look at the economic perspective. In this case, can we think about cost effectiveness, so whether this will pay off? Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation, for the opportunity to sit on this panel. When I was collecting my thoughts for today's event, I'm an expert in finance and in economy, and I looked back and I thought about what I could say about PLK. In 2016, the PLK company, sorry for referring to figures, but I'm an economist, the balance amount was 250 million, and now it's 116 billion. And when we add the figures for 2023, where we are planning to add a couple of millions, then we can see the comparison between the end of 2016, what we planned for our plan, what the government added, about 10 billion Polish zlotys. And we can see that in the financial statements. They're open to the public, they're published, and we can see the work that had been done by the whole team, by all the companies, also those not belonging to the PLK group. But when I looked into the balance sheets, when I looked into fixed assets, I saw the revenues of future periods. There's a position like that in the financial statements. And if you want to see the investments that have been completed, then you can see the numbers in billions. You can see how much has come from EU funds, how much from the government. And when we look at this, then the primary capital of the group went up to 32 billion, and that is the contribution of the government as the owner of the PKP-PLK company. When we look at liabilities, when we move downwards in the financial statements, we can see amounts from grants, from EU grants mainly. And we can see we've gone up from 23 billion to, I think, 59 billion in this year. And we can see all of those changes in the financial statements. The accumulated loss in 2015 was 5.7 billion, and after 8 years, it's 6.9 billions. So we can see that this loss has gone down. The PLK company is not profit-oriented. We have to be frank about that. The company fulfills government tasks. It's great if we have a zero balance in the financial statements, but the accumulated loss is 6.9. As compared to the increase in primary capital, this loss does not look so dangerous. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have to ask ourselves, is this the end of our actions? What should we look at, expect in the future? Well, this depends on our General Assembly, which sits to my left. The representative is here. So what does the owner, the General Assembly, want to do in the future? I think it will be 80 billion Polish zlotys that they will give to investment. And I think that the majority will come from the government and a bit less from EU funds. But for us, it's important that we will get 80 billion Polish zlotys. That means that when we meet in 2030, that's the timeline set out by the minister, that should be about 200 billion by 2030. And I will say that no Polish zloty, I won't say euro cent, will be left unused. This shows our development, that our company is using its full potential, and these possibilities responsibilities and the tasks are set out by the government. That's the perspective I see for us in the future. That's how I see our future actions, and the problem of effectiveness, I will leave that to the further part of the discussion. This is connected with the strategy, whether we have a holding or not, but we will be discussing that later on. I'll stop here because of the time. I can see that you're very experienced as a panelist and you're keeping to the time. And now, question to the next speaker. We are hoping for a revival of local and regional railways. We're hoping for big money. The money is supposed to be there, but is that enough? Is that the necessary component? We have the money, we have the company ready to work on that. Does that mean we are on the brink of the revival of railways, or is it ahead of us? Yes, a lot has been done, and a lot of money has been fueled into the system, and we can see that is starting to show. We can see that the darkest times are behind us. Passenger rates are increasing. We can see that the new rolling stock is a testimony to the fact that we're increasing passenger comfort, and this is really bringing about effects. Freight traffic has a bit to catch up, and they are somewhere halfway through in terms of the investment progress. We still haven't moved up from the level where freight traffic has stopped in terms of progress. A lot of effort is not enough if we don't have a level playing field for everyone. If we have free roads for everyone to complement rail infrastructure, even if we have great infrastructure, which means great parameters, and we hand it out for free, then we can't compete. If we have a store where everyone can walk in and take the goods without paying for that, then we can't deal with the competition. And that's what freight transportation looks like at the moment. I hope that we will understand that due to environmental, social and economic issues, such free handouts of things that were paid for by the government and by the taxpayer is ineffective. I'm sure the professor will agree with me. We want that system to start earning money and to start bringing effects in the economy and in the society. I believe that there will come a time where the railway will show its incredible effectiveness, not just in purely economic terms, but also in terms of safety, in terms of environment friendliness. We have to take all of that into account in the total score. And we can't compete against someone who is not paying their bills. I think that's the most important element I wanted to talk about. Let me just say, we only have half a year until the elections. I don't know what the minister will respond, but I'm sure he will think about it very thoroughly. That's all from you, Mr. Speaker, I believe. Artur Rudnicki. I wanted to ask about the European experience about the issues we're discussing. How do those countries, which have the railway as their top means of transport, to resolve these issues and problems? Of course, those are countries which didn't have such a turbulent history as Poland. Still, what practices should we draw from, what should we use? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Let me give you my past experience.
Która pozostaje do odpowiedzenia sobie przez każdy
One
kraj.
issue that we have to resolve is how we define railways. Is this a commercial service? Is this a societal service? I can refer to my PhD, which I wrote about railways in the UK. At that time, there was a boom in that sector. The experience was very diverse. It was a great lesson for me at the time. I listened in on the discussions, on the debate. Should the state
funkcjonowanie kolei całkowicie na sektor prywatny i
shift that
powiedzieć, że to
burden
jest usługa
of
komercyjna i my
railway
umywamy
functioning
ręce?
to the private
Czy
sector
jednak
to say it's a
państwo
commercial
dochodzi do
service, it's
wniosku,
not
że
the
to
job
jest
of the
usługa o
government?
charakterze
Or should
publicznym,
the
czyli nie
state
tylko
decide it's a
sama
public
stopa
service?
zysku,
So it's
ale
not just about the
jakość
profit
usługi
rate,
dla
but about the quality of the
społeczeństwa, jeśli mówimy
service
oczywiście
for
o
the
kolei
citizens.
pasażerskiej.
And we're talking
Jest
about
tutaj
passage and
czynnikiem
transport here, of
decydującym,
course.
bo w tym
Is
momencie
that
troszkę
the
inaczej
decisive
ustawiamy filozofię. No jakby
factor?
jesteśmy
Because this
dzisiaj
outlines our
i w zasadzie
philosophy, our
możemy sobie
logic.
jasno odpowiedzieć, że model
And here we have
brytyjski w Europie
to
się
say
nie
that the
przyjął i
British
jest
model
postrzegany jako
did
model
not take
pożądany i
root
docelowy.
in Europe. It's
Z
not
punktu
the
widzenia,
desired, it's not the target model.
systemu transportowego, z punktu
From the
widzenia
perspective of the
satysfakcji
transport system,
pasażerów, z punktu
passenger
widzenia,
satisfaction,
atrakcyjności
or
kolei i
the
równoważenia
attractiveness of the railway
podziału
system
modalnego pomiędzy kolei a drogą. To
and
jest, myślę,
balancing
pierwsza taka
balancing
konstatacja,
the
jeśli chodzi o te doświadczenia
the division between rail
No i
and
teraz
road traffic.
idziemy dalej.
So I've talked about the UK experience
Krajem
that I
niedoścignionym,
wrote
jeżeli
about.
chodzi o system
Let's
kolejowy,
look at
zarówno
other
jeżeli chodzi o
countries.
sieć, efektywność,
The
funkcjonalność
most
i tak dalej,
effective,
jest
most
Szwajcaria, która
functional
należy oczywiście do
country
czołówki krajów,
is Switzerland.
Światowych.
It's a world leader in
Kolejnym
terms
przykładem
of
jest
railways.
Holandia.
Another example,
Jak też państwo
that's
wiecie,
the
jest,
Netherlands.
Też wzorem do naśladowania.
It's also
Teraz
a model worth
przechodzimy na naszą
replicating.
część jakby Europy.
And moving to
Wiadomo,
our part of
po
Europe,
II wojnie światowej
after World
była
War
żelazna kurtyna i
II, when the
niekoniecznie,
Iron Curtain fell,
z woli tych narodów, które się po tej
perhaps
stronie
not
znalazły.
because the countries,
Po 1989 roku
not all countries
zmiany
wanted it,
nastąpiły. Można budować,
but we had some
było nową
very
gospodarkę.
turbulent change.
Teraz,
We could start
pan
building a
minister
new
wspominał o
economy
Czechach.
in Poland. The minister
Jest coś
mentioned
takiego jak
the Czech
European Railway
Republic.
Performance Index,
We
gdzie
have a
zestawiono
European
efektywność
Railway
kolei.
Performance Index
Trzech
that's
grup.
about the
Oczywiście
performance
pierwsza
of the
grupa, to wiemy,
railway,
że to
their
jest Szwajcaria,
capacity.
Austria,
So we have the top
Holandia,
group, that's
Niemcy.
Switzerland, the Netherlands, Germany.
I teraz mamy drugą grupę kraje średnie.
Then we have
gdzie
the
znalazły się
middle
Czechy,
group where
a w
we
zasadzie
have
trzecia
Czechia,
grupa.
and we have a third
To są
group.
wszystkie kraje dawnej Europy Środkowo-Wschodniej,
These are
plus
all the countries of the
niektóre
Central
kraje
and
południa,
Eastern
nazwijmy to, ze starej Europy.
European region,
To pokazuje, gdzie jest ten
and
model,
some countries
do
of
którego
older
można
Europe.
dążyć. Czyli mówimy
So
o tym,
that's
że
the
jednak
model
kolej to usługa
we want to
publiczna i
implement,
państwo nie
that
może
it's
jakby
the
abdykować
railway is a
tutaj
public
ze swojej roli.
service, that the state has a role to play in this whole system.
Ale Czechy są nadal, myślę, krajem, który z punktu widzenia, myślę, też ambicji
Czechia is
Polski, Polaków,
still a
jest,
country
powiedziałbym, w zasięgu ręki.
whose model is possible to implement in Poland. And now, Mr. Sankowski, now that we've been talking about the European experience, and Poland is very ambitious in this respect,
To na co patrzeć w takim razie i na co zwracać
looking at
uwagę?
the state of play, what should we be focusing on to improve railways? Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation, for the opportunity to sit on this panel, and a personal thank you to the president of PKP. As concerns the best examples and best practices that are worth implementing and focusing on in Poland,
To moim zdaniem oczywiście to jest jakość usługi.
I believe that's the quality of rail services, and I understand that as travel time,
Opłat,
as the amount we have to pay,
i stawek dostępu.
and the accessibility of rail connections.
Co jest bardzo ważne, to
Another
jest
important factor
rozwój
is
kolei
the
i
development of the railway
podwyższenie
network
dostępności
and increasing
zarówno dla pasażerów, jak i
availability to
dla,
passengers
towarów.
and
Dla
freight
towarów,
alike.
stawek za infrastrukturę.
In terms of freight transport,
Bardzo ważne stanowi się też punktualność.
punctuality, the timeliness of train connections is very important, also in intermodal connections.
Przewozy intermodalne stanowią bardzo
Intermodal
ważną rolę w
transportation is very important in today's Europe.
Przyszłość kolei, tak, żeby
This is
coraz
the
więcej
future
przenieść,
of rail. We want to
przenieść,
shift as
towarów
much
z
freight
dróg na kolej.
from
Co jest
roads
też
to railways.
bardzo ważne, oprócz ogólnej polityki
What is very important, apart from the general transport policy and general transport strategy, where the rail is the backbone of the transportation system, I think we should
Właśnie myślę, że praktyka, którą Polska ma przez
We should have a cohesive approach to modeling transport. There are simple solutions in the UK where we have one infrastructure manager for many means of transport, and that's a very good direction. And these strategies are based on such intermodal modeling of traffic.
Jaka jest szansa na to, żeby
What is
dostęp
the
do
chance,
toru
Minister, to have a more attractive access to the railways? To make the access to the railways more attractive? Well, access to the tracks, it's actually attractive already. The fares are quite competitive for passengers, probably less competitive for cargo transportation. The national and motorway road network is free of charge. That is why it's more complicated. And we need to simplify the cargo transportation system. What kind of simplifications? Well, first, to reduce progressively the transportation fare and the improvement of network capacities. And next, the systems that need to be developed and expanded. Well, at least 3 simplifying solutions that we need to implement. Add to that the services, intermodal terminals, and new conditions of operation. We do have tools at our disposal, including the funding for intermodal transportation, together with the support systems. This is yet another bottleneck that needs to be addressed. I do remember Wójta or Sokoły locations. And the mayor of this city was fighting to restore the shunt because he thought it would be profitable to have this shunt. The shunt was closed for several years, and right now it's been in operation. The access to such shunts or bypasses is also extremely important, and this should be taken into account both in the pending projects and in the new projects. Add to that the financial aspects. It's important already at the designing stage and modeling the investment. I do agree that the state should not abdicate and should be truly involved in designing the passenger transport at the regional, interregional, national and international level. Indeed, the state has a role to play. However, when implementing investment projects, we need to take a larger perspective and not only the financial aspect. We have cases, practical cases of projects where the assumptions had to be modified because of the funding. The seaports, these are the completed projects and already in operation, and there the state invested, added a huge amount of cash, then predicted and then declared under the CEF calls for proposals. So our parameters should not only be the financing and the finance or profitability, but also the future. In 10 years' time, this infrastructure needs to be usable. We mentioned ports, we mentioned intermodality. And now a question to you, CEO of PKP. In your speech, you said that
zarządca infrastruktury funkcjonują
IM,
na rynku europejskim.
the
Mówiąc o
IMs
tym,
have
jak to
different models
wygląda
of
w Polsce. To jest
operation across Europe.
pytanie, na które widzę trochę osób czeka na to, co pan powie, panie prezesie.
We
więc
would like
tutaj
to
pan głos.
know your reflection on the model of operation of our infrastructure manager. Well, we are accountable directly to the Minister of Transportation and of Infrastructure. This is our model of operation. And we simply want to keep this model.
Tak jak już wspominałem w swoim wystąpieniu
As I said in my opening speech,
wymieniłem 8 zarządców
the
infrastruktury,
8 IMs, European IMs, with more than 10,000 kilometers of
To
tracks,
jest właśnie akurat Czechy, które mają
and
9,900,
including
czyli są bardzo
Czechs,
blisko.
without Czech Republic, which has only 9,000 kilometers. I think that we can follow the German example, at least in this model of operation, but even more, we should follow in the steps of Spain or Italy with the holding model. And the holding model has the IM at its heart, and that would be an interesting solution for us. The Spanish, Czech, or Polish or Slovak models, and I mentioned here 2 neighboring countries plus Sweden, where the IMs are directly accountable to the Ministry of Transport, are very good models. Why? First of all, because 20 years ago, that was the assumption adopted by Poland. In 1998, Poland created 3 directorates for infrastructure, for passenger transportation, and for cargo transportation, like 3 pillars or divisions. Then, more or less 100 companies, subsidiaries were created. In 2006, there was a restructuring project with some major asset acquisitions under a new legislation passed back then. The transport operators and the infrastructure manager may have divergent goals, but everybody cares and wants the railways to develop, and we need to maintain the infrastructure to ensure the performance and the best parameters of its operation. The minister said in his opening speech that we have to do everything to use all the existing infrastructure at its parameters, and more than several hundred kilometers of tracks are not used according to their parameters, not at the speed that needs to be adopted. And it's because of the absence of adequate rolling stocks and other issues. On behalf of the PKP, I can say that with good contractors, we are able to achieve this goal. And we should have in our group such contractors and design companies within the structure of our holding, with a shareholding of 10–15%. And these companies could be involved in small design works, in small construction works, plus telecommunication, electricity companies, and railway station management operators. These should be subsidiaries of the infrastructure managers. At least this is the model adopted by France and by Germany. But I really repeat, I don't know whether this is the best model for us. Thank you. And now a question to the professor. I was very much attentive to the words of the CEO. What does it mean, holding? Well, holding has been recently redefined in our Code of Commercial Companies. Right now, we have a holding with the parent company giving binding orders to subsidiaries. And if the General Assembly of subsidiaries decide to become part of the holding, they need to follow these instructions. So PKP SA, PKP, PKKL, all of that are accountable to the Minister of Transportation. And actually, the link is quite good because this is more transparent and clear for the General Assembly. The whole governmental policy for the PKP includes a number of guidelines for the whole group. So there should be a direct link between the ministry and the PKP. And the General Assembly takes the decision on the amendments to the policy. However, two holdings can be established. Under the new legislation, we should not have a stock company. So stock companies cannot be part of such holding. So what would be the best option? The holding, is it complete without such stock companies? Well, let's take a model of two holdings without stock companies. So PKP General and PKP Local, and with all the subsidiaries included in this model. Plus Telco, a new acquisition for the future. But PKP Energy would be a useful acquisition as well. Right now, for me, as the graduate of the Krakow School or High School of Technology, I would say that the
przydałaby nam się w grupie spółka, która ma technologię SRK. Bo dlaczego my mamy
with the
tylko i wyłącznie wskazanie na ten duopol,
new
na ten dualizm
technology, new technology management system would be a useful acquisition. We have some contractor companies, and they should be involved in the tendering procedure because these will have an impact on the margin. And actually, as an engineer, I believe we should strive to get a competitive advantage in terms of technology, and that this competitive advantage should be the integral part of the holding. So the rail traffic control technology would be a true asset. And now let's think about the link between the parent company and the subsidiaries. Are all the decisions of the parent company absolutely binding? Well, they are not, but we should then work out some solutions to avoid the lines of divide. For instance, if the parent company issues an instruction and this instruction is fully implemented by the subsidiary and this is implemented with the loss should be covered by the parent company. That's an obligation provided for under the new legislation. Well, but the question is quite serious because the loss can be of 20 billion, 30 billion. So the holding model is quite good. However, in details, it should be well thought out and well devised. And apart from one holding, two holdings, there is yet another third solution. A parent company as an umbrella company for some subgroups. And all these subgroups are the subsidiaries. This is possible under the commercial law. Today,
od naszego ośrodka decyzyjnego, jakim jest rząd, jakim jest Ministerstwo
The government and the Ministry of Infrastructure is a decision maker. And with that, new model, the third one, we would get another level of decision making. And this new body, the new decision maker, should be fully aligned with the government policy.
Ważny wątek, bardzo panie prezesie, tak, ad vocem.
Nie ad vocem, ja tylko...
Let me just add something. I wanted to supplement this intervention. I agree with the professor in 100%. Of course, I can't disclose certain information, but we are holding talks concerning the rail traffic control system. Well, you don't have to make that public. It's not a revelation. Totally Sankowski's, a question about structure. You've already mentioned that you compared Poland with Sweden, and also the president of PKP PLK mentioned that in Poland we have a debate about this. What do you think would be the most effective solution?
Tak naprawdę wdrażanie czwartego pakietu kolejowego.
I think that implementing the fourth rail package will take different forms in the European Union. So we can't say that a single form is better or that other forms are worse. When we look at the indices of market regulation or the method of implementing the fourth railway package or performance indicators of different railway systems and different IMs, it's different. We can't say that holdings make railway systems function best or IMs are the best solution. It's different in different countries. Of course, when we have an IM who is directly controlled by the state and who control several transportation hubs, our model at the moment, that's Finland, that's Switzerland, that's Sweden, and Portugal to a certainly smaller extent. They have this model. I'd say that this model is right for Poland. It's the good option for Poland. And the level of independence of the IM is very high. I think it's a model comparable to France. The question is to what extent we can have a holding at the level of PKP, not at the level of the ministry or division between PKP and PLK, but at the level of PLK. We have to look at that, in my opinion. A question to Mr. Artur Rudnicki about the models functioning in Europe. Since we're comparing our model with France, or it's comparable with Sweden, do we have a response to the upcoming railway packages? Do you see any solution here?
To zależy, jakie cele sobie postawi.
It depends on the goals that the member state sets for itself. I believe it's worth saying that there are advantages and disadvantages to every single solution. As I listen to this discussion, I see that the holding structure keeps coming up again and again. The minister mentioned it, the president of PKP, PLK, the professor. I can see that this is a model that Polish railways are driving at. The president is saying no while he's turning his head.
Myślę, że co do pewnej strategii, to oczywiście wiemy, że strategie są wpisane w gabinetach.
Of course, we know that strategies are written down in cabinets and they're not made public until they're ready. But moving on to the rest of my intervention, then I want to point to one important thing. Irrespective if we call it the holding system or the mixed system, the most important thing
kolej nie jest czysto komercyjną usługą,
is
tylko jest
that railways are not purely commercial. I think we will agree they're also a public service, and that means that the state has an active role to play. But this also means a certain temptation. When we talk about the profit margin, then we still have to maintain the internal effectiveness and structure of all the organizational entities. And I wanted to share something that an international think tank published. So in terms of the international effectiveness of railways, on a scale of 1 to 7, Switzerland has 5.6, Poland has 3.9, Italy 4.1, Spain has 4.5.
Co to oznacza?
What does that mean?
Ja jako ekonomista patrzę na to
As an
z
economist,
perspektywy, że jeżeli
I
popatrzymy,
also
gdzie jest polska gospodarka, jeżeli chodzi o
try to
poziom
look at where Poland's
konkurencyjności,
economy
efektywności
is in terms of
wewnętrznych procesów w
competitiveness,
firmach,
of the
na poziomie
effectiveness of
państwa,
internal
spółek państwowych,
procedures, of its
siłą
state-level
rzeczy
companies.
to nie jest to poziom ani Szwajcarii, ani
So we're not at the level of
Holandii,
Switzerland
nie jest to
or
jeszcze
nor
poziom
the
Niemiec.
Netherlands,
Gdzieś
nor the
pewnie ona
level
się,
of Germany.
plasuje w
Poland
okolicy
is
konkurencyjności wokół
somewhere
Hiszpanii.
around Italy and Spain in
Ambicje
terms of
oczywiście sięgają więcej.
competitiveness.
Teraz mam
Of
takie
course,
poczucie,
our
że
ambitions are
wraz
much greater.
ze wzrostem efektywności
But I
całej
feel
gospodarki,
that an
co
increase in
wiąże
the
się z tym,
effectiveness
że
of
mamy
the
lepiej
entire
wykształconych
economy,
pracowników
which
wewnętrznych
gives
procesu,
us
nie tylko w sektorze
more
prywatnym,
skilled
ale
labor
publicznych
force,
spółkach państwowych i
and also
realizowanych.
we have
Gdzieś
better
to powinno
public-private
dojść.
partnerships.
Teraz
I think
tutaj,
this would give railways a boost as well.
Chciał podkreślić, że istotne jest
I want
to,
to
żeby
underline
niezależnie od tego, w
that
jakiej to strukturze
irrespective
będzie
of
funkcjonowało,
the structure
to
we
wewnętrzne
adopt for our
systemy
railway system, then the
monitorowania
internal
i
monitoring
poręczalności
systems,
wydawania
looking at
pieniędzy
the
publicznych,
rationale
żeby zostały
behind
zachowane.
public
Zawsze
spending
takich organizacji
were
jest
maintained.
pokusa,
We
że,
need that sort of supervision.
skoro
There's always
pieniądze
a
jest
temptation
łatwiej
in
dostać,
such organizations.
od rządu niż od
Since
rynku,
it's
bo tak
easier to
zazwyczaj
get money
jest.
from the market, from the government than from the market, because that's true, that can't lead to a drop in effectiveness, and we can't let the rate drop from 3.9 for Poland. And I wish to the president of PKP PLK to aim higher than 3.9. I think that's the direction we should be taking. And we're not taking a final decision today about the best model for Poland.
Cele, które
We have to look at the goals that model should achieve, that Poland should achieve.
odpowiedzialne bezpośrednio zarówno po stronie infrastruktury, jak i po stronie przewoźników kolejowych jest to, jak
There should be responsibility on the part of the infrastructure manager and of freight operators. We know there are differences between the passenger and the freight sector, but still all have to meet the standards that are expected from the society. But we have to maintain internal competitiveness. So just putting more money into the system won't raise effectiveness. We have to be smart about it.
Pytanie do pana, trochę podsumowujące, ale
Question,
też jakby, no, jak pan na
to
to
you,
patrzy, no bo
Mr.
mamy
President,
dyskusję o ambicjach
how
z
do
jednej strony
you
i to
see
dużych
this? We're talking
ambicjach,
about
które są przed
ambitions,
PKP,
great
PLK i w ogóle przed
ambitions
Polską, o
of
czym mówił
PKP,
chociażby pan minister. Mamy jakieś
PLK.
porównanie do
What you
krajów
talked
będących
about,
mniej więcej
what
na tym
the
samym
minister
poziomie, na którym
talked
my
about,
jesteśmy, a nawet
can we
to takie, na
compare
które
ourselves
patrzymy. I
to
pytanie,
other
czy
countries
struktura tego,
who
w jaki
can be
sposób
our
miały
role
funkcjonować
models?
polskie linie kolejowe, będzie miała na to
And
wpływ.
will the current structure influence this? Yes, we're having a very nice discussion about different solutions, and we're not dropping any names or surnames. I think those who know what this is about can read between the lines. Still, we don't have a structural problem today in the Polish railway sector. I don't think that the system has a bad structure. We've given examples of different countries in terms of legal and formal structure, as the European Commission has come up with recently, then Poland is rather a leader. We have an independent IM, and this was underlined here in this discussion many times. Of course, it's worth looking at effectiveness, at funding mechanisms, but I don't see a basis for a revolution in a system that is starting to give tangible results, with one exception. What President Merkel said in his introduction. In Poland, we have a legacy of socialism. Everyone rather wants their own flat than to rent, and PKP is renting out the infrastructure that they are investing in, that they're maintaining traffic lots, and that's not the best situation. That for many years the ownership structure has not been settled. I think the balance sheets would be very different if PKP would be working on its own assets. I think this should be put in order, and then the holding structure, the possible one, would also be much different, because we would be inviting entities to our own home, not to something we are renting out. We would be a more autonomous entity, and I think that
we wszystko, co jest niezbędne
We should
polskiej linii
provide
kolejowej, wtedy zacząć wymagać efektywności,
indispensable
jeżeli
assets to
będą pracować
PKP,
na
so
tym
that
majątku.
PKP can
A
work
pomysł z
on
dworcami
that
kolejowymi, z którymi
property.
trochę nie wiadomo dzisiaj, co
And
zrobić.
in terms of
Głównie
railway
dlatego, że się
stations
mocno
and
zmieniła
those
sytuacja
facilities, we
portów
don't really
kolejowych.
know how to go about that because the way of traveling has changed, the way of how these assets are being used has changed, and the railway stations now have a completely different role. So we've modernized, renovated, refurbished railway stations and no idea of how to put them to good use. So if in the future we really have one company, one president of the management that the Minister of Infrastructure can call, that should be the IAM, that's my opinion, rather. So they should be the core of the transport system. If that is the case, then they would take the decisions and they should be strongest in that system.
Komentarz
Thank
do
you.
tego, bo tutaj jest
Any
sporo osób czeka na
comments
to,
to that,
pewnie, co pan
Minister?
powie. Czy zmieniać
I'm sure a lot of
strukturę, czy
people
nie
are
zmieniać,
waiting
a
to
może
hear
tylko
what
majątek?
you have to say. Should we change the structure? Should we regulate the property structure? One thing is certain.
Nie należy akurat mnie zachęcać do
I don't think I should be encouraged to introduce changes connected with transferring assets to PKP. That process is underway. It's an extremely complex process. We've had one contribution in kind. Now we are preparing another one, which will be much larger in terms of value and in terms of area. We want to close that transaction. And this operation will impact how the railway reality will be perceived. Of course, as we started the process, it turned out we had to introduce some necessary changes. So we're working on that. The companies are preparing their valuations and they are preparing for taking the necessary actions to transfer the property and to fulfill the objectives set out in the Act from 2002. I think we will finish this by the end of the year. There will be no excuses that it can't be done. Even any potential safeguards or any obstacles have to be eliminated. This task has to be performed, and I am certain that it will be completed by the end of the year. I agree with the previous speaker that we are now in a situation that the sector has picked up. It is now on the track for growth. And we have to give this system a bit of time to work in the current model. But we can't neglect looking at the elements that need to be adjusted or corrected or improved. The system isn't perfect. We will be discussing the directions for its future development. I have a personal opinion of my own, but it's an opinion of my own.
Strategię rządową,
And it has to be processed into a government strategy. The direction set out by this strategy, one of the feasible ones, but not the indispensable ones, is a change to the commercial law. But we have a lot of different variants. We've talked about the holding model, and the professor has discussed it in detail. We need a lot of reason. We need to make sure that this group of railway companies becomes more closely knit. And this is happening. As we can see that PKP SA is taking up activity of these entities that have been created after the breakup of the large national company. And it is focusing on providing more ample opportunities for entering, rolling out into the market. No one will replace this company on the railway market. This is beyond any doubt. Therefore, this cooperation should be maintained on a broad scale.
Czasu nam zostało niedużo, więc prośba o naprawdę
Well, the
zwięzłe
time is
wypowiedzi w stylu
tight, so
minuta,
please
półtorej.
be
Żeby już zostawić
short,
trochę ten temat
1
holdingu, on jest
minute, 1 minute
ważny
and a
z
half.
pewnością, ale to nie jest jedyna rzecz, o
The
której myślą
topic of
polskie
the
linie kolejowe i
holding
pewnie
model
też
is
jak się pan budzi rano,
important.
to nie jest może pierwsza myśl,
This is
tylko może ta
probably
druga,
not
bo ja
your
trochę
first
pierwszą chcę zapytać o
topic
planowane inwestycje.
that comes to your
Co by pan
mind
chciał,
when
żeby w
you
perspektywie
wake
10
up.
najbliższych lat
I
na pewno
want
się
to
wydarzyło?
ask you about the perspectives.
Także bardzo ważne
What do
i
you
istotne
want to
pytanie.
happen
Przede
in
wszystkim
10
chcemy
years' time?
zamknąć to, co
This is an
rozpoczęliśmy w
important
ostatnich
question.
latach.
First of all, we would like to complete
Mówimy
the
tutaj o sieci
projects
bazowej
underway.
TNT,
The
główne
TNT
korytarze
core
towarowe,
network and the
czyli
key cargo
ze Śląska
corridors
do portu
from the
Gdańsku,
region of
Gdyni,
Silesia and
Linii
Gdańsk and
131,
Gdynia,
tak zwana
port the
dawna wędrówka, czy na
123
Dodżanka,
line
do
or the
portu w
coal
Szczecinie,
line
Świnoujściu.
and the other line going to
To są
Szczecin-Świnoujście port.
plany, które byśmy chcieli w ciągu 10 lat
These are the
zmodernizować
plans.
te linie.
We would like
Bardzo
to
ważne jest
upgrade these
aglomeracje, żeby
lines in
rozbudować
10 years' time.
linie czterotorowe w obrębie
And we would like to
węzła
expand
warszawskiego,
to
w
4
obrębie
lane,
węzła
4
wrocławskiego,
track
poznańskiego.
the
Wymieniam
lines
jako
in
pierwsze, ale tam po prostu
Warszawa
odbywa się
and Wrocław.
ruch pociągów w
Because the traffic
kolejach
there
aglomeracyjnych.
is really heavy,
To jest
especially
bardzo
in the
istotne. Chcemy
agglomeration
również
network.
doprowadzić do tego w ciągu
Moreover,
10 lat, żeby na tych
in
liniach
10 years' time, we would like to have a sort of a new standard in the regional lines, 120 kilometers per hour speed standard, and for the high speed, 200, 260 kilometers per hour.
Jest zasilanie
Add to that the
prądu,
power
dlatego,
supply,
że prąd stały
the
jest,
direct
mówimy,
current
do 250 km na godzinę,
is
ale tak
needed
naprawdę
for
powyżej
the
200
speed
już
of
wymaga bardzo
250 kilometers.
rozbudowany
However,
system i bardzo
above
dokładnej,
200
precyzji.
kilometers per hour, we
Również
would need
liczyliśmy
some
koszt
extensive
budowy
and
zasilania
precise
25 kV jest
equipment.
tańszy niż 3
And
kV.
add to that, it's
Myślę, że
much
koszty
more,
utrzymania
the
również
costs.
byłyby
The costs
niższe
of
z naszych
power supply and the
wstępnych
costs of
analiz.
maintenance.
Jednocześnie
And our preliminary
pociągi mogłyby jeździć z prędkością
results
300
show that the
350
changes
km/h,
in
dlatego,
the
że
power
przypominam,
supply,
że,
we could
CPK,
achieve
jestem
300 and
przekonany i mam dużą
350
nadzieję,
kilometers
że
per
zrealizuje
hour.
swój plan
The
rozbudowy
Solidarity
infrastruktury
Transport
kolejowej,
Hub
gdzie
will
prędkości będą,
extend
linie
the
kolejowe są
railway
przygotowywane pod
network,
wyższe
and the
prędkości. W tej
lines
chwili mówi się o
are right
250, ale pod
now
wyższe parametry,
ready
drogowo jakby
to
to
take
było.
up higher
Będą te
parameters
pociągi
like
mogły jeździć szybciej.
250
Powinniśmy się
kilometers
dosłownie
per
wpinać w ten
hour.
układ
And I think that
zasilania.
this
Także
is
to
the
te
objective in
dwie
terms
główne
of the
sprawy,
power
bo wiem, że
supply.
starałem się w ciągu półtorej
Well,
minuty
you asked me
zmieścić
to be
dokładnie
short, I
Dziękuję
was
bardzo,
short.
panie
1 minute and a
Panie
half.
prezesie, a teraz panie profesorze,
Thank
w
you,
zasadzie to samo
CEO.
pytanie. No.
Professor, the
Co w
same
ciągu tych najbliższych 10
questions.
lat?
What is the perspective for the next 10 years?
Może tak podsumowując,
Well,
to troszeczkę też i życzeniowo. Myślę, że
I think I have a wish.
rozwoju
I hope that this development momentum will be upheld, and I hope that this financing of 18 billion will be allocated to the railway organizations, and this envelope will next be managed effectively. 250 million tons are transported right now, but in road transportation the cargo is 1,900,000 tons. The advantage in terms of passenger transport is already there, but it should grow. The railway stations are already upgraded, but I think that we need to have larger parking spaces nearby. Whether people travel with Intercity or Poregio or the Warsaw subway, I think that they should have an opportunity to park their car. I also want to see the thriving schooling for people traveling in the railway sector, whether it's at the secondary level or at the university level. And I want the railways to focus on state-of-the-art technologies. I think that the outlooks are quite optimistic. It's feasible, but everybody needs to keep the same pace in this run. Well, sleeves need to be rolled up. Actually, they have been rolled up for the years, for recent years. Well, the perspective for the next 10 years, The CEO said that they needed some ideas for the National Railway
Nie do
Program.
końca chyba w tym dokumencie to znalazłem, ale prawdopodobnie
There is a
w wersji
very
finalnej
good
już
proposal
te wszystkie
regarding the
projekty
four
będą.
track
Wydaje mi się,
lines
że
in
mamy
the agglomerations.
duże,
I
bardzo
do hope it
ważne
will
w
be
tej chwili
included in the
przełomowe, bym
final
powiedział,
text.
dokumenty na stole.
And there are two
Program
more
utrzymaniowy, który może nie jest tak
groundbreaking
spektakularny,
texts
ale
on the
rośnie
table.
dwukrotnie. I
The
to jest chyba
maintenance
sygnum temporis, że
program,
zaczynamy
this
dawać
is the
duże pieniądze na
signum
infrastrukturę
temporis
kolejową,
because the
żebyśmy nigdy
financing
nie
has
wpadli w
been doubled
w taką dziurę, jak w latach
in order to
90.,
avoid
kiedy
the
tak
gap
naprawdę kolej,
of the
przeżerała
1990s
pewien
when
majątek,
the railways simply
zbudowany,
ate up
przez wiele lat,
the
nie mając
property
środków na
accumulated
utrzymanie.
for
Ten
years
program
simply
utrzymaniowy,
to
żeby rzeczywiście
maintain
przeszedł
its
w
tracks.
możliwie bogatej wersji.
So
I żeby był
we
ambitny.
need a
Wydaje mi
rich
się, że
and
tam jeszcze
ambitious
trochę tej
maintenance
ambicji
program,
zabrakło, to,
and
co pan
I
prezes
think
powiedział,
that some more
120
ambitious
km/h linie
aims
regionalne,
need
160
to
km/h
be provided,
linie
120
to są takie
kilometers
proste
per
hasła,
hour
które
at the
trzeba do
regional
dokumentów
level,
wpisać.
160 hours at the regional levels. I think these parameters need to be included in the maintenance program. The national railway program should include more investment projects, the ad hoc projects to remove bottlenecks, and more multiple track lines, plus more advanced command and signaling systems. And for the holding, whether the PLK should be the owner of all contractors, well, that should be left to the market. With the clear-cut strategy, there will be a lot of businesses ready to execute the project.
Proszę Państwa, kilka rzeczy. Znaczy,
Some items that need to be mentioned here.
jako instytucji międzynarodowej,
We are an
czy
international institution, and we note that Poland has already reached the level
tak zwanej nowej
of
Unii i
the majority
starej Unii. Można powiedzieć, że
of the
w
most
pewnym sensie
advanced
zostawiła
new
tyle, ale
Europe,
zakładamy, że jakby
and even ahead of the most advanced countries of new Europe, and it's heading to the top of the list. But more efforts are needed in terms of strategy and long-term financing, in terms of strategic documents and the national railway program. Next, we need more funding for the maintenance program. Otherwise, there will be a deterioration of infrastructure. It's good to spend money on brand new infrastructure, but then this infrastructure needs to be maintained. Next, the road traffic management in the agglomeration. Four-track rails, well, this is one of the options, and the requirements may vary from one agglomeration to another. We should stay flexible. In terms of railway traffic, well, the long-distance traffic between agglomerations will keep its potential. For the regional traffic, well, the time will tell. Our experience shows that this potential may decrease, and I think that would be the last point. Thank you. It's hard to repeat what has already been said. I think that the strong orientation on a railway needs to be kept, and together with the financing and the modeling of the traffic. The new modeling of the traffic will help the railways to follow the priorities. The network should be expanded, the speed should increase, high-speed railways, order networks, and better processing and servicing for cargo transport, the shunts, cargo terminals, and infrastructure fares which are competitive on the market. Minister, will you be short? Yes. So short. The same question. Let me just add, without repeating, a lot of elements have already been mentioned. All the elements converge and are behind the key parameter, that is the safety. Each new or upgraded kilometer needs to meet the highest safety standards and, as a result, the highest maintenance standard. The maintenance systems need to support people, people on shift in all the railway stuff. With that, the service could be really smooth, and the passenger, instead of thinking about safety, can simply read the book or listen to the music or watch the TV for those who are TV lovers. Instead of thinking whether the travel is safe. This travel should be safe, convenient, swift and on time. Well, this is the wish from all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, let me end this panel. Some quite interesting topics have been raised, but the time is tight. Our panelists, thank you very much, gentlemen, for the participation in this panel, the Polish Railways in the stage of the great transition, successes and plans for the future. Thank you very much.
Teraz przed nami przerwa kawowa,
now we
na
have
którą
a coffee
mamy
break.
20 minut, już patrzę,
It's
która
a
jest godzina,
20-minute coffee break.
Poza 21 mamy
We
czas,
meet at
spotykamy się za 20 minut.
20 before 1. So let's meet again in 20 minutes.
Drodzy Państwo, zapraszamy do
Ladies and
zajmowania
gentlemen,
miejsc.
please take your seats.
To już koniec przerwy, będziemy za chwilkę
This
zaczynać.
is the end of the
Kolejny
break.
panel.
We will be starting shortly with our next panel.
Zapraszamy do zajmowania miejsc, drodzy Państwo.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats.
To już koniec przerwy.
This is the end of the coffee break.
Za chwilę kolejny panel.
In a moment, we will open our next panel.
Będziemy rozmawiać o Krajowym Programie
We
Kolejowym i
will be
Centralnym Porcie
discussing the National
Komunikacyjnym.
Rail
Szkoda byłoby
Program and
przegapić
the
taką dyskusję.
Solidarity Transport Hub. It would be a shame to miss this discussion.
Drodzy Państwo,
Ladies and
witamy
gentlemen,
się po przerwie, a przed nami
welcome
kolejny
after the
panel.
break. We're opening our next panel.
Czas na kolejny panel.
It's time for the next panel.
A poprowadzi go pan Marcin
It will be
Piasecki z redakcji
moderated by Mr.
Rzeczpospolitej.
Marcin
Zapraszam na
Piasecki
scenę,
from
panie
the
redaktorze.
Rzeczpospolita editorial office. Please join me on stage, Mr. Piasecki.
Bardzo dziękuję. Drodzy Państwo,
Thank you
tak
so
jest.
much,
Krajowy
ladies
Program
and gentlemen.
Kolejowy
Yes,
i
this is what we're
Centralny
talking
Port
about, the National Rail
Komunikacyjny.
Program and the
Obszary
Solidarity
współpracy.
Transportation
To temat
Hub,
naszego
areas
panelu.
of
O tym
cooperation.
będziemy
That's
rozmawiać
the
przez
title
najbliższych
of our
kilkadziesiąt
panel. That's what
minut.
we'll be discussing
Zauważyłem, że
over the
temat
next
ten
dozens of
budzi
minutes.
pewne
And
emocje.
I've seen that this
Podczas panelu
topic is
spróbujemy
very hotly
rozwikłać
debated
dlaczego.
in the
Znakomitym
in informal
zresztą
conversation. So
gronie.
we will try to
Drodzy
resolve
Państwo,
all the
moimi
issues. We
gośćmi
have some
będą
great
pan
guests.
Andrzej Bittel,
We have
sekretarz
Mr.
stanu
Andrzej
pełnomocnik rządu
Bittel,
do spraw
Secretary of
przeciwdziałania
State,
wykluczeniu
Government Plenipotentiary for
Ministerstwo
Preventing Transportation Exclusion at the Ministry of Infrastructure.
Moim gościem będzie również pan Arnold Bresz.
We also have Mr. Arnold Brech with us, a member of the management board of PKP, Polskie Linie Kolejowe.
Uczestnikiem panelu będzie również pan Adrian Furgalski, prezes zarządu
We have
zespołu
Mr.
doradców
Adrian
gospodarczych
Furgalski,
TOR.
president of the management board of the TOR advisory group.
Państwa i moim gościem będzie również pan Konrad Tuliński, wiceprezes
Konrad
zarządu
Tuliński,
Torpol SA.
Vice
Zapraszam, witamy.
President of the Management Board of Torpol SA.
Uczestnikiem panelu będzie również pan Mikołaj Wild, prezes zarządu
Mikołaj
Centralny
Wilk,
Port Komunikacyjny.
the
Zapraszam, panie prezesie.
president of the management board of the Solidarity Transportation Hub, is also our speaker on this panel.
Drodzy państwo, drodzy panowie,
Ladies
temat
and
duży,
gentlemen, dear gentlemen,
emocjonujący,
this
a
is
mamy
a
tylko
big topic
51
and a
minut,
hotly
dlatego
debated
już
one,
na
and we
samym
only have
początku chciałbym
51 minutes.
panów o pewną
Let's kick off
zwięzłość
with
wypowiedzi.
asking for
Panie
being
ministrze, zwracam się
concise
do pana
in your
ministra
interventions.
Bittera. Panie ministrze, mieliśmy okazję,
Secretary of
niestety,
State,
ja miałem
Mr.
okazję
Bitter,
prowadzić
I've had
panele
the
różne z
opportunity
pana udziałem.
to moderate
I
different
teraz
panels
jest-
on
będzie to
which
pierwszy
you were
panel, tak się
present.
umówmy,
This is the
kiedy,
first
nie
panel
zabierze pan głosu jako
where
pierwszy.
you will not be
Dobrze?
the first to speak. Can we agree on that? Yes, with great
Okej,
pleasure.
to w takim razie zarysujmy to pole.
Thank you.
O
So
czym my w
let's
ogóle rozmawiamy?
outline
Może dla
the
tych, którzy
scope
są
of our
mniej
discussion. What are we talking about?
zorientowani, którzy
Let's
są
tell those who are
mniej
not so
w
well
temacie.
versed
Jak
in
to wygląda?
the
Kto
railway
będzie,
issues.
budował połączenia
Who
Centralnego
will
Portu
build
Komunikacyjnego
the links
z
with
resztą
the Solidarity
Polski?
Transportation
Co będzie
Hub with the
należało
rest
do,
of Poland?
CPK? Co będzie
What will
należało
belong
do
to
PLK?
Solidarity
Panie
Hub?
prezesie,
What
zwracam
will
się do pana
belong to
prezesa Brescia.
PLK?
Co będzie
President
należało do
Bresch,
PLK,
could
bo
you
być może to jest mniej
tell us
oczywiste i mniej
what will be the
istnieje w
property
przestrzeni
of
publicznej.
PLK? Maybe that is not so well known in the public domain. Thank you very much. I was waiting for this introduction because we like our job very much, so that we have a lot of positive emotions accompanying us in our work. We're not talking about the future, we're talking about the project which is already underway. We have divided the scope of tasks between the Solidarity Transportation Hub target company and PLK. We are focused on the railway component of this project. So we will be looking at this hub and spoke model, which is in operation, and we will be the spokes in this structure. After the decision was taken, we adjusted the projects outlined in the National Railway Program to the task which both companies are to implement. So we have adjusted the national programs and 700 kilometers of the infrastructure, which will be the spokes of the Solidarity Transportation Hub, and is already being implemented, or we've started work on the program. Another 1,000 kilometers will be finished by 2030, and that will be the first element waiting for the new airport. That will be the hub of this new system. We are working on design documentation. We are waiting for implementing new projects which will be the spokes of this model. We are implementing them independently of the investment projects of the Solidarity Transportation Hub. And there are many points of convergence where we have to coordinate our actions so we don't duplicate our work or we don't have solutions which are conflicting with each other. In which we have a cross-city tunnel that is being built at the moment. I think that's the most advanced project because this is already about what is happening on the construction site. We are at different stages of our investment processes, and that's the problem. We already selected a contractor under the public procurement procedure, and then we started discussing how to coordinate the solutions to optimize the technological parameters, but also to reduce the negative impact on the city of Łódź, so that after the investment project we complete and the Solidarity Transportation Hub, so CSH, will come in and will have to follow up on what we've done. A part of the work performed by our contractor will also be funded by STH. So that the contractor prepares the construction site and the performed work to be integrated with what STH is planning on doing. This requires cooperation, looking for a joint solution, and I will speak more about this in the next part. And now the Solidarity Transportation Hub and its representative. Right, so this has already been presented, actually. Thank you very much for inviting us to this panel and to this conference. Thank you for this lovely logo of the panel, where we can see the design of the terminal. We can see the stability element of the plane. 6 platforms. That corresponds to Western Warsaw railway station, just to show you the scale that we're planning. This is a plan to implement a high-speed railway system. As concerns the division of tasks, I think it's very clear. Wherever we had any confusion, then we cleared that up. Thanks to the personal involvement of Minister Bittel. This always happens when there are certain doubts as to the division of competencies, but we complement each other. PKP, PLK is modernizing existing infrastructure, while STH introduces a new transportation system, including a high-speed railway system. We construct new railway lines and also upgrade the existing ones. STH has been equipped by the legislator with certain coordinating powers in regard to the investors who are investing in the new transportation system. And these coordinating powers are not necessary are not really necessary, because we have great cooperation and we don't need them. Well, this sounds great, but will this work, Mr. Minister? In the past, it turned out that coordinating different projects, investments, well, that worked out in very different ways, also in terms of railways. We can expand on this and say that every human being happened to coordinate their plans and end up with nothing. That's just a rule of life. But in this case, we have to draw conclusions, and we've done that. From the very moment that the STH company was created and has embarked on its activity as outlined in its founding documents, we've had the first coordination meeting in Józefów at the office of the General Directorate for Motorways and Highways. So 2 companies met to set out the basic rules for cooperation. I believe that this process of coordination is running very well, though there are different perspectives, different opinions. And as a result, we need to closely monitor this process, and that's my role as the Minister of Infrastructure. It's the role of Marcin Chorała, who is the plenipotentiary of the government for the Solidarity Transportation Hub. And we're fulfilling our role as best we can.
Sprawy się toczą.
And
Reszta jest
things
w
are on
ręce
the right track,
zarządów spółek
so to say.
i firm działających
The
na
rest
zlecenie i te działania
is the
są
work of the
podejmowane.
managers of railway and
Współpraca
SDH
PK,
companies. The
wydaje się,
SDH company
opracowuje
is
niezbędne
dynamically
dokumenty,
working on the necessary
które dla
documentation.
hobbyistów są niezwykle istotne, a z punktu widzenia
Hobbyists find them
czasami
very
oglądu
important,
publicznego, nie wnoszą niczego
while
w ich
the
życie,
general
tylko,
public sometimes think they're not introducing anything
segregatory czy
new
kartony
to their
dokumentacji
life,
nie wnoszą w życie.
because lots of files
Pane
generally
redaktorze, życie nie
don't
wniosło zbyt wiele, moje
introduce
również,
much change
choć
into
zawodowo
our
się
lives, into
okazuje, że one są
the life of
z
our
różnych
moderator
względów
or my
konieczne
own.
i
But
warto
these are
to
necessary.
podkreślać, bo
They lay the
ten
groundwork
moment, w którym
for
inwestycja
future
jest
development.
przygotowywana w zaciszu gabinetów, ale
When
przecież nie
an
tylko,
investment
bo
is
trzeba
prepared in
robić
offices,
inwentaryzację środowiskową i
we have to do a lot of work. We have to take stock of the
różne
existing
rzeczy,
infrastructure.
żeby
We
dojść
have
do
to
etapu,
perform many tasks
który, można
to reach
powiedzieć,
the
jest
stage
ogłoszony przetarg,
when we can
jest
announce a
przygotowana
public
dokumentacja,
procedure, a
ogłoszony
tender,
przetarg,
where we can
i
publish the
to
prepared
zaczyna wyglądać
documentation.
na inwestycje
And
w tym
that's
rozumieniu takiego
when
potoczne,
the public sees this
PKP
as an
PLK ma
investment.
tutaj lepiej, bo
PKP PLK has a slightly better position here. The plans had been prepared before and now they adjusted them to fulfill the needs
sieci CPK.
resulting from the
Działania
necessity
są
to build the
realizowane.
STH network. They're implementing their
tylko i
projects
wyłącznie dobrej
and
myśli
activities.
w sprawie realizacji
I
tych
believe
wspólnych
the
przedsięwzięć,
implementation
bo ja je
of this
traktuję jako
joint
wspólne,
undertaking
ponieważ docelowo
will
system
go well.
kolejowy, który będzie wybudowany, będzie zarządzany przez PKP
Railway
Polskie
system
Kolejowe.
will be managed by PKP PLK. It would be a difficult situation if we had many IMs governing one network. So that's the final scenario we foresee here. That's why we need this cooperation.
Przejęcie wybudowanej
Is
infrastruktury,
the takeover of
wpięcie jej w system
constructed
istniejący,
infrastructure and
spowodowanie,
embedding
że
it
to
into an existing system
kolejowo będzie działać prawidłowo,
and ensuring that it will run smoothly requires
dwóch podmiotów,
cooperation between
i trudno sobie
these
wyobrazić,
two
że mogłoby
entities.
być inaczej. Jeśli
And
ktoś
we
uważa,
wouldn't
że
have it
tej
any
współpracy nie
other
powinno być,
way.
to
If anyone
uważa, że
thinks
należy
this
jej,
cooperation is
prowadzić,
unnecessary,
to powinien poszukać sobie jakiegoś innego
they
zajęcia.
should
Taka jest moja
take
ocena.
up some
Na szczęście,
different
nie
activity in a
dostrzegam
different
wiele
field.
elementów,
That's my opinion, but we
Bardzo
don't
dziękuję,
see
panie
such
ministrze.
opinions at the
Pan Adrian
moment.
Furgalski, panie prezesie, czy również
Thank
pan
you,
jest
Minister.
przepełniony
Now we move on
optymizmem,
to
optymistycznym spojrzeniem
Adrian
na
Forgalski. Are you filled with optimism for the future? Well, I have to be optimistic. I'm a hobbyist as well. And let me analyze some specific documents. The first reading of the National Railway Program until 2030. Substantive comment only will be made as promised, and some common vision, I believe, is missing. We have the Railway Plus program targeted at the transport exclusion. Next, we have the National Railway Program, and there is no shared document. We would like to have at least a shared joint map to integrate as well the STH. Our cooperation is necessary. We believe that the high-speed connections will not be isolated from the rest of the network. The trains from the conventional network will move on to the high-speed one and vice versa. That is why it's so necessary to partner. We see it, as said by Arnold, in Łódź, and we see it in the construction project at the Warsaw Western Railway Station, close to the high-speed line, future high-speed line, and the line to the airport. The STH will cover only 9% of the whole railroad, and some spokes require caution. We need to take into account lessons, European lessons, especially those regarding passenger flows. The Polish Academy of Science has expressed some reservations concerning the polycentric development of the country. The high-speed connections are indeed important for the in infrastructure management. This will increase the capacity at the regional and agglomeration levels, and in cargo transport. Cargo transport still suffering comparing to the recovering passenger transport. Once the high-speed links are built, there will be one infrastructure manager in charge of the management of the network as a whole. And for that, we have yet another document, the maintenance program. Here we also need to make some comments. First of all, the maintenance is not always fully appreciated as a component of the program. So instead of maintaining, we would, at least under the document, it's preferred to do the upgrading. I think this should be more defined and aligned. Then comes the timetable and the interdependencies between specific trains. We need to add to that the market of constructors and subcontractors. Some years ago, the head of the General Road Directorate proposed to combine the potential. For obvious reasons, that is the inefficient funding, the railway market has been in a way suffering, and some new funding will now become available from the European Union. But for the last 2 years, the work simply stopped, were suspended. And we don't know whether we will not have the shortage of employees with rail and road projects, important rail and road projects implemented at the higher speed, plus the STH. So the market potential may not be sufficient in terms of human resources, in terms of equipment, and there may be some clashes between specific projects. Every year, we have a lot of issues with the supply of materials, and major challenges in supplying such materials as sand or other ones. We are talking about the railway component of the STH. And that is why we need to consider carefully spokes, every spoke of the model, and they need to be designed based on the analysis of the passenger flows. Well, the contractors and their potentials, you've mentioned that, because we are going to come back to the financing afterwards. Dear CEO, as far as I see, there will be a peak in demand once this SATH project is launched. So we are really skyrocketing in terms of demand. Yes. Well, are we going to have the potential? Well, we'll see. Let's start with the situation right now and the issues at hand. Well, it's definitely worth talking about the future, but for now, the potential exists, but the tenders
budowlane do tych przetargów stają, składają
are
oferty
opened,
i nie ma chyba w tej
construction
chwili, przynajmniej na
companies
dziś,
make
takiej
their bids,
sytuacji, żeby
and
jakieś przetargi były, gdzie nie ma ofert. Do
there
tego
are
stopnia
no
rynek jest wygłodniały,
tenders
że nawet już na niektóre
without
bardzo
any
małe
bids.
przetargi duże
Actually,
firmy startują z kilka, kilkanaście ofert.
companies would make like a dozen of bids in several tenders because they don't have jobs for now. So the potential exists and the investment projects are still implemented. Some achievements have been mentioned today, and these achievements were made also with the hands of our potential, the contractor potential. You know all the figures, the kilometers built, and it was not done like, you know, it's always with our hands. Plus, we have some major issues. COVID pandemic, war in Ukraine, these are the major challenges causing some disturbances. Unjustified increases in prices of some materials, for instance steel, even before the war in Ukraine started. For now, the construction industry handles those issues quite well. But for now, we need to have more precision about the investments planned. The ambitions are high, but we need some more details concerning the financing and the implementation stages. But believe me, I would like to have the excess of work. Really. So you are not afraid. You do not believe that there will be the shortage of potential contractors' potential once the STH project is launched. Well, let me refer to the previous speakers. We analyzed the market potential in 2017 to know whether there is a balance or no. Our assumption was 11 billion worked on the active track. The potential of the market, the potential of contractors, and the potential of construction sites. And the construction sites need to operate also with active tracks along the way. It's true that the market is hungry, athirst, and we are still at the peak, but we have had no such construction programs as the one we have right now. We have extended some deadlines until 2024. There was a COVID pandemic, and next the Russian aggression against Ukraine. So there were some issues, and if not for these issues, these projects would have been completed by 2023. And 60 billion zlotys, that would be the final amount if the first planned project had been implemented. Right now, the STH would be a sort of a brand new project with new traces, with new spokes, so a brand new investment, easier to implement and to build. You've also mentioned maintenance. After the spokes are built, we will build up the potential of our subsidiaries within the PKP group. We right now are developing their capacities in order for them to be able to maintain high-speed lines as well.
Ja tutaj nie miałem wątpliwości, że rynek da
Without
radę.
doubt,
Chodzi o coś innego.
the
O to,
market
żeby
will
rynek
manage,
wiedział, co w jakich
but the
latach
market
poczeka,
needs to
jakie
know
ilości
what
śrubów
will
się
happen
doprowadzi,
when,
żeby też
what are
była
the
taka
volumes and what are the
50%
requirements.
bariera, że to się wydarzy, bo
With
też żebyśmy mieli
150%
działkę,
faith
jesteśmy w dołku.
that
Jak
we will
będzie ten
meet
rynek
the
falował,
timeline
no to nam
without
nie
any
pójdzie.
specific
Wiedzieć dokładnie, kiedy
disruptions.
ruszamy,
So
jest
the
to
market
wszystko
needs to
leci na
know
etapie.
when
Oczywiście, że
everything
rynek się
will
do
start
tego,
and if the
przygotuje.
financing is there.
Miałem o tym
And
wiele,
then
dlatego
the
mi
market
brakowało
will
przede wszystkim w
simply
pierwszym panelu.
prepare.
Przepraszam, żeśmy
And
większość
there was
czasu
one
przepalili na to,
element
że będzie jeden wątek.
missing in the first panel. The discussion was about whether we should have one or two holdings and who will buy what, but we did not define the timeline, the dates, the deadlines. I know it's not easy to combine everything. The Polish waterways, the energy group, railroads and roads. At some point we had an initiative made by subcontractor companies to make such a combination, but the project did not fly off. So, what is your situation? What are your plans in terms of contracting and subcontracting? Do you have any specific ideas? How are you going to hire the companies in order to avoid the hassles and even the excessive availability of resources? We know from the past that the peak, a lot of hassles emerged. And what would be the model of financing of the railway component? The STH railway component. Let me start with the contractors. We've had the majority shareholding of one of the railway contractors, main railway contractors, present at this conference. And the shareholding was acquired, but not to avoid or bypass any public procurement requirements. So why? Why did you do this acquisition?
Postaram się w sposób skrótowy przedstawić parę kluczowych powodów.
There are some key reasons. Let me explain. First of all,
pomimo
despite
tego, że rzeczywiście inwestycje kolejowe
the fact
idą,
that
znaczy jeżeli chodzi o
railway
skalę
investments
planów, to rzeczywiście to jest poziom
are planned at a large scale, unprecedented scale for Poland.
Jesteśmy przekonani,
we believe that
potrzebujemy też po stronie
also need
mieć silnych graczy, którzy mocno inwestują w zwiększenie
contractors who will invest in their productivity. And we have Torpol,
jedna, może dwie firmy, które mogą sobie pozwolić na
and
takie,
there are two more contractors that are right now able to do such investments in productivity. We want the contractors to be truly fully fledged, to be really able to run sophisticated, highly performing projects. It's not wonder that our contractors wonder what the implementation model would be, and that sometimes it's surprising. Right now, as part of the STH, we have the framework agreement model, some framework agreement model. This is a gauge of our trust. We want to build the model on the trust, and we got the bids, and the bids were, according to us, rather far from market reality. And I believe that the investment in trust and trust building should be made on both sides, by both sides. These are large-scale construction projects, and for that we need some novel financial instruments not yet tested on the Polish public investment market. And these new novel financing instruments require that
będzie inwestował w to zaufanie.
our partner on the other side of the table invests equally in the trust. You know, the rule says trust but check. That is why we vet the contractors against the abuse of our trust.
And the third point,
Takie firmy jak Torpol
we are certain that companies like Torpol,
są w stanie nie tylko
by expanding their potential,
wyczyszczenie backlogu,
can survive clearing up their backlog. That's what happened in the very recent past. They cleared up their whole backlog of contracted activities, and they can use their whole potential and become and export goods for Poland. That's what happened in the case of Torpol. To sum up, it's not our intention to bypass public procurement. It's not our intention to give Torpol any preferential conditions in the contracting procedure. We want a better company that improves year on year and is a more and more effective and reliable partner for us for the Solidarity Transportation Hub. Thank you very much, Mr. President, but could you please touch upon financing and discuss this issue? As concerns financing and also prioritizing our investments. In public investment, we assume that the legislator is acting reasonably and that there is a limit on public investment that the state budgets can carry. So just like PLK, we adopt the same assumptions and we base our financing models on the same foundations. We understand that the government priorities, the government performs its prioritizing procedure at its level. We can present arguments, but the government takes the decisions. It's no secret that the investment in STH, the public and systemic investments, should be at the top of the public spending agenda. At the same time, it's the decision of the owner. And luckily, in this case, PKP, PLK, Polish Waterways and the General Directorate for Roads and Highways, it's the same owner in each and every case. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And now over to the Minister. Could you please elaborate on the issue of funding? Because I believe President Wild did not provide all the details. I think that the President said as much as he thinks he can say at this point. It is obvious at the moment that we have the National Rail Programme lined up until 2030, and that under this program, SDH has specific tasks to perform. We also have specific state tasks, 10T, completing initiated investments and making sure that they are fully operational. And we have a twin program to STH, and that program is also being developed. There are no doubts about that. And the cooperation we have and which we are working on regularly is aimed at creating two coherent programs. If the biggest problem is that we don't have a map in the National Railway Programme, then, Adrian, you are an optimist. That goes beyond any doubt.
zagadnień do KPK nie będzie dużo.
I think that there won't be many queries and opinions expressed about the National Rail Program. I think that's because of the logic of the document.
Mapę infrastruktury kolejowej w perspektywie roku 2030-2032 to my oczywiście mamy.
Of course, we have a general map of the railway infrastructure that will be implemented under the National Rail Plan 2030-2032, and we have one for STH as well, because that's the basis for any joint efforts. We agree, we look at the points of convergence, we divide the tasks that are to be implemented. The National Rail Plan has been put on the table. It is subject to public consultations. The same goes for the maintenance program. If we need to invest in maintaining existing infrastructure, then we will introduce corrections to that program. That's obvious too. It's not possible, at least I believe so, it's not possible to combine everything in one document. It's not possible to combine so many functions. Otherwise, the document would not be reader-friendly. It would be understandable only to railway buffs. And we want this document to be understandable to everyone, to show the future of railway in Poland. And I think the industry uses these documents, the National Rail Program, the maintenance program, the program for new train stops, can understand these documents and make good use of them. So making this coherent at the level of the ministry is quite an interesting operation. I believe that it replaces the actions of the rail sector, and the transport sector sometimes knows more about the inner workings of the industry than the ministry. Hence, there are no surprises here. I think that there will be no problem in providing crushed stone or gravel to any construction site, because the industry, the IM, and the suppliers of crushed stone will deal with this situation effectively. I don't think this will be a problem. Of course, we have to calculate everything accurately. The General Directorate for Roads and Highways and PLK, they're already doing this. This is happening. Mr. Adrian Furgalski, would you like to comment? No, because if we start discussing maps, we will never stop. We have just over 15 minutes and 3 issues to cover. 3 important issues and not much time left. Back to the Minister then. Could you please tell us about a very future-oriented concept? Who will be the operator of the infrastructure that will be constructed by STH? You mean the manager? Yes, the manager. It is obvious to me that the IM will be PKP PLK. I think that this is not even contested at the moment. It's not a controversial issue for any of the entities in the market. It's difficult to imagine that we wake up in a country where we have a railway, the core railway network, and 2 managers, 2 IMs. So this is beyond any doubts. That's my short answer to this question. President Wild, do you have any doubts here? No, of course not. This was clear from the very outset that PKP PLK should serve as infrastructure manager. At the same time, we're aware that the organization of the high-speed rail system of regular timetables and all the other tasks that we have to implement and are entrusted to us by the state mean that we have a lot of work ahead of us, and we have to cooperate with PKP, PLK on that. Right, so this is clear. President Wild will construct, and PKP, PLK will take over the infrastructure and manage it. And now, President Breszak, when you become the manager of all those spokes, will there be a problem with what has already been discussed on the previous panel, that is the power supply? Will you have enough energy? Will you have the energy? Where will you take it from? And what kind of power supply, or what kind of power supply should it be? In the introduction to our discussion, in the introductory remarks of our speakers, I think it was clearly outlined that we want a 25 kV system, and it will be adjusted to the STH design. The first line, where we are designing a new power supply line, is a section of Rail Baltica in the direction of Lithuania, and we're coordinating our efforts with the Lithuanian side. In this new power supply, we want this, we want our rolling stock to enter Poland and to use this new 25 kV power supply line. I'm sorry, I missed out on the second part of the question. So where will you take the energy from? Will there be a source of energy for you to use? That's a problem that goes beyond our remit. It's not something rail companies can deal with. In fact, we have areas in Poland where we do not have sufficient energy, and prolonged terms for implementing energy connection agreements. And such questions are asked. We are dealing with such questions at different decision-making levels. We are thinking of how to avoid problems with insufficient energy resources. So it's not just about managing the energy we have, it's also about deliveries which go beyond our scope of competences, and this will have to be resolved in other companies.
CEO Tuliński. What do you think about power supply? Don't you see any energy risks, energy-related risks? Well, it's right that you ask the question. I assess the risk as high, from 12,000 to 14,000. That was the aim announced by CEO. 25 kV of the alternating current and the power supply to the Solidarity Transportation Hub, 25 kV of the AC. So it's ambitious. For everybody, the railway means tracks, road, traffic management, rolling stock, and the power supply. Well, there are traction stations located, substations located at specific distances and intervals, and nobody thinks about it. And I believe this is an important concern. The CEO mentioned some difficulties in concluding connection agreements. Indeed, and technically speaking,
mówi się o kolei elektrycznej jako ekologicznej, to fajnie, natomiast kolej oddziałuje na system elektroenergetyczny dosyć negatywnie do stałego czy prądu przemiennego. Nie chcę, żeby
however, any railway, whether powered with alternating current or direct current, will have a major impact on the energy system with a lot of power reserves in the system. Direct current, well, there will be disturbances in alternating current
w systemie 25 kV
there
przyjemnego. To jest odbiór
will
jednofazowy, niesymetryczny.
be asymmetric disturbances.
Inżynierowie sobie z tym
The
poradzą. Wiadomo,
engineers
co trzeba
are able
zrobić,
to
bo w prądzie stałym,
manage
no to
that.
kolej stoi na prądzie stałym się
For
od
direct
80 ponad
current,
lat, więc
well,
tutaj
for
dyskusji
80
technicznej nie ma.
years,
Co do
the
prądu
railways have
przemiennego,
been
no on
powered with
funkcjonuje w
direct
innych krajach,
current,
to nie jest
and
jakaś wiedza
the
tajemna,
issues are well
i
known.
to da się
For
zrobić.
alternating current,
Przeciwdziałać tym problemom, o
it's
którym mówię,
feasible,
to
and there
inżynierowie
are
umieją.
already solutions
Przypomnę,
existing
niedawno
in
była
a
taka
number
bardzo
of
ciekawa
countries, and
konferencja,
engineers
kilometr
know
stąd,
the
przy
solutions.
ulicy Czackiego,
At
siedzibie Naczelnej
Czacki
Organizacji
Street,
Technicznej.
at the
Zresztą licznie brał
National
udział przedstawiciele
Technology
i Centralnego Portu
Organization,
Komunikacyjnego,
a conference
i
was
Polskich,
held
Linii, Kolejowych,
1
i PKP
month
energetyki, i biur
ago
projektowych, i
with
firm
all
wykonawczych.
the
Bardzo dużo
stakeholders,
ciekawych referatów, bardzo
including
dużo
from the railway
ciekawych
industry,
dyskusji, więc
with a
wiadomo,
lot
od
of
strony
discussions,
technicznej,
a
trzeba
lot
robić.
of workshops, and technically
Natomiast
speaking, we
ja,
know
chociaż
what to do
jestem
to
elektrykiem,
avoid
ale
such
chcę powiedzieć o kilku
disturbances.
zagadnieniach
Myself, I'm
nieelektrycznych związanych
an
z tym.
electrician,
Po pierwsze,
but I
to, co
see,
wspomniał pan
apart
prezes
from
Bresz,
electricity and
silne
power supply,
uzależnienie
some
od
other
podmiotów,
issues.
nazwijmy
First,
to
the
niekolejowych,
strong
operatorów systemu
interdependence
dystrybucyjnego,
or
czyli po
dependence
staremu nazywanych
on
zakładów
the
energetycznych,
operators,
i od operatora
so
systemu
the
przesyłowego, czyli
energy
polskiej sieci energetycznej.
producers and
Bez
from
dużych
the
inwestycji
energy
po stronie
distributor.
tychże podmiotów
These
to się
two
zrobić nie da.
operators, these two
A to są inwestycje
entities
długotrwałe.
need to
Te firmy
do
muszą mieć
some
podpisane, muszą
large
mieć
scale
zarezerwowane
and
środki
long
inwestycyjne.
term investment.
To
So
musi
the
być
funding
wpisane do
needs
planu
to be
rozwoju. Plany
found.
rozwoju tych firm są
The
uzgadniane przez
investment
prezesa
plan
Urzędu Regulacji
needs
Energetyki
to
po to,
be
żeby można było
defined,
później
and the plans are approved by the head of the National
wpisania tego,
Energy
przełożenia tego
Regulatory
na taryfę,
Office,
na dystrybucję energii
because this
elektrycznej.
will
To jest sprawa
have the
pierwsza.
impact on
Czyli
energy
silne uzależnienie od
prices.
innych podmiotów.
So a strong
I ten dialog
dependence on
powinien
other
się
entities.
odbywać.
And I believe that this
No, nie mi tu
investment
przesądzać
dialogue
między kim a
should
kim,
take
między
place,
zamawiającymi rzecz
well,
jasna,
between
i przyszłymi zarządcami
those
infrastruktury,
who
tymi,
are the contracting
przedsiębiorstwami
authority
energetycznymi. Druga
and
sprawa
those
to są
who will
pieniądze.
sell the
No bo
energy.
pieniądze, rzecz jasna, na
And apart
inwestycje, na
from the
wybudowanie sieci,
dependence,
kabli
I
zasilaczy,
see
podstacji
some
trakcyjnych, linii
financial
zasilających,
issues.
ale też
Well, the
pamiętajmy, że
investments
sporą część
need to be
stanowi
done in
opłata przyłączeniowa. Ta opłata
substations,
przyłączeniowa,
in
czy to
the
jest
energy
zasilanie na
rates and
napięciu
so on
średnim,
and
czy
so
na
forth.
napięciu wysokim.
And
Jest zasilania podstawowe
next, you
uzależnione.
have to
Już
do
kończę,
the connections.
tak, wiem.
Yeah, I know, I have to
Chcę, żeby to
finish.
wybrzmiało.
I just
To
want
są
to
po rzeczywistych
highlight
kosztach
these
przyłączenia
facts.
liczone. 25% dla zasileń podstawowych,
25%
dla rezowych. Następna rzecz,
for
czas.
basic connection and
Często
100%
pojawia
for
się
backup connection.
Coś takiego,
Then
bo
you have
plany
time.
elektryfikacji nie są
So
nawet
the electrification
na
plans
polskich liniach kolejowych, na przetargach, na powiedzmy tam liniach takich, nazwijmy to,
are now
lokalnych, elektryfikacyjne.
implemented for a number of
realizacji
lines, including
tego
local
przyłączenia przez przedsiębiorstwa
lines.
energetyczne,
And
wiadomo, że znacznie
because there is
wykraczają
a
poza
number
czas
of
realizacji zadania
electrification
inwestycyjnego przez
projects,
zamawiającego.
the connection companies,
się
those
I
who are
ostatnia
going
rzecz,
to
to
actually
współpraca na szczeblu
perform the
właśnie,
connections
zamawiający i
are not
przedsiębiorstwa energetyczne.
always
Nie da się wszystkiego
able
scedować na
to
wykonawcę. Od
do
razu to mówię.
these
Można oczywiście w
contracts
przetargu sobie napisać
on
wiele rzeczy,
time.
można
And
wykonawcę wyposażyć w
you
stosowne
cannot
pełnomocnictwa.
delegate
Natomiast pewne rzeczy są nie do
everything
załatwienia,
on the
bo
contractors
kwestia
and
uzyskania tytułu
subcontractors.
prawnego do obiektu. Mówię, to jest coś
Legal
innego niż
titles
dysponowania
to
gruntem
the
na cele
facility.
budowlane. Bo pewne służebności trzeba ustalić,
Some
tego wykonawca nie
encumbrances that need to
Negocjacje
be
umowy
established,
przyłączeniowej,
the negotiations
zapisy
of
oprócz
the
tego, jaka moc,
connection
jakie pieniądze, to tam
agreement
jest
with the
szereg rzeczy. I
power, the
ostatnia rzecz,
money,
wynikają też
and
z pewne zobowiązania na
some
przyszłość, co do zawarcia umowy
obligations
na
for the
dystrybucję
future,
energii lub umowy kompleksowej na
energy
dystrybucję
distribution
i obrót energią, więc tego na wykonawcę się,
contracts or the
scedować nie da. Przepraszam
energy
za taki
trade
długi wywód,
contracts.
ale no to jest rzecz
These
bardzo, bardzo
four
ważna.
issues need to be handled by the contracting authority, not the contractor himself. Well, we are not building a fictitious reality. We do
dziesiątki osób, które realizują
conclude
wiedzą,
connection agreements,
nie było jeszcze sytuacji, że
grid
czekaliśmy,
connection
właśnie mamy
agreements,
jedną, to jest linia numer 8.
and the
że,
line number 8 was problematic indeed.
Przyszłościowy problem,
But
który
don't forget, there are issues right now and there are issues for future electrification. Until now, in our investment process, we had only some one-off issues concerning the construction and connection of some traction substations on line 8. For now, this is not a major concern. The PKP Energy did the connections before, and before the property restructuring, our management board decided to build the traction substations under the public procurement agreement, so the model was different. But after the acquisition of the PKP Energy, we decided that the entity will do the connection. That was a strategic decision, and the model was not good for us initially, but despite of that, all power supply contracts were implemented smoothly. We have little time, so I move on to Adrian Forgalski. What are the major risks for the projects discussed during the panel? I actually overlooked one issue. It's about financing. The high-speed rail is not a major European success. Some years ago, the European Court of Auditors audited 5,000 kilometers of rails and said the situation was bad. However, another institution, European institutions, provided money for such high-speed rail projects.
Ja nie mówię o momencie, kiedy jeszcze ta budowa się nie zaczęła, ale od momentu tej wbicia łopaty.
Once you start the construction,
w połowie przekroczono termin realizacji. Ale
you have a budget, and the audit showed that almost half of those projects have not used the full potential. And our hub signed the agreement with Spanish partners, and I do hope that Spanish colleagues will teach us how to use Polish potential. I mean the companies established in Poland which pay taxes here. But, you know, Spaniards were not that successful in building high-speed rails. And we don't know what will be the actual costs of air and rail components of the STH. But the line between Warsaw and Łódź, well, that could be like 30 billion. And you know, some years ago we said that would be the total cost of the full air component. This program,
przeznaczony dla PKP PLK. CEF, no tutaj konkurs
well,
piękności.
Phoenix, it's only for PLK. CEF, well, that's a beauty contest, so we have no chances.
Coś zostanie odrzucone, nie, w drugim naborze.
Well, there will be first call for projects, the second call for projects, and there will be some moves between the projects, whether it's Phoenix or whether it's Solidarity Transportation Hub. So, you know, it's tricky, the financing. We do not know the amount and we do not know what the sources will be. I don't like doing the listings. And of a type, okay, under the previous government, a number of sections have been built. And this is basically this bargaining between political parties, who built what and when, and what were the sections built. But this discussion revolves mainly around the roads. There is no mention of the railway network. And I don't think we should do that, because it will not move us any further. And the program, the national program, is in a way a closing chapter for a period of 30 years of development of the railways of the independent Poland. 650 kilometers of line of high-speed lines running at more than 160 kilometers per hour, plus some other lines. running at more than 40 kilometers per hour. This is not a very positive result.
INECO przy pracach nad standardami kolei dużych prędkości dobrze pokazuje,
Standards
w jaki sposób
for
działamy.
high-speed rails show what we want to achieve. These standards were devised together with the SNCF, the French SNCF, and the Polish Railway Institute. And the objective was to achieve technology neutrality.
Punkt produkcji doprosiliśmy jeszcze do...
We decided to invite to the table the operator of the largest high-speed railroad operator, rather the engineering company from the country with the largest network of high-speed rail, that is France. We do believe in competition, and we do believe that there is a value to the clash of different standards, and by comparing and benchmarking different standards, we will be able to come up with the best solution for our economy. Effectiveness. Here we believe that the competition is a key, and there is no way to escape the liberalization. And actually, why escaping the opening of the railway market brings a better offer, larger offer. That's the experience of a number of countries, even those which had the untapped potential in the use of the infrastructure. They leapfrog actually after the opening of the railway market. And finally, I must say that I believe that we go into the right direction, and that it's not, you know, like some dreamt of connection. No, our model is based on major transportation hub like Warsaw, Krakow, and Wrocław, and we will use the passenger transport model. And with these best passenger transportation models, we will be able to shape the new operation, the new model of operation of the network, and forecast what will happen in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. The last word is yours. We've run out of time, so please be brief. I can see just zeros on the timer, and it's all in red. But I have to react to these interventions. I believe that to evaluate Polish railways, you need to look at what happened. We can't forget who did what, who played what role, who took which actions in the meantime. And we can sum this up by saying that by 2030 we will have 650,000 kilometers of railway lines where trains go faster than 160 kilometers per hour, and that is not enough. And that's a pang of conscience for all of us. And that's true, but some of us should feel worse about their conscience than others. Recent years have certainly shown that those who are constructing this new transportation rail network can feel better about themselves than those who before them and even further back had wasted our potential. So it's difficult to compare directly us 8 years ago to 2030 and what we are planning, and to compare different locations. Still, it's an opportunity for us to avoid a mistake in high-speed railways, mistakes that had been made in other areas. That's an opportunity of some sort for us. In the banking system, we haven't used promissory notes. We introduced bank cards, debit cards, credit cards. Maybe we even have too many bank cards. I won't say who has too many, in my opinion, but let's draw conclusions. And let's look back into our past and be real about what happened. It's a valuable exercise because we can draw valuable conclusions. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. I would like to thank all my speakers. As journalists say, by overusing that expression, this is where we need to place a full stop. So a full stop goes here. Thank you to my speakers, and I would like to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and a round of applause for our panelists. I think they earned them. Thank you.
To był Marcin Piasecki z
That was
Rzeczpospolitej
Marcin
i jego goście,
Piasecki
których
of
mieliście teraz Państwo
Rzeczpospolita
okazję
and his
wysłuchać.
guests,
Otóż
whom you had the
przed nami
opportunity
za
to
chwilę
listen
bez
to.
przerwy, także
And we're not
w
having
miarę
a break
możliwości
now,
proszę o niewychodzenie.
so
Przerwa będzie
please
po tym panelu,
don't
który
leave
będzie
your
w tej
seats, don't
chwili.
leave the room.
Przed
We
nami
will
już za
have a
moment
break
kolejny
after this panel, which we are
Potrzeba
opening right
dostawienia kilku
now.
foteli, bo ten panel będzie
We
jeszcze
need to
bardziej
add a
intensywny
couple
niż
of
zwykle,
chairs
chyba
for our
rekordowy.
panelists. I think this will be
pod
the
tym
most
względem.
intense
A więc przed
panel
nami, drodzy
in terms of the
Państwo,
number
za
of
moment już
speakers.
trzecia
In a moment,
dyskusja
ladies and
panelowa.
gentlemen, we will kick
Będziemy
off with our
rozmawiać o
third panel discussion.
rozkładach
We
jazdy.
will talk about timetables.
Na scenie pojawił się już ostatni fotel, to
We
niechybnie
have
znak,
the
że za
last
moment
chair on stage,
będziemy zaczynać.
which is a signal that we will be starting very briefly.
A więc, drodzy Państwo, panel
Ladies and
rozkład
gentlemen,
jazdy. Jak
this
skutecznie
panel is
organizować ruch kolejowy,
titled
potrzeby a
Timetables,
możliwości.
Effective Organization of Rail Traffic, Needs and Possibilities.
Moderatorem i
The
gospodarzem tego
moderator
panelu
and
będzie
host
Łukasz
of this
Malinowski z
panel
redakcji
is
Rynku
Łukasz
Kolejowego.
Malinowski from the Rynek Kolejowy Editorial Office.
Przekazuję głos.
I hand over to Mr. Malinowski.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa bardzo
Ladies and
serdecznie.
gentlemen,
Od razu
good
zapraszam
afternoon. A
wszystkich,
warm welcome to all of you,
panelistów. Na
and let me
początek
invite
Amber,
all the
prezes zarządu
panelists
Polskiej Kolei,
on
miejskiej.
stage.
Z PKP PLK
First
Grzegorz
off,
Kurdziel,
or
również członek
Grzegorz
zarządu.
Kurdziel, member of the management board of
Trochę zwolnimy
Kolej,
jednak.
Szybka Kolej Miejska. Let me slow down a bit. Maybe that was too fast an introduction.
To proszę zajmować
Please
miejsca.
take your
Zapraszam
seats
jeszcze
on stage.
Jarosława Oniszczuk,
Jarosław
członka zarządu
Oniszczuk,
PKP
member of the
Intercity.
management board of PKP Intercity.
Dołączy do nas także pan Adam Pawlik, prezes
Adam
zarządu
Pawlik,
Polregio.
president
Zapraszam.
of the management board of Polregio.
Mamy również drugiego przedstawiciela zarządcy infrastruktury kolejowej, wiceprezesa zarządu Mirosława Skubiszyńskiego. Zapraszam do nas.
We have Mirosław Skubiszyński, another representative of the rail operator. He is the deputy, the vice president of the management board.
Zapraszam teraz Dariusza Grajdę.
Dariusz Grajda, member of the management board of Koleje Mazowieckie.
Dołączy do nas także Marcin Trela, wiceprezes
Marcin
Urzędu Transportu
Trela,
Kolejowego.
vice
Zapraszam.
president of the management board of Transport Kolejowy. Sorry, of the Railway Transport Office.
I ostatni.
And our last speaker,
I ostatni już członek naszego panelu, Wojciech Zdanowski, wiceprezes
Wojciech
zarządu
Zdanowski,
Kolei
vice president
Dolnośląskich. Zapraszam
of
bardzo tutaj
Koleje
do nas na scenę.
Dolnośląskie. Please join us on stage.
Jak zapewne widać po składzie panelu,
You can
kwestia
see from the
tworzenia rozkładu
composition
jazdy
of
jest dość
our
skomplikowana
panel,
i wymaga
the
zaangażowania
issue of creating
wielu
timetables
podmiotów. Mamy
is
nawet
very
dwóch
complex and we
przedstawicieli
need
zarządcy
to involve a lot
infrastruktury,
of
więc to
entities.
pokazuje
We have two
skalę,
representatives of the rail infrastructure
kaliber tematu, o którym
operators.
będziemy
So this
rozmawiać.
shows
Natomiast
how
mamy
important
mniej
an
niż godzinę
issue
na
this
tą
is,
całą
but we
naszą
have
rozmowę, więc
less
jeszcze
than an
przypominam,
hour for our
wszystkim
conversation.
uczestnikom o tym,
Let
żeby
me remind
odpowiadać
all
w miarę
panelists
zwięźle i mam
to
nadzieję,
be
że
brief
się to
and be
uda.
concise.
Na początek może
I hope
Urząd
we will
Transportu
succeed.
Kolejowego.
I would like to start off with the Office of Railway Transport. Could you give us a brief introduction? Could you just tell us what the process of creating timetables looks like, what the office does, what PLK does, what the carriers do? Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. A very interesting, provocative question to ask the regulator of how the operator should create timetables, but I'm not afraid of difficult questions. So what does the president of the Office of the Railway of Railway Transport does? What do operators do and carriers? So just a bit of an introduction to the Polish system, what we could change, where we see room for improvement. We need to know that in Poland, and not just in Poland, we have an annual timetable. And the question is, should it be that way? Should we have a legislative change? Is that the right solution? Is it perhaps high time to change this? And another issue, going more into the details, now that we have this annual timetable for passenger traffic, or temporary replacement timetable, the situation is worse in freight or cargo transport. Most have individual timetables. I think that together as the rail market, we should go in the direction of changing this, to introduce this mythical annual freight transport timetable. In Poland, we have the Act on Rail Transport, we have the Regulation of 2018, and two important documents, so the network regulations of PKP and PLK. And in Article 11, we have the provisions on how to create timetables. I think that's there are two or just one appendix where we have a special table that you should use. There are deadlines for creating that timetable, and we created 12-15 months before the train timetable enters in the force. It's the second Saturday of December of the previous year. we have these magic deadlines. That's February of March for consultations and coordination. Then we have the summer holidays, and by November we should close the whole process. The applicant, the carrier or the transport organizer submits an application to our office. And recently we have carried out some inspections at the Warsaw Transportation Junction, among others, and now the carrier is responsible for train timelines and for making it possible for carriers to use the available traffic capacity. And this is a legislative requirement. The carrier must have the opportunity to actually use this capacity. So the timetable must be feasible. And that is the role of the IM to coordinate and to consult on this. And of course, we have some collisions here of the needs of carriers and operators. When we have more entities interested, then PKP holds consultations and coordinate with PLK. And our colleagues can tell us what happens after that, what follows from the act on rail transport, what happens if there is no capacity to service all the parties interested. The IM is required to inform all the applicants and the President of the Office of Railway Transport about the lack of such capacity and to open an auction. What does the president of the ORT? He has two roles. One is ex ante, where we look at the documents, we assess the feasibility of a timetable, we look at the transportation links, and we assess whether a given applicant can implement a given timetable. And we put forward suggestions on what could improve the timetable. And if there is a refusal, if there is not enough traffic capacity, if a carrier feels discriminated, they can lodge a complaint with our office against the IM, and the president of the ORT can force a change of this decision on the timetable. So in brief, and ending, I've been speaking for almost 10 minutes, so sorry. So the IM is responsible for the timetable of the trains. It has to be feasible, and it's not an empty slogan to provide traffic capacity. It needs to be available. That's what the IM has to do, and we inspect this and supervise this, and we will share our conclusions on the inspection that we performed. And train carriers should cooperate with IMs and present their conclusions and suggestions on what can be improved in terms of rail infrastructure. We will talk about this with other entities. It was not a full 10 minutes. President Skubiszyński, could you give us your perspective? What happens when these proposals are submitted, these proposals that can't be implemented in full? Ladies and gentlemen, as our moderator said at the beginning, when the President gave us his introduction, it's a very complex procedure, and it is reflected by the number of panelists that we have on stage now. Let me just give you a picture of this process. We have the applicants, the IM, and the operator. They know that the timetable is key. Over 12 calendar months, more than 2 million timetables have to pass through the system. Everything that we receive from the carriers have to be recorded in the system, and that's more than 2 million timetables. We know that we have all types of rail vehicles. It's the high-speed railways, the local, the regional ones, and also equipment. This is more than 40 thousands of designs of timetables. It's an extremely complex process. It's not infeasible. I think that we're quite successful at doing that, although we do make mistakes as well. This system is the pride of the Polish manager against the backdrop of other European systems. We have to say that, but it's the tremendous work of many people, and what the President was kind enough to say in February, March, the carrier presents model routes. Those are open for consultation. Then we have the applications. Then we perform the tremendous work of designers of carriers to design the whole annual timetable, to ensure there are no collisions, that there are no overlaps, that there are no areas of conflict. And in September, we publish the annual timetable. And this is not the only work of timetable designers, because we have periodic timetables as well. And we have, and also timetables of modernization work. You might ask us why we have 5 cycles per year. Isn't that a problem for the passengers? Well, at such a large scale of investment, I think that's the only way to make the timetables feasible. Because the investment and construction work phases keep being prolonged, and that's why we want to make it implementable. And these 5 cycles are the best tool to make sure that passengers have the timetables modified 5 times a year, but those are real timetables that they can use. I have to stop you there because we're running out of time, but we'll come back to this. Especially in Warsaw, we had a lot of changes in the cross-city line. So a question to Koleje Mazowieckie and the fast urban rail. Now that the emotions have subsided, we could do something to improve the situation. And what can we do? Thank you for this question. I would like to thank for the invitation. I would like to thank the presidents of PLK. What can I say here? As a carrier, we cooperate with PLK, and I think we have some good tested and tried methods of cooperation. We have good channels of communication. We're working together with President Skubiszyński, who is responsible for this. We have some good cooperation here. And this goes for everything. We can think about the best legal and normative environment. We can think of the best procedures, but all in all, we have to deal with the realities, and that boils down to human work and dealing with different circumstances. Sometimes these circumstances are very difficult. And we have to bear in mind that infrastructure management, especially managing the Warsaw Railway hub, is a very difficult task. We need to coordinate the work of very many people. As a carrier, at the moment, we are well aware that the investment process is difficult. We know that our colleagues from PLK need to cope with large challenges, and they need to put a lot of effort into achieving their goals. The situation which took place in the Warsaw Rail Junction
dzięki współpracy zarządów przewoźników z zarządcą infrastruktury
was resolved thanks to our cooperation with the infrastructure manager and with other operators, and we managed to regain control over the situation. The question is, how did that situation come about? Well, human error. We all know that was that mistake stemmed from a new timetable for Western Warsaw Station, and also the railway traffic plan between between Central and Western Warsaw stations. So after what happened, we managed to resolve the current situation. We are holding further talks with PLK. Our representatives are still working on how to make the turnout switch more efficient. We will introduce a new timetable where we will change the numbering of trains. We will make it more simple, and it will be easier to sign off the trains. That's what our cooperation looks like. I think that's the best way to describe our relations, and that's the best way how we can go about resolving such situations. That's cooperation. Thank you.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa serdecznie. Ja bym
Good
chciał
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
dokonać 3 podpisów pod słowami. Pierwszy
I
podpis
will
pod słowami
subscribe
pana
first
prezesa
to the
jednego,
words of the
potem
first
drugi mój podpis
president,
podpisuje się pod słowami pana
secondly
prezesa
subscribe
Mirosława i
to the
mojego
words
przedmówcy.
to the
To
other
nie jest
CEO,
też
and
tak, że spółki
thirdly I'd
samorządowe
subscribe to
przychodzą
the
do PLK
words of the previous speaker.
i wymuszają,
Local government
składają wnioski
companies
niezgodne na
will
przykład z wytycznymi,
not
które
apply.
wcześniej zostały. Każda spółka samorządowa, każdy przewoźnik
Will
pasażerski,
not make
jak pan prezes
applications
powiedział,
which are not
jest
aligned
opis sieci,
to
jest opis
the
trasy, jest prędkość
parameters.
znana i
We
tak
know
dalej.
the
Każdy
network
składa,
parameters, we
takie
know
wnioski.
the speed,
Ta
and that's
konstrukcja,
how
która,
the companies
się,
will
odbywała
devise
do
their
tego,
applications.
sławetnego marcowego,
That
może w cudzysłowie
was
bym
the
powiedział,
method
przewrotu,
used
przesilenia,
until
o, lepsze
this
słowo,
breakthrough which took place in March.
aktami
Until
prawnymi,
March,
które
all the
obowiązują
applications
nas.
and
Obowiązywały wcześniej,
procedures were
obowiązują dzisiaj.
compliant
Te się nie
with
zmieniły.
applicable
I ja
legal
jestem
acts
bardzo
which
ciekawy i z
abiding
wielką
and have not
przyjemnością,
changed.
chciałbym
I
zapoznać się również z
really
tymi wynikami
would be
kontroli, które
interested
prowadzi Urząd
in
Transportu
the
Kolejowego.
results
Te wnioski na
of
pewno
the
będą nas
inspection
również
carried
dotyczyć.
out by the Office
Natomiast
of
również,
Rail
tak
Transport.
jak powiedziałem,
Some
podpisuję się pod
findings
słowami
may
prezesa
be relevant
SKM
to us,
warszawskiej.
but I agree with the representatives of the
było,
Warsaw
Wydarzyło
agglomeration
się
railways.
i trzeba wyciągać wnioski.
And
Dla
actually
nas,
there were
z
some
tej
major
sytuacji
disturbances,
wniosek
and
na
we
dzień-
need
na
to
dzisiaj jest,
take
taki,
some key
że
lessons.
na linii,
For us, the key
do
lesson
Pruszkowa,
is that
do Skierniewicy,
the
tych
line going
pociągów
to
jest za mało.
Pruszków and
Wiemy o
Skierniewice
tym,
is
dlatego ta
not
przepustowość,
well
która
managed. The number
istniała,
of
czy ta liczba pociągów, którą
trains
obsługiwaliśmy,
is not
była,
enough, and the
odpowiednia
capacity
dla mieszkańców.
is not enough as well. Passengers write that the trains are crowded and that more rolling stock is needed. And we do not want to repeat that mistakes. With the new construction project, we should strive to avoid such congestions and to satisfy both the infrastructure management, then the transport operator, and finally the passenger. These are the expectations. The passenger pays for the ticket and wants to be seated comfortably, safely, and without any disturbances on the track. First Polregio and then Intercity, the regional network operator. What are your challenges in devising timetables depending on the train operators and transport operators? You are present in all across the country. How do you cooperate with regional transport operators? Thank you. We are the national railway operator, and as you said rightly, we have different variants of partnerships of organizers and other regional operators. First, we talk to the organizer. The organizer creates the timetable according to their needs and makes an application either individually to the PLK, or the application is made through us. In some regions, when there is a different regional operator, we need to most often organize regional briefings, timetable briefings. The regional timetable briefings are a platform to discuss timetable proposals. We also need to discuss the interfaces between specific regions. This is a major topic of discussion. And additionally, at a later stage, we also need to cooperate with national transport operator, the intercity. And according to the regulations, the national transport operator has a priority in the network, and we simply need to fit in. So, the national transport operator, what is your role as the national railway operator, transport operator? Good afternoon. The whole procedure of devising timetable has already been described. As the carrier, we have some major challenges. For instance, right now we had a long weekend in Poland. We know that there will be some increase in passenger flows, and for that we need to plan and secure the adequate number of rolling stock, then follow up the state of the trains. 52% of passengers buy tickets at the last minute, the last day or just day ahead of the travel, and we need to follow up closely these changes to secure the adequate number of places on board. The passenger is at the heart of our activities, and we need to do our best to ensure a safe and comfortable travel. Railway cars need to be added in the last minute to the rolling stock. It's, you know, like ad hoc action, and this is often done at the expense of the timely departure. And during the last weekend, long weekend, we had a new record. Until yesterday, we transported 2 million passengers. And let me stress that this required an effort in terms of rolling stock. So along with the regular trains running regularly, 800 cars were added and 600 trains were staffed additionally. 3 additional traction teams were included, and we didn't even look at the reserve. We simply said that we need a true backup and to secure the number of passengers who wanted to travel by rail. Now, Silesian regional railways. What is your perspective on the development of timetables? What are the major challenges? Is it the coordination challenge with Polregio or Intercity or other issues? For now, I'd say that the key challenge is to ensure that all trains in the timetable actually run. And I must say that we managed to do that. Thanks to an excellent cooperation, we are able to devise timetables, and trains go through the critical junctions, Wrocław, Wrocław junctions and renovated sections in Legnica, for instance. So these are the critical points, and despite of these critical points, trains are not cancelled. Passengers do want the train on time. The whole rail traffic grew threefold in the lower Silesia, and the same is valid for the number of passengers. And we are actually pushed to open new links and to add new sections. So the cooperation is excellent, but it is a major challenge. The problematic issue concerns changes to the timetable, ad hoc changes, plus any changes caused by track closing, and tracks are closed simply as part of the National Railway Upgrade Program. And you know, there are one-off closures within the network, and with these one-off closures, it's not an easy task to keep all the trains and to stick to the timetable. So, what are the possible modifications? What kind of changes in the approach are needed to improve the cooperation with train operators, passenger transport operators and cargo transport operators? It's PLK. Thank you for expanding the scope of this question. I am the member of the board of the PLK in charge of the sales office, and I would like to start from the perspective of the railway market. The timetable is one of the key tools which we offer to our clients, transport operators. This is just a tool. And in my first sentence, I simply like to stress the state of play on the market. This is a comprehensive and interdependent multi-item system, and a lot of factors that come into play. The key factor, the key actor is the Polish state, which implements the transport policy through the Ministry of Transport and through the regulator represented by the head of the Office of Rail Transport. Then we have infrastructure managers and we have transport operators. We are an investor. The Polish Railways, PKP, is an investor, and we are also a service provider. And this is one of our key missions. We make available state-owned infrastructure to transport operators, passenger, intermodal or cargo transport operators. Our infrastructure is needed, is a must for them to be able to implement their own strategy and to run their business. And we do realize that. The previous panels presented some specific goals. The number of passengers doubled within the Polish railway network, or the expansion of cargo transport with the growing share of cargo transport in the railway transportation. We are not operating in a vacuum. We have other competition markets, and our competition markets are simply other branches of transport which would provide the transport services, the airplanes, the sea transportation, the road transportation. Well, the sea transportation is truly a big fish for us, so we are not that much competitive. However, there are different branches of transport integrated into the global chains of supplies. For now, we have 121 clients and 132 contracts signed. Among these 121 companies, there are at least 9 which provide cargo and passenger services, 26 providing only passenger transport, and 106 companies providing only cargo services. Our perspective as the infrastructure management shows that the maintenance costs are really rising. Well, during the pandemic, we had a drop in the transportation, but in 2021 and in 2022, we had an increase. We had a record of 267 million rail kilometers. And this is a very solid, robust result with an increase of 12% per year. Is the glass half full or half empty then? Today's conference is intended to build a sort of a positive mood in the industry. And this increase in the use of the network for both passenger and cargo transport, despite all the investments, is actually a huge success. The use rates are a huge success, and this is not only the success of the infrastructure management, but also of our partners. And finally, what are our plans? What would be our suggestions? Well, we can come back to that later. The CEO, Pavlik, have to leave early, so I will give him the floor with a next question.
What can we improve in the coming years? Where can we look for room for improvement? We will come back to the previous issue, but could you give us the perspective of Polregio? If you're asking about the future, then I can tell you from our perspective, especially in terms of agglomerations, we should think about one important thing, and I think we're doing that systematically, about increasing the capacity of rail junctions in large agglomerations. I represent the regional industry, and part of that sector is accounted for by regional traffic, and we can see an increase in passenger rates from year to year. These numbers are higher and higher, and this increase in passenger rates is inevitably linked to the fact that we need to make the network denser. We need to increase the number of trains in agglomerations operational. And we see that, our partners can see that. Funds are often a barrier. The organizers sometimes do not have sufficient funding. These barriers are sometimes growing, especially when we are trying to increase the throughput of rail junctions. It's a big challenge. It's obvious that it's easier to implement a large investment on just a small section. To look at the part from point A to point B, it's much more difficult to optimize the functioning of a whole railway junction. It's also more expensive in terms of infrastructure, traffic management and control systems. But that's what infrastructure managers have to think about. The ministry must look into this as well, and I think that they're doing that. This is all necessary for operators and carriers to have a much better offer for passengers in the future. And by better offer, I mean a higher frequency of train traffic and more trains generally. So you were not present at the previous panels, and we said that depending on needs, we will try to improve, and we want 4 3-track systems coming out of agglomeration junctions in Wrocław or in other agglomerations. We will meet the needs of urban centers, and we are performing such analyses. And I did say that. I said that this is happening. Coming back to timetables and what we could change here, we'll come back to PLK in a moment. We would like to thank the president of Polregio for participating in the debate. Sadly, he has to leave us at this point, but let's come back to our discussion. Let me stay with the urban railway junctions. We talked about Warsaw, we talked about Lower Silesia. We know that PLK has infrastructural investment projects, so we know that they will cover the next years, many years. We know that demand is on the rise. We know that carriers want to introduce more frequent trains. How can we deal with this in terms of creating timetables? How can we cope with the increase in passenger rates and more frequent traffic? We need better cooperation in preparing investments and outlining the scope of these investments. To supplement what CEO Pavlik said, focusing on eliminating bottlenecks is an important thing. We need to look for those which are easiest to remove. We can increase the capacity of railway routes. I looked at the example of the Wrocław railway junction. At the moment, we don't really have, we can't reduce the offer of railway transport, and nobody else in other agglomerations can do that. So let's hear from CEO Grajda from Warsaw.
Można by było powiedzieć, że my to trochę jako przewoźnicy kolejowi,
One can say that as rail passenger and freight carriers, we are playing on the PLK pitch, football pitch, and we have to play by their rules. But we don't play there. We have to drive around that field, because if there is no capacity, then that's what we have to do. Let's say we come up with the idea that we have our trains stop at the station every 10 minutes, or that our trains always stop 7 minutes past around hour. So we can have such dreams and plans. We hear many people saying that they want such changes, but it's simply not possible. And the second issue, Wojtek, of course you're right. A drastic reduction of the number of trains on a specific line is a very severe problem for the passengers, for the people who have to commute to work, for children and students who have to go to school and university, or to someone who have to make a one-off trip somewhere. And the problem grows. The carrier finds out there are more problems, that the train is too short, so there are not enough cars, that the cars provided are overcrowded. So the question, what can we do as carriers? What conclusions have we drawn as carriers from the March incident? Well, I can just say that the conclusions stay the same from us. We get the information how many trains we can run, how frequently. And we have to make do with that. But of course, we insist that the reductions aren't abrupt. In agglomerations, it's 20-30 kilometer. It's a 20-30 kilometer radius around an urban center. That's where the problem is. And CEO Skubiszyński, you'd like to respond. I have to calm the previous speaker down about this periodic timetable. We have the same goal. We're driving at the same change. It's difficult to imagine that that Western Warsaw is a football pitch like Wembley. We're not there yet, but that's what we want to achieve in terms of periodic timetables, in terms of long-distance trains. I'm looking at the intercity representative here. Why? Because this will make life easier for all of us, starting from the passenger, that we have periodic timetables 9:15, 9:25, and so on and so forth. But we need to meet certain conditions which we haven't fulfilled to date. Primarily, we have achieved greater progress in modernization work, so fewer lines are being shut down. But in these periodic routes, we need to harmonize the rolling stock. It's difficult to imagine that we have N57 at 9:15, and 10 minutes later a much older train and much older cars. We will need changes introduced by carriers and at operators. And we have some more issues that we need to resolve, but all in all, that is our joint goal. It's also the question of certain legal regulations and amendments, requirements that the trains have to fulfill. That's the future, and I think we're closer, not further, to achieving it. Please give us the perspective of the fast urban rail in Warsaw. Give us the perspective of passengers, how they react to changes in timetables, and how does this impact your everyday practice? Ladies and gentlemen, the perspective of the fast urban rail is the perspective of our passengers, the residents of the Warsaw agglomeration.
Those are
tens of thousands of people who expect timely, safe, stable connections which run on time in line with the timetable. We've opened a new line connecting Warsaw with Piaseczno. The Frederick Chopin line, and we have to adopt the perspective of the tens of thousands of people who are waiting for these new connections. At the moment, I myself can see when I took the train from Józefów to work near Ochota station today, I go to the station and I don't know if the train will arrive on time. I can see what's happening on the platform. So what's important to us? We don't want to fail our passengers. When we're talking about the long-term perspective, what has already been said by my colleagues on this panel, it's very important to expand the track system, to introduce a full track system, to make it possible for us to have trains running every 15 minutes. And that will have a great impact on improving connections in the whole Warsaw Junction network. We're also trying to do whatever we can. We're trying to harmonize the rolling stock, to increase the supply of seats in our trains. That's another thing we are doing. Over the last 4 years, we've increased the count of our rolling stocks from 27 to over 40, so that we could provide more seats in our trains, and also to make it possible for our trains to travel in tandem. And we were capable of taking 800 passengers. Now we have 1,500 or even more in modern, comfortable trains. So that's what we can do, and that's what we are doing. We are cooperating as best we can with the IM.
naszym pasażerom.
And our
W
goal
zasadzie
is to meet the
to
needs
tyle.
and
No, jesteśmy
expectations of
tutaj
our passengers,
dla
and
pasażerów i
that's
to oni są
the
dla nas
most
najważniejsi.
important thing. Our passengers are most important to us.
Wewnątrz PLK, jakie
And
wy działania prowadzicie?
what
Czy tutaj w
happens
ramach
inside
ułatwiania
PLK?
procesu tworzenia rozkładu
Have
jazdy,
you
czy później,
taken any measures
zmian
to
wybudowania tras, jakieś
facilitate
zmiany
the
jeszcze,
process?
będziecie
Do
wprowadzać?
you buy some new routes? Are you going to introduce any new changes?
Przerwałem przy poprzedniej
I would like to come
swoim
back to
głosie.
my previous
Chciałbym po
contribution
pierwsze
first.
wskazać takie działania
There
realizowane
are
też
some
przez przewoźników,
measures
oczywiście wspólnie
implemented
z PLK jako zarządcą infrastruktury,
together
które można powiedzieć
with
budują
us
ten rynek. I tutaj
between the carriers and the
oczywiście,
infrastructure manager.
tutaj skupiliśmy się przede
And
wszystkim na tych
these are the
problemach,
market
które oczywiście są
building
przykre przede
measures.
wszystkim dla naszych najważniejszych
Until now,
klientów,
we've been discussing the
pasażerów, ale także
hassles
dla klientów
for our
biznesowych,
key
przewoźników,
customers and clients,
towarowych.
passengers and carriers,
Natomiast mamy
passenger
też
and
dobre
cargo
przykłady,
carriers.
czyli tam, gdzie
But
już
we also
proces
have
modernizacyjny
some
jest na innym etapie
good,
niż na przykład w
positive
obszarze aglomeracyjnym w
example
Warszawie, bo chociażby
cases.
Koleje Małopolskie
For instance,
zadeklarowały podwojenie
in
liczby pociągów,
Małopolska
podwojenie
region,
liczby pociągów.
the
No jest to
transport
oczywiście spore
operator
wyzwanie, ponieważ
declared
też trzeba
that the
mieć
number of trains
odpowiednią
will double.
ilość taboru,
Definitely,
żeby
they would
wszystkich
need
pasażerów
the
wygodnie
adequate
zmieścić
pool
w
of
tych
rolling
składach.
stocks to
Natomiast no, to jest
accommodate
jedyna
all the
droga, aby
passengers.
konkurować,
But this
jeszcze
is
raz
the
powtórzę,
only
chociażby
way
z
to be
przewozami
competitive.
samochodowymi, żeby człowiek wolał zostawić przy stacji
We
ten
want
swój
the
samochód i
passenger
pojechać
to
do
shift
pracy, na przykład do
from
Krakowa
the
pociągiem,
vehicle
no to
to
oczywiście
the
jest dużo lepiej,
train,
jeżeli te
and
pociągi odjeżdżają co 15 minut,
such
naprawdę
trains
jak
should
tramwaj,
circulate
niż jeżeli
every
odjeżdżają,
13
co
minutes
godzinę, wtedy zupełnie
instead
inaczej
of
można
leaving
zaplanować sobie,
every
no mówiąc
30,
górnolotnie,
every
całe
1
życie
hour.
można sobie inaczej
And then you can
zaplanować.
plan your
I
whole
też jako
life
drugi przykład
in a
to,
different
chciałbym
way.
podać taką, bym
And so
powiedział,
that's a
ekspansywną,
positive
agresywną
example.
politykę, jaką
The other one
cenową tutaj,
concerns
jaką
a
stosują
very
koledzy z
positive
Intercity,
and expansive
ponieważ, no, ja
pricing
uważam, że to
policy
jest właśnie to podejście, które
implemented
sprawia, że
by
ludzie,
Intercity
rzeczywiście,
national carrier.
interesują się koleją i
Because of that,
korzystają,
people start
bo
to be
każde miejsce
attracted
nieobsadzone
to the
pociągiem to
rail
jest po
transport.
prostu- to
Each
jest po prostu
empty
strata, tak? I
place
oczywiście,
on board of a train
takie
means
spiętrzenie
a
przy
loss.
okazji świąt czy weekendu
Well, during
majowego,
holidays, long weekends,
no, to zawsze jest, jak to się mówi po staropolsku, challenge.
Is a challenge,
Ale my,
are
myślę,
a challenge.
że my z perspektywy też
But
zarządcy
as
infrastruktury,
a infrastructure manager, we do want
popieramy
the
takie,
railway
takie
market
inicjatywy.
to
A
thrive,
jakie,
and
też
that is
inne
why we
działania,
support
bo,
such
ja tutaj,
pricing
tutaj
policies.
skupiliśmy się na przewoźnikach pasażerskich, natomiast
We've been talking
oczywiście,
mainly about passenger
idealny
transport,
model linii
but
kolejowych byłby
the
taki,
idea of the
w
perfect model
którym przewozy towarowe
would
byłyby całkowicie odseparowane od
include
przewozów pasażerskich.
cargo
No bo jeżeli tak nie jest,
transportation,
a tory
however,
są z gumy, to
completely
wiadomo, że zawsze
separated
ta
from
kolejność
passenger
działania
flows.
musi być.
Well, the
Oczywiście można
trucks are now
dyskutować, czy
used
kolejność,
jointly, and the picking
czy
order
priorytety
needs to
powinny
be
być takie, czy
defined,
inne, to już
and
nie
we
jest, oczywiście
can
w gestii,
also discuss
polskich linii,
the priorities,
linii
but
kolejowych.
this is not
Natomiast
without our
można
remit.
rozwijać tą infrastrukturę w
Within
taki
our
sposób,
remit.
jak to chociażby
However,
robi prezes
infrastructure
Merkel,
can
tak?
still
Czyli
be developed as
zwiększenie liczby
suggested
torów
by CEO
wychodzących
Merkel.
z dużych
The
aglomeracji z
outbound
pewnością
trucks
pozwoli na przynajmniej
at the
częściową separację
exit
tego
from large
transportu kolejowego, jeżeli on
agglomeration.
będzie musiał
The large number of such outbound trucks will help to improve the capacity.
Niestety musi. I także nasze inicjatywy, które
Our
podejmujemy w
initiatives,
ramach Rady Przewoźników. Chciałem przypomnieć, że to jest takie
as part of the
ciało
Carriers
doradcze
Board,
złożone z
an
przedstawicieli
advisory
zarówno
body
przewoźników
which
pasażerskich,
brings
jak i
together
towarowych,
both
które
cargo
wspólnie
and passenger
pracujemy nad tym
carriers,
właśnie, aby
works
lepiej wykorzystywać takie rzeczy
on
właśnie jak przepustowość, no,
solutions
generalnie efektywnie
enabling
wykorzystywać
to
infrastrukturę
better
kolejową.
use
I, w
railway
ramach
infrastructure
tej grupy,
and its
tutaj
capacity.
chciałbym też jako dobry przykład,
And as part
jeżeli
of
chodzi o
this
tą
advisory
przewóz
group,
towarowych,
we,
wskazać
the board, we
przewoźników
came up
intermodalnych, ponieważ jest to
with
bardzo
some new
taki
solutions,
biznesowy, taki bym
model,
powiedział kolokwialnie hop do przodu, taki,
a sort of a
taka
leap
część
ahead
rynku kolejowego, ponieważ to są przewoźnicy,
for
dla których
intermodal
czas przewozu jest
transport
bardzo ważny.
operators.
Dlaczego?
The
No bo
intermodal
oni
transport
konkurują
operators
bezpośrednio z
do
tirami
care
i muszą
about the time
dowieźć
because
ten
they
towar
need
dokładnie w
to
takie
be
miejsce.
competitive,
I aby ułatwić
more
im
competitive
miejsce
than
z ich inicjatywy,
trucks, and they need to
w tej chwili
deliver the
chcemy
goods on
promować
time.
tych przewodników
And
intermodalnych,
considering
którzy
the
będą
need,
potrafili
we
przemieszczać się
want
na przykład z
to
prędkością 40
promote
km/h.
those
Będziemy
intermodal
promować,
transport operators
albo może
who will
bym
be able to
powiedział,
move at least 120 kilometers per
starali się
hour.
nagradzać
And we
tych
would like to
przewodników,
reward
którzy jeżdżą
those
zgodnie
carriers
z
who
założonymi indywidualnymi rozkładami jazdy, bo z
move
tym
according
niestety
to
też,
predefined
też czasami
individual
jest problem. I
timetables,
jeszcze
and this
ostatnie
is not
zdanie,
always the case, unfortunately. And if you allow me, my last remark.
Chciałem jeszcze tylko powiedzieć o tym, że cała infrastruktura kolejowa musi mieć
Railway
te wszystkie
infrastructure
swoje przydawki, takie jak bocznice,
needs to
jak
be equipped with
terminale przeładunkowe, bo
sidings
dzięki temu
or
będziemy
transshipment
mogli lepiej
terminals.
wykorzystywać
With
właśnie
these, we
naszą
will be
infrastrukturę do
able to
przejazdów
better
kolejowych i to, co
use
też
the
powiedział
existing
pan
infrastructure
prezes,
for the organization of
SKMG,
railway transport.
współpraca całego
And
rynku na
as
rzecz
the
jego rozwoju i konkurencji z
other
innymi rynkami.
contributors have just said, the cooperation is a key for the benefit of the market as a whole. Being on time, that's the key message. Just excuse me, on time and according to the timetable. On time and according to the timetable. Intercity first and next the Office of Rail Transport. We know that you have beaten new records, but during last summer holidays you were rarely on time, and being timely was a challenge. What can help you? Well, I would like to start with the acknowledgement. And thanks to our PLK colleagues, we've been holding a lot of meetings, discussing what can be done to improve
Główną przyczyną
timely arrivals and departures of train. In summer, delays were mainly caused by larger number of passengers, and we actually passengers had little time to board the train when in the station. This was extremely tight for passengers, and right now we've been analyzing together the time slot needed for passengers to board the train safely. Thank you very much. Marcin Trela, to end the panel, I'd like to come back to yet another point. Do you think we need some changes in the regulatory framework to facilitate this timetable designing process? Yes, regulatory changes are required at the legislative level, at the level of specific regulations and bylaws. But this is a task for the future. But considering that we have election, there will be no such legislative changes. But there are some small steps that can be taken to improve things. And I think we should move from words to actions. June is ahead of us, and let's hope that there will be no repetition of March 2020. I do hope that everybody will move to action and that there will be a real cooperation. Back then we had a safety monitoring team during this March 2020, and after that we saw a change in approach. Everybody takes things really seriously. The discussions are now at this conference being held since 10 o'clock. But you know, we cannot cheat the client. whether it's cargo or passengers. This passenger segment is a story of success. Comparing to vehicles, buses, we win with our quality travel time, but customers and clients cannot be cheated. Believe me, I am the customer myself, probably not every day, but I'd use the train to go to work. And this is a hassle. If I don't know whether I should go to platform 2 or 9, or probably change the railway station, and I don't know whether the train will be on time. So that's a challenge. And you've been providing the figures, thousands and thousands of new passengers. And the niche is in regional and in agglomeration transport. But you know, you cannot add new trains endlessly. I know that at some point upgrading projects will be completed, so the capacity will be better, and for that we would need some more compatible rolling stock. The 3-segment rolling stock is useful, but it should be compatible for better use of the infrastructure. We can change the cooperation, change the instruction R13, and change the network regulations. Your comments and contributions are taken into account. We should be more involved in devising timetables with a binding voice, and, you know, listening to all the needs, improving all available tools. You know, regulatory changes are not a miracle remedy. At the end, the president of the Office of Rail Transportation will settle the dispute, will manage and run the inspection, take and inform the conclusions and impose the sanctions if necessary. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our timetable has changed in the morning, and we are only 2 minutes late. Well, the final words.
Jedno zdanie tylko. Szanowni Państwo,
Just one sentence.
każdy rozkład jazdy Kolei Mazowieckich, ale i również innych spółek samorządowych jest oceniany przez podróżnych.
Assessed by passengers.
Robi
Every company, local company, will do the survey among passengers, and people will give their feedback. They will simply fill in the online form and will give their views on the timetables. It's not a top-down approach only. And that's a long sentence for the last and final sentence. I said 1 or 2. Well, I cheated on you. It's not 1 but 2 sentences to end the panel. Now it's the final sentence from me. And how to improve the operation of railway junctions, large railway junctions. I think that some suggestions have already been made. Who should be the first one to go? To take the tracks, the train going from Gdańsk to Warsaw, or the train going from Piaseczno, a small city, to Warsaw. And that's just the question I leave you with. Yes, one more word from me. I don't want to take up your time. Usually the train is on time, I mean passenger train. With all due respect to all those representing the Warsaw junctions. But you know, trains go across Poland and they even go abroad. So what's important, the hen or the egg, and what should be the picking order? This is the topic of our everyday work and of our everyday concern. But I believe that we need a larger perspective as well. More than 7,000 trains all over the world, 400 up to 500 track closures which impede the railway flow.
W miarę bezboleśnie
And
przeprowadziliśmy cały
actually,
proces
with that,
wspólnie jako
painlessly, as the railways, Polish railways, we added some refugee trains, plus grain, fuel, coal and other resources, transportation, almost painlessly. Records in terms of passenger numbers under these tough conditions. Now we have the record numbers being reported by all all carriers. So probably the news is not that bad. Don't forget the investments and the upgrades. We will not rest on our laurels, not at all. The previous panelists said sleeves are rolled up for a long time. Right now we need to move to a more enhanced cooperation phase, considering the challenges ahead. A lot of constructors, a lot of contributors mentioned constructors, and thank you very much for your acknowledgements. We do work with the carriers, and this is an everyday cooperation, and we are very grateful for that. Thank you. That would be the last word of the panel. If you still have something to add, you can do it in the foyer. Thank you very much.
Drodzy Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the panel on timetables, efficient rail traffic. And now it's time for lunch. We will have a break until 3:30. You can have your lunch in the foyer in front of the room, and we will resume our conference with another panel at 3:30 p.m.
Drodzy Państwo, to już koniec przerwy. Zapraszamy do
Ladies
sali
and gentlemen, that's the end
wszystkich,
of our
którzy
break. Please
może jeszcze
join us
kończą
in the
jeść.
conference room. Please finish off your lunch and join us and take your seats in the conference room.
Zapraszamy, drodzy Państwo, na salę. Będziemy za chwilkę zaczynać.
We will resume our conference in just a moment.
A więc witam po przerwie i
Ladies
zapraszam
and
do
gentlemen,
wysłuchania
welcome
kolejnej
after the
ciekawej
break,
debaty,
and
tym
I
razem
invite you
przedostatniej.
to
A
listen
przed
to
nami
another
panel
interesting debate.
poświęcony współpracy
This
pomiędzy
panel is
inwestorem
about
a
cooperation
wykonawcami.
between investors and contractors.
Moderatorem i gospodarzem panelu będzie Adrian Ołdak z
Moderator
serwisu
and host
WNP.pl.
of this panel is Adrian Oldak of the WNP.pl website.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to our panel to the conference on railway, the transportation of the future. Our panel is about good practices of cooperation in railway investments. Arnold Bresch is a member of the management board, the president of PKP PLK. Welcome on stage, Radosław Celiński, member of the management board of PKP PLK. Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for joining our panel.
Sylwia Cieślak-Wilk.
Sylwia Cieślak-Wilk, a deputy director at the Center for European Transport Projects.
Artur Popko.
Artur Popko, president of the management board of Budimex.
Marita Szóstak,
Marita Szóstak, president of the Land Transport Chamber of Commerce.
Wojciech Trojanowski,
Wojciech Trojanowski, member of the management board of Strabag.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa. Miło mi, że
Good
w tak dobrownym gronie
afternoon,
możemy
ladies and
porozmawiać o
gentlemen.
sprawach
Welcome. I'm happy to have
ważnych
such
dla
outstanding group of panelists, and that we have the opportunity to discuss cooperation between contractors and investors. We have 1 hour for our debate. I propose that in the first part, we discuss the most important issues between the investor and the contractor. And let us devote the second part to creating a catalogue of good practices for the investor-contractor relationship.
Wykonawcy. A bardzo możliwe, że też w czasie tej dyskusji na
It is
początek
highly likely that during this discussion, also in the first part of our panel, we will hear from our panelists about such good practices. My first question goes to President Arnold Bresch of PKP PLK. Which stage of an investment? Is it the design? Is it the procurement procedure, financing, acceptance? Is most difficult in the investor-contractor relationship? Where do we have the pitfalls? Where do we have good cooperation? In recent years, we have great cooperation on all stages. We solve problems together. Each stage that you've mentioned has its own specific features. Depending on the situation on the market, each stage has its own characteristics. And we have different problems coming up at each and every stage. It's at the stage of design, implementation, acceptance of the work. I think that for many years we haven't been able to cope with the quality of design work. This stems from many reasons. Some reasons come from us, from the infrastructure management, because we have great difficulties in describing the state of the infrastructure, but it's also a problem of the design industry. They have been optimizing costs, and the nature of the industry has changed. We don't have large design agencies or offices that provided us with comprehensive services. The reality of this sector has changed. And we could elaborate on this, we can discuss it in length, but I don't think that's the point of today's meeting. Let me just say that this has resulted in a specific situation where it's difficult to resolve issues together with contractors who are pressed for time and need a quick solution. Such solutions usually cost extra. We need to obtain new formal decisions to introduce some adjustments, and this impacts the overall cost of the investment. I still have 50 minutes, I can see that on the timer, so I could discuss each stage of an investment project in detail, but let me just go to the end of my intervention. The legal environment is changing. It's difficult to complete an investment project and to reach our outcomes despite the fact that the contractor fulfilled their tasks. So that's about obtaining certificates, different approvals, so reaching the milestones which are necessary for receiving the funding and co-funding that we had planned for. That's a problem that we encounter when we implement our investment projects, and the contractors don't see them, but the passengers do, those who evaluate our work. They complain, and the management board of our company also complain that long after we have completed a project, we can't reach the target speed of a train or provide all the services on a connection. I would like to ask for the perspective of the contractor, CEO, Mr. Artur Popko. Could you tell us which stage of the investor-contractor relationship is most difficult? Where do we have the most pitfalls and dangers or threats? I think the whole process of implementing an investment requires a regular dialogue between the investor and contractors, and that's what's happening all the time. I can't say if one stage, the initial part, is more difficult, or maybe the completion, because all stages are implemented in a similar manner. We have the dialogue at each and every step, and it's difficult to point to a specific part which is most difficult. What Mr. Bresch said is certainly true. When we have some additional work that have to be performed to improve the quality of a design that was provided to the contractor, that's certainly a difficult element to implement, because we have to sit down at the table and find a solution. This means we need more time. It increases the cost. That's a difficult part of the implementation process. Mr. Trojanowski, is the dialogue important? Dialogue is always important, especially between an investor and a contractor. Dialogue is vital, and we have a dialogue in all our investments. So let's not ask which stage is more risky, or whether the initial stage, the implementation stage, or the final steps. I think as a whole industry, we can see that there is nobody has an exclusive right to hold auctions. That was hotly criticized by the sector. And now we know that this is a very competitive market. That's why we don't have the auctions anymore. But when we talk about tenders, we see it's very beneficial that auctions are not mandatory anymore. That's an important bit I wanted to say. What's most difficult for us is the funding of the railway program in the current program. We're talking about the financing of investment because we can't complain about the payments for our work. But what we've been discussing for 1.5 years, no money for new contracts. So some agreements are not being signed. And that's difficult for the contractors, for suppliers of construction materials. That's the basic problem. I wanted to ask Marita Szustak of the Land Transport Chamber of Commerce. Her chamber and the Business Forum have created a legislative proposal to avoid a slowdown of the market, and you've presented that to Andrzej Bittel of the Ministry of Infrastructure 2 weeks ago. Has there been a reaction from the ministry? I'm very sorry about my voice. I'm sorry that about being a bit under the weather. I'm sure the organizer hasn't had anything to do with this. Yes, we provided the document on the 28th of April to the Chancellery of the Ministry of Infrastructure. Perhaps it's a coincidence that this was the time of the long weekend at the beginning of May in Poland. What my colleague said, the destabilization of Polish railways is very destructive to the whole railway sector. The whole industry is becoming an industry of elevated risk. This applies especially to decisions on increasing equipment potential or human capital. It's difficult for us to understand that the ministry assigns a different importance to roads and to railways, because when we say 300 billion to roads and 80 billion to rail, now 4 billion has been signed off. So this is a great disparity, 2.6 billion to indexation, 200 million for rail. Roads are already talking about increasing the indexation rate to 10%. We haven't even reached that level. Not to mention the indexation of agreements. So we don't have a basket-based indexation here. So there's a long way ahead of us to fight for leveling the playing field here. Together with Advocate Ziemba, we embarked on writing a legislative proposal that would prevent the industry from caving in. This is 2 years already that new contracts have not been signed. We have a large public procurement campaign. We have a lot of documents which are waiting to be announced, but not a lot is going on. We're not discovering anything new here. This is known to everyone in the industry. We want new financing mechanisms for roads and for rail, for a different division of the fuel fee. We know there's a big disparity, 80 to 20. I know this will probably be controversial, but in the nearest future we should look closer at railways. We should be looking for new solutions. And we were very pleased with the new Polish fund NFOS. This is connected with environment protection and preventing climate change, the National Fund for Environment Protection. And railways are a very environment-friendly means of transport. We would like to discuss the funds from the European Union system for trading in emission permits, ETS. I must also refer to one more thing. I listened carefully to what has been said here before I took the floor. We were talking about potential. I remember that ever since we've been talking about railway, we've been talking whether we can rise up to the challenge, whether the potential is enough, whether we had 400 million or 80 billion. There was always the question, do we have the right potential? It's important what Mr. Furgalski said. We will have potential if we have stable funding, if we can consistently invest in our companies, then we will have that potential. To buy new equipment, a new machine for the railway infrastructure, we need 3 years. We must also ensure that that machine will have enough to do that. We will have the personnel to operate it. The discussions about holdings which were dominant between the two main ordering parties is perhaps not most important here, because any changes to the structure would not increase the potential in the market. And let me underline, we won't have more potential if we have companies trying to steal employees, skilled employees, from other entities. We have to recruit young people, we have to train them, we have to educate them, we have to make sure they gain professional experience. Creating a holding will not give us more potential in the market. Thank you.
Well, I feel pointed at by fingers, by others, the fingers pointed at me. There is one company which entered our group last year, and without our intervention, we managed to save it. In a way, we saved the market potential. That was the reason behind our steps, and we will stand in defense of this decision. And coming back to the topic of our panel, contractors of railway investments, best practices of cooperation. And my question is about flexibility. First, you sign the contract, but then you can behave more or less rigorously. And the second question is about auctions. CEO Trojanowski mentioned that. First, we thought this will be the dominating mode in tendering proceedings. But next, we got the message that this will not be the case. What is your position regarding auctions at that moment? Let me start with your second question. We decided to drop the rigid requirement of auctions to respond to market expectations. The market players said the auctions need to be dropped, and right now auctions are actually eliminated from the market. The bids are compliant. If the bids are compliant with the pricing requirements, we will drop auction mechanism and choose the best offer. We are among specialists, so I will not quote the disadvantages of the previous system. And now coming back to your first question about the flexibility in our approach to contractors. Well, I am a representative of the investors, so it's hard to assess whether we are flexible. Over recent years, we have introduced step by step some changes to the frame agreement. Baseline document templates were changed, and we have now one template agreement as a compromise between us and the market players. Moreover, we added some modifications to remove some most stringent requirements, especially the risks being placed, all the risks being on the contractor's side. The design office was our firewall before, but that's the history. This has been changed over recent years. Right now, we are more in a partnership spirit, but this is not discretionary at all. I do not suggest that some contractors are treated more flexibly and with others we are more strict. The project managers and heads of projects were replaced because they were not that open to cooperating with contractors. We've changed a lot because we try to stay responsive to the market and we change what we need. As I understand, we have been building a catalog of best practices, and if this is the task, the example that you've provided can be such a good practice. And now, let us move to the perspective of a large contractor, Budimex construction company. Do you really feel that PKP, PLK has become more flexible? That's the first part of the question, and are you more flexible right now? Let me start with auctions. I think that there will be a return to auction, considering market situation. It was a right move to at least partially drop auctions when the company and the price list meets the requirements of the specifications. We had a 2-year hold, and right now the bidding propose reduced pricing, undervalued pricing, equivalent to direct costs or even below. And when we get at least one bid, we will increase prices, otherwise it won't be profitable. That is why I suggest that auctions should be dropped once for all. This is not a fair model with unreliable estimates and a lot of speculations. With auctions, we come back to 2016, when unfortunately we had to use our own resources to implement the project. The potential should be used right here, right now, especially if the machinery and equipment cannot always be used also for road projects. And we cannot work under the condition when the prices are truly underestimated. We would expect some faster track in cooperation. The PKP group has its own contractor companies, and you will definitely see what the price situation is. Valorization or revalorization ratios. Well, we do not want to increase margin. We simply want to cover the actual costs of our work. We need to order materials, and there is a down payment to cover the cost of materials, but add to that the payroll, the fuel costs, well, so on and so forth. So I think that we would need a better and faster track towards a real dialogue between the investor and the contractor. Valorization can be considered a good practice, or is it something that the industry simply had the right to get? We had the right to get the valorization. This is what is required in the spirit of partnership. And we also need an equal distribution of risks. We cannot assume all risks, COVID, war in Ukraine, some other factors. They are all ahead of us. Every day we are reading that a new industry wanes and complains that the exports have an impact on the capital expenditure because of the increase of prices. We are not able to assume all the risks involved in the project. And how do you manage the effective communication with contractors, especially in terms of project deliverables and possible delays? Do you think that this is an issue? This is an issue for us, yeah. Definitely it is an issue for us. When calculating the bid, we take into account the timelines. When there is an extension of the timeline, the costs will go up, and there will be no reimbursements from the investor, or even we have to come back to the table of negotiations, and these negotiations are never easy. We have the right to make claims and to negotiate those claims. But it's not the way we choose to increase our margin. This is yet another burden for us in the project implementation. So we try to keep the deadlines. We used to make the estimates of the project. Now, CEO Trojanowski, do you think that the bidding procedures are working well? Do you think that public procurement legislation is solid or requires any modifications? How do you see this point? I do not want to get into details, but there are some things that do not work in Poland. And the key issue is the certification of contractors. The certification has been discussed for years, and everybody is losing. The investor is losing. Lawyers are actually the winners here, with all due respect. And in railway construction or in road constructions, there was no step done to certify the contractor for a specific scope of works. And every time there is a risk of disputes before the National Appeal Chamber. So that's the major flaw of our practices and of our bidding proceedings. The absence of certifications at various levels, PKP, the General Directorate. I don't know who should keep the register, but the discussions are underway for many years, and soon we will be the only EU member state without such register and without such certification. But this is a major risk. After the award of the contract, there is a competitive battle that starts, and it will only extend the deadline for project implementation. So the bidder should be certified. This is yet another guarantee that all requirements and all criteria are met. Otherwise, we will still have this option that when the contract is awarded, the award is challenged by other bidders.
Wystarczyło przyjść z laptopem i wystartować do dużego przetargu kolejowego.
The common knowledge says that it's not enough to have a laptop and run the company to get a contract in railway transport projects. That's what I'm saying, that you need more than just a laptop and a desk to be a railway transport contractor. Well, but actually, the issues that we report are not about contractors. They are more about the market. Auctions were partially dropped, but the perspective is that they may come back. It's also about the trustworthiness and reliability of bids made. You mentioned certification, and this is a good idea, but this is not only one side's responsibility. Neither the regulator, nor the state, nor the contractors are able to put up or create or develop some sort of certification systems. We are unable to define criteria, bidding criteria, other than pricing criteria. We try to introduce such non-pricing criteria into the specifications. like shortening some deadlines for execution, but it didn't work. We were unable to enforce the criteria included in the assessment, in the set of assessment factors and assessment matrix. Whatever the non-pricing criteria, they will have no impact on the award of the contract. The price will always win. I stress that my company made a lot of efforts to define non-pricing criteria and to stay realistic when defining any other criteria. We wanted to build the potential of the Polish market and to open the bidding procedure to larger and to smaller and medium companies. And instead of 11-12 billion zlotys, we could have a much larger potential. So, you know, every year we have new investment records, but without smaller contractors, this potential will not grow. And so we need to combine the potential of larger players and small and medium undertakings.
I can only agree. Still, a register and stabilizing the process of contractor selection is an opportunity for everyone, for small, large, and medium-sized enterprises. So we will have a limited list of certified entities. I did not hear Madam Speaker because she was not using her microphone. My intervention was not about that. I was not talking about 3 companies. We have a representative of the Center for European Union Transport Projects. I would like to ask Madam Sylwia Cieślak-Wilk about preparing EU financing. What does the success of, how can we be successful in acquiring EU financing? And what does the settlement of contracts look like? How can the parties to the contract help each other out when they have to settle an EU-funded contract? Right, the availability of EU funds for PKP PLK. This is one of the more important issues at the Center for EU Transport Projects. This locomotive with funding for 2021-27 has just taken off. And we've announced the first call for proposals for PKP PLK. Those are calls for the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. The first project has already been submitted and it has been evaluated. Last week we signed the first agreement for providing support of almost 4 billion Polish zlotys. The National Resilience Plan is funded from PFR funds, but that is only one of the leg of financing under the new perspective. The cohesion policy funds cover 2 programs. That's Phoenix, EU funds for infrastructure and environment. Under that program, we have 5.3 billion for PKP PLK, and we also have the European Program for Eastern Poland Fund and also Connecting Europe Facility, CEF, that already has been mentioned here. So the funding will be much larger than under the previous current perspective. This perspective will see a historic rise in PKP PLK investment. Under the previous perspective, under the cohesion policy, we had 1,500 railway lines to modernize. We expect there will be many more under the new perspective. So the work will continue. All of Poland will be covered with work conducted by the company. How can we be successful in obtaining EU funds? There are many factors to take into account here. The stage of preparation is important, and quickly starting projects is also vital. At the moment, already now, IAMs should be preparing feasibility studies. They should be selecting the right variants. Due to legislative changes, that is, amendments to the Act on Access to Environment Information, the deadlines for preparing the decision itself have been greatly prolonged. That is, the environment impact analysis. This decision, this process has been extended in time. NGOs have had a voice in the environment impact assessment. And therefore, the whole preparation process of an investment is very complex, and it should start as soon as possible. This is crucial in terms of the timeliness of completing an investment. That's the preparatory stage. What else? From our perspective, so from the supervisors of investments, it is important to perform stock taking, to prepare geological data, to coordinate timelines with other investors, investors with whom PKP, PLK might have time conflict with. This preparatory phase is usually very long. This stage determines the success of an investment. A well-prepared, well-designed investment project with a successfully performed environment impact assessment procedure will require fewer changes, and changes always necessitate prolonging the duration of an investment project, and it also impacts the price. It causes the costs of an investment project to increase. So the preparatory phase and a quick start of the project are very important. What impacts the speed of obtaining EU funding, it is also how we submit our expenses for settlement. If we have the right documentation performed by engineers, for example, annexes to agreements signed with contractors, decisions signed by engineers, that is those are one of the success factors. Apart from issues connected with price indexation or price changes, which should also have provisions on any changes to the timeline of an investment. So we should have all the documentation to back that up. We've had changes to legal acts. Article 455 makes it possible to change the costs by 10 to 15%. This is very useful in providing the grounds or the justification for increasing the costs of an investment project. We could use the same provisions for extending the deadline of completing an investment project, but we would have to enter a discussion on amending the EU directive. There are many more factors which determine the success of an investment. The dialogue between the investor and the contracting industry country. That's the basis for success. Still, we can't disregard such bodies as the regional offices for environment protection, the offices for waterway protections, and also each construction permit should be preceded by talks with such local regional bodies, and that will impact the pace at which EU funds are settled. So you've given us a slightly different perspective. So you've been talking about what is expected. What about the current state of affairs? Is it the same as what we want? Yes, we aim at making things go quicker. We want this procedure to be more effective. What Mr. Bresch said at the very beginning. Investments were prepared 7-8 years ago under a different legal system. In the meantime, environment laws had been amended. New European Commission guidelines have entered into force, guidelines about informing the public about such investments. And this sometimes necessitates the temporary suspension of spending. Anywhere where we have concerns or doubts concerning an expense, we have to suspend it for the period of time that we need to explain the situation. We need to involve the right bodies or the competent engineers or the contractor. Are we spending EU funds well? Are we settling them well? Have we learned how to do that over the years that we have been in the EU? The institutional capacity of the whole PKP group and the General Directorate for Roads and Highways, our two largest beneficiaries of EU funds, is growing. It is increasing year to year. Even at this point, we can say that we're working on a system for simplifying the settlement of EU funds, because we see that the institutional capacity of PKP PLK is very big. It can also be said here that the simplified settlement procedure has been implemented for the National Resilience Plan. It's not based on invoices but on milestones. Together with the company, we estimate the successive phases to which the milestones are bound and which form the basis for the payment. So we don't have to analyze the invoices and check whether those are eligible or non-eligible costs. The company just has to reach the milestones. Now you're talking about reimbursements which are made to the account of the company, and this does not impact the investor-contractor relationship, because these invoices are being paid from a different source. And the issue is effectiveness and the efficient use of EU funds, or entering those sources of funding into our balance sheets. We have representatives of contractors here. This doesn't impact how we implement investments. And the second issue in your intervention, Madam Director, this is about the great formalization of introducing a change, of amending an agreement. So it's collecting all of the right documentation for the amendment decisions. Some of you perceive this as excessive formalization, but we need that to justify and show that our costs are eligible. It's also to underline that a certain cost or expense was truly justified. That was not my intention to criticize anything that you've said, Madam Director, but just the fact that we have such problems with justifying changes to a project stems from the preparatory phase, where we made certain assumptions. For example, we assumed that we could keep more of the existing infrastructure, and then when we start implementing the project, it turns out we can't keep a bridge, we have to construct a new one. So there are always two sides to a coin, and we very often need to perform very tedious work in the area of documentation.
Mamy punkt dotyczący gwarancji bankowych.
In our discussion, we also have one item regarding bank guarantee. We move to
Wykonawcy inwestycji mają problem z pozyskaniem gwarancji. Jakie są oczekiwania wystawców gwarancji, a możliwości wykonawców inwestycji? I gdzie jest ta wspólna przestrzeń między oczekiwaniami wykonawców inwestycji a wystawcy gwarancji a PKP PLK?
Szanowni Państwo,
This is a cross-cutting issue.
powiedzieć, jak to wygląda.
I'll try to explain it
7 lat
briefly.
temu, kiedy
7 years
ruszał
ago,
obecny Krajowy Program
we
Kolejowy, miałem
launched
spotkania z
the
największymi
present
instytucjami finansowymi.
National Railway Program. I held the meeting with financial institutions, so
10%, czyli mówimy o 6 miliardach złotych.
value of the project was
Mówię, że ich mroziły te kwoty i te
66
wielkości,
billion
natomiast
zlotys,
unikali
the bond,
jednoznacznych
required
odpowiedzi,
bond should be of
są w stanie w
10%,
ogóle
and
takie
actually it had a
finansowe
freezing
pojemności,
effect.
czy mają takie możliwości.
Dzisiaj
po tych
financial institutions
6
said
latach
that they were not
już widzimy,
always
tak,
able to cover such
rynek dał
large
radę.
amount. But today
Tak, w
we
formie tylko
see that
ciekawostki mogę powiedzieć, że jako
the
Polskie Linie
financial
Kolejowe
market
mamy w tej
managed
chwili
to
ponad 1,5
provide
tysiąca gwarancji na
such
ponad 4 miliardy
guarantees.
złotych.
Right
To
now the
jest
bank
machina
guarantees
sama w sobie, żeby tym
correspond to
procesem zarządzać.
more than
Biorąc jeszcze
4
pod uwagę
billion
fakt,
zlotys,
że
they are
bardzo wiele
1,500 more or less, and a lot of
jest
them
dosłownie zgodnie z procedurami muszą być na 30 dni przed ich
are
upływem ponownie
issued
wznawiane, jeżeli jest
and
kontynuowany
then
projekt
renewed
inwestycyjny.
30 days before their expiry, according to the legislation, if the project
nie zawsze udaje się te 30 dni
is
przed
still
złożyć tą
implemented.
gwarancję, więc
And
mamy takie
contractors not always manage
taki
to
dodatkowy ping-pong
file
polegający
the
na tym, że my najpierw
renewed
żądamy tej
guarantee
gwarancji
30
realizacji,
days
później
ahead.
wycofujemy to nasze żądanie. Czasami
And
się
at that
nawet
point,
patrzy
there are
na
some
panią prezes
critical
Maritę,
moves.
tak.
I look at Marika.
Szybko bardzo wycofywać, bo już udało się
You
tą gwarancję
know,
dostarczyć.
first
Więc ten
we
rynek
don't
wbrew
have
pozorom nie
the
jest ani
renewed
prosty, ani
guarantee,
łatwy.
or there is
Jest
a
dość,
withdrawal,
dlatego,
then
że
the guarantee
skomplikowany.
is obtained.
Jeśli chodzi też o
The
te
market is not
możliwości pozyskania gwarancji przez
easy.
wykonawców.
And a
Sytuacja
lot of
oczywiście ma się
tough,
tak jak na rynku
difficulties.
bankowym, finansowym, tak? Banki
The financial and
chętnie
banking
pożyczają
market
parasol
usually
przeciwdeszczowy, jak świeci
provide
słońce, czyli
the umbrella when the sun is shining and offer money to those who don't need
o tym
money.
dobrym standingu finansowym
So
oczywiście nie mają
the
żadnego problemu z
companies
pozyskaniem
with
gwarancji
a positive
dostarczeniem
and
do
solid
polskich linii kolejowych.
financial
Oczywiście problem
standing
zaczyna się w momencie, kiedy
easily
wykonawca
obtain bank
nie ma aż tak
guarantees.
pożądanego,
However, some
sprawozdania
contractors
finansowego, jaki by sobie życzył ubezpieczyciel
have
czy
a
bank.
standing
No i wtedy faktycznie
which
zaczynają się różne problemy.
which does not meet the
Rynek to
requirements
rozwiązuje
of
w
the
ten sposób, że
insurer
zazwyczaj
or
jest
the banking
dołączony na przykład jakiś
institution.
współkonsorcjant,
That
który
is why
dysponuje
the
możliwościami
consortia
zabezpieczeń finansowym,
are
żeby
made
taką
and
gwarancję,
the
jako
guarantee
konsorcjum
is
dostarczy do
additionally
polskich linii
backed
kolejowych.
by the
Rynek też jest
another
dość mocno
member of the consortium.
rozbudowany.
The
Mamy
market
w tej
is
chwili gwarancje
quite
od ponad 100
large.
różnych instytucji finansowych.
More than 100 financial
Cały czas
institutions
staramy się, żeby jakość
provide
tych gwarancji była
financial
na odpowiednim
guarantees,
poziomie.
and
Przez te
we do
7 lat
check
przeżyliśmy też
if
jedną
these
dużą,
guarantees are of quality.
duże, że tak powiem,
Over the
jeden
last
duży upadek
7
wykonawcy,
years,
mam na myśli
we
firmę Astaldi,
had one
gdzie
bankruptcy
należałoby
of
te-
large
należało te
contractor, the
gwarancje
Astaldi
pociągnąć.
company, where we had to draw
Trochę muszę
the
tutaj wrócić też
guarantee.
do wypowiedzi
And I wanted to
pani
come back to
prezes
the
na
contribution
temat przejmowania
from the beginning of this panel.
wykonawców. Otóż gdyby do tego przejęcia nie doszło, te tsunami na rynku
True that we took over some contractors.
na myśli bankowo
Without
ubezpieczeniowy,
this
jeśli chodzi o gwarancję,
takeover,
by był na pewno
the
odczuwalny.
tsunami
Pamiętajmy też, że każda wypłata
would
gwarancji
be felt by
mówimy o istotnych
financial
kwotach, nie jakichś tam
institutions.
niewielkich.
Don't
Powoduje
forget
to, że
that
każdy
these
następca,
are
każdy
large
następna
amount
firma, która chce pozyskać
guarantees.
gwarancję, już ma
And
trudniej.
if there is
Ten
an
rynek
issue,
nie jest
each
rynkiem,
new
że tak powiem,
guarantee
bez
application
Tam są
is
konkretne,
processed longer and with
wskaźniki, które
tougher
musi wypełniać.
criteria.
I
Specific
może sobie też
criteria
pozwolić na to,
need to
że
be met to
będzie te gwarancje
obtain
rozdawał na prawo i na lewo. Stąd
bank
tutaj,
guarantee,
nie jest to prosta
and
rzecz.
guarantees are not
Wracając
distributed
do
like
ostatnich
leaflets,
kwestii,
not at
tak,
all.
czyli jeszcze
And one more point.
Wspólna przestrzeń. To jest trochę
Common
tak jak
space of
szukanie trochę
cooperation.
złotego środka, jak się gotuje dobre danie. Tak?
Well,
No, trzeba
you need to
trochę
find
soli, trochę pieprzu, trochę
common
różnych przypraw,
ground, a
ale jak
sort
czegoś
of
będzie za dużo albo czegoś za mało, no to nie będzie
strike
odpowiedni smak.
the
Tutaj ta
right
przestrzeń,
balance
cały czas staramy się
between what
odnaleźć,
is
tak?
sweet and what is sour when you cook a
W
right
ramach
good
jeszcze tego, co było
meal.
tutaj też powiedziane, jeśli chodzi o tą elastyczność zamawiającego w stosunku do wykonawców.
You've mentioned the flexibility of the investor.
10% do 5%.
We decreased
też
the deposit
ułatwiło
from
i
10
pozwoliło,
to 5% of the contract
mam nadzieję,
value.
że
And with this
dobrze
decrease,
było to odebrane przez rynek, no bo w końcu przez to mają też i niższe koszty. Pamiętajmy też,
decrease was
że
welcomed by the market
gwarancja,
because
jakakolwiek
costs are
bywa,
then
jest
reduced.
kosztem dla
Each
wykonawcy.
bond or each guarantee
Oczywiście tutaj
is a
staramy się, żeby
cost
te
for
koszty
a contractor, and
Tutaj
as the
złoty
investor,
środek,
we
najlepszym złotym
do our
środkiem
best
byłby
to
stan
reduce the
idealny, tak,
costs.
że
The
są
perfect
bardzo dobrze
situation
przygotowane projekty,
would
wykonawcy
be
realizują
to have
odpowiedniej
perfect
jakości w odpowiednim
designs,
terminie, nic
and these
później nie ulega
designs are
awarii, nic nie trzeba później
executed
naprawiać w ramach
with
zgłoszonej
precision,
reklamacji.
within
To te gwarancje
timelines,
byłyby
with no
prawie, że
repairs,
rzeczą nieistotną.
no
Niestety
failures.
nie żyjemy w idealnym świecie.
But the world is far from
I
being
tutaj
a
musimy
perfect
szukać
place,
tych rozwiązań,
and
które
we
zarówno
need
dla
to look
wykonawcy,
for
dla
solutions
wystawcy gwarancji, jak i też
which
dla
would
zamawiającego
fit the
są
needs
jakimś
of the
środkiem,
investor,
który
the contractor,
pozwala z
and
jednej
the
strony
guarantee issuer.
dyscyplinować
The guarantee
wszystkich,
is
bo
a
tak
sort
naprawdę
of
sprawę, do tego, żeby uzyskać odpowiednią jakość, a z drugiej strony
tool
no,
to
też tego
manage
rynku nie
quality.
przeregulować. Mam tu na myśli
At
też tą
the same
certyfikację, która
time,
tutaj była
we should
wspomniana.
not
Ten element również
over-regulate
obejmuje
the
takie
market.
aspekty jak
And by
gwarancje,
saying so,
jak
I
wstęp
also mean
finansowy,
certification, the
możliwości
guarantee,
realizacji
the
kontraktu przez
assessment
wykonawców.
of the standing,
Cały czas szukamy tego środka,
financial
z chęcią bym
standing,
słuchał, jak byłyby jakieś
the assessment
pomysły i
of
możliwości, jak to
execution
jeszcze poprawić,
capabilities.
jak to
Well,
uelastycznić
I'm
i żeby
all
tak wszyscy byli
ears.
z tego powodu zadowoleni.
I really want to know what can be done to improve further our flexibility. Well, the bond, this is a good case of cooperation between investors and contractors. We made several requests and we managed to find a compromise, striking a middle ground between the needs of large companies and smaller companies, and the guarantee value was reduced. The market has a huge potential exceeding the needs of the PKP and the Solidarity Transportation Hub. Our company has a turnover which exceeds 9 billion zlotys, and I look into the room, so the value would be of 20 billion, and it should be no worry. We do have the potential. What we need is more predictability and more long-term perspective. Over the last 2 years, we've witnessed a sort of stagnation and the breakdown. Everybody was simply waiting what would happen next and whether the funding would be available. We want to be sure that in 4 years' time there will be no breakdown or stagnation. Again, this is a challenge for all of us, for contractors, for producers of the materials. It's hard to keep the stuff, it's hard to keep the subcontractors. So predictability. Certification would also be of help. Don't forget that new companies enter the market. They have only one desk and only one PC and no other potential, and then they make a bid for a huge contract without a single machine available on the Polish market. And this is us who save these small shell companies. And this has an impact on the pricing as well. And we are the ones who have to step in and save the bid. The bidding should help to select a reliable contractor, a trustworthy contractor with the right potential. Marita Szóstak right now. I look into the agenda and I see that we should discuss the possible protection measures that contractors take to safeguard or shield themselves against unpredictable events. Do you have such protections? Do you have such safeguards? It is not easy in an industry which requires long-term management. Well, the market is extremely destabilized. It's fluctuating markets with ups and downs, with auctions coming back, not coming back, with price variations. It's hard to find safeguards. It's hard to estimate the risk of insufficient funding for 2 years. It's a lesser evil, you know. We have hundreds of staff, and the lesser evil is what it is to free this potential, to let these people go, and these people will never come back, to lay off all the staff, or simply to
wielkich
get
zamawiających, ponieważ tam,
a contract at
jeżeli nie ma
any
rok
price.
inwestycyjnych, to
Without
są środki
investment
na bieżące
works,
utrzymanie i jest
we do not
przynajmniej
have
są środki na związanie tego
money
potencjału
to
pomiędzy
pay
perspektywami.
people. We need
Więc
money
patrząc na
to
to,
keep
jak są
people
składane teraz
between the
oferty, czy są
financing
aukcje, czy ich nie
perspectives.
ma,
Auctions without
to
auctions,
ostatnio na
bidding
przetargu była
without
różnica
bidding.
20% między
Well,
ofertą najwyższą a najniższą. Czy to jest
during
dużo,
the
czy to jest
last
mało?
bidding,
Trudno powiedzieć,
the
ale jak się
difference
powiedzmy
between the
miliard,
value of the
miliard złotych,
cheapest and the most
to myślę, że
expensive
to jest
offer was of
oferta
20%.
I,
So, you know,
nie
the
wiem,
cheapest
kto
option
kieruje
is
taką firmą,
actually completely
bo,
unrealistic for
to
me.
jest oferta,
I don't know what such people
niepowodzenie.
want to achieve. They will
To
definitely
jest też taka
fail.
oferta, która
A
prawdopodobnie
crushing
skończy się tym,
defeat.
to, co mówił
And you know
Artur,
what
że trzeba będzie taką
will
firmę
be
ratować.
the
Ale muszę się
outcome?
też
That
odnieść
we
do
will
tej
need to step
pewnej
in
umowy.
and save the bid
Bo
eventually,
oczywiście,
or
jak
bail
mówimy o
out
dobrych
the
praktykach,
company.
to nie ma lepszej praktyki na budowie niż dobra,
The
zrównoważona
best
umowa
practice for
z dobrze
construction work
określonymi, przypisanymi do danej strony ryzykami.
is
Myśmy w ramach prac
based
Rady
on
Ekspertów
a well-balanced
wypracowali taką
agreement.
matrycę ryzyk. Przypisaliśmy
We've
te ryzyka do
produced
strony,
a risk
która jest w stanie tym
matrix
ryzykiem dobrze zarządzić.
with the allocation of
Była to
parties
forma
of
tabelaryczna,
risk
wydawało się,
ownerships.
że była
This
łatwa,
was a
prosta i przyjemna. No, ona
table.
oczywiście została
Seemed to be
zaimplementowana
simple
przez
and
prawników
clear.
i opisana
The
tak,
matrix was
że straciła swój
implemented
sens.
by lawyers,
Więc nie
and
jest tak
the
różowo, pani
definitions
prezes,
were
z tymi
added,
ryzykami,
and with this
że te
definition,
ryzyka
it
nie
became
są po stronie
completely
wykonawców, bo tych ryzyk jest. Mamy
unclear.
rozbieżność 18
A
punktów,
lot
o
of
których
risks
mam nadzieję, że
exist.
spotkamy się i
18
porozmawiamy.
different points
Więc
are
tak
the
różowo nie
lines
jest,
of
że
divide.
ryzyka
So
są
it's not
przypisane
rosy,
i że te
not
ryzyka
at
można
all.
też wycenić, bo są takie
And not
ryzyka,
all
których my
risks
nawet nie
can be
jesteśmy w stanie
actually
wycenić na etapie
estimated. There are
składania
some
ofert, bo
risks
jak
that cannot
wycenić
be estimated
ryzyko,
at the bidding
na
stage.
przykład
Let's
nieuzyskania
take
decyzji
the risk
administracyjnej,
of
które jest teraz
failing to
po
achieve
stronie też
an
wykonawców.
administrative
Oczywiście
permit or decision. How to
udało się
estimate such risk?
z tymi gwarancjami, bo trzeba
Well,
dodać jeszcze, że
we
obligował
managed to
znacznej gwarancji
negotiate
radialnej,
the
co
bond
też,
amount
zdywersyfikowało
and
mocno
the
rynek i za to
bank
szczególnie,
guarantee amount. This helped
od
to
małych i średnich firm
diversify
dziękujemy, bo
the
to
market,
też
and
pomogło,
that's a huge bow
zwiększyło
of
dynamikę.
thanks
Ale
from
myślę,
small
że
and medium
jednak te
undertakings.
ryzyka,
It helps to diversify the market and the
są
bidders.
po stronie wykonawcy,
But you know,
wykonawcy na dzień dzisiejszy, patrząc na oferty,
there are
nie
a lot of
wyceniają i
risks,
po prostu
and
składają
such
oferty
risks
jako koła
are
ratunkowe
actually
dla
not
swoich przedsiębiorstw.
estimated. They simply decide to make a bid in order to save the company.
Tego, co pani prezes powiedziała. Ja się odnosiłem do lat.
I need to respond to what has been said. When I was talking, I referred to contracts dating 10, 15 years ago. Those were simpler. Everything was the responsibility of the contractor. All the risks were borne by the contractor. Well, we're talking about a dialogue with the contractor, which is ongoing. We are heading for the end of our conversation. If I could ask for one sentence about good practices. We have dialogue. What else?
chociaż zmieniło się troszeczkę, bo miałem w pewnym momencie
The
wrażenie,
circumstances have changed. I thought that we had an exchange during our panels, that we had the same conversation across Poland. I think that has changed. But I think that the tone is a bit too pessimistic. We keep forgetting that we're at the very best moment. We're afraid of the future that can prove unfavorable. But what Madam Director said, we're ready for the new perspective. We are ready. We will be signing new agreements this week. Let's not complain that we don't have new contracts. We are signing two important ones in the very near future, and we are striving for introducing stability to the market. We're at a very important moment in terms of rail investments in Poland. We have contracts worth 40 billion Polish zlotys. These contracts are being implemented. We can't lose EU funding because that would undermine the situation of the whole industry. We would lose money from the national recovery plan. We would have to look for other sources of financing, but we have new contracts being signed and we will have new projects launched. Thank you very much for this valuable exchange of thoughts. The essence of good practice is formed by dialogue, and undoubtedly in this room we had a dialogue. You exchanged arguments. You learned about your opinions. Thank you very much for that, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to our audience. Thank you to those joining us online. And the members of our dialogue were Arnold Bresz, Radosław Celiński, Sylwia Cieślak-Wilk, Artur Popko, Wojciech Trojanowski, and Marita Szustak. Thank you very much to our speakers.
Bardzo dziękujemy za udział
Thank you
w
very
tym
much for participating in this panel. Thank you for a very interesting discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we're up for our last panel.
kwestii technicznych jeszcze muszą
Just a
pojawić się
couple of
dodatkowe
housekeeping
fotele.
items. We need
będziemy rozmawiać o
some
programie
extra chairs.
utrzymaniowym,
We will be
o tym, że jest on
discussing the
gwarancją
maintenance
jakości
program, the
infrastruktury
guarantee
kolejowej.
of high quality
dyskusja
rail infrastructure.
Potrwa prawie do końca
This discussion
konferencji, potem
will
pojawi się
take
jeszcze
until almost the
prezes
very end of our
PKP,
conference. After
PLK,
that,
pan
we will
Merkel,
have
który dokona
Ireneusz
podsumowania.
Merkel, the president of PKP, PLK, who will give us a sum up of the conference.
Będziemy zaczynać w takim razie.
Let us start
Program
the final
utrzymaniowy jako
panel, the
gwarancja
maintenance
jakości
program, a
infrastruktury
guarantee of high
kolejowej. To tytuł
quality
ostatniego
rail
panelu.
infrastructure. That's the title of our last panel.
A na scenę zapraszam gospodarza tejże dyskusji,
Host and
Damiana
moderator
Diaza,
of this
dziennikarza i
discussion
redaktora
is
telewizji Polskiej. Zapraszam.
Damian Diaz from the Polish public television channel TVP.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Ladies Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Zapobiegać niż leczyć,
It's
prawda? Te
better
maksymę
to
dotyczące naszego
prevent
zdrowia
than to
myślę, że bardzo
treat.
spokojnie
I
możemy
think that
przełożyć
slogan
również
can
na
be
zagadnienia
applied
dotyczące
to
infrastruktury
issues
kolejowej.
connected with rail
Jeśli
infrastructure.
nie będziemy tej infrastruktury utrzymywać,
If we
ale w
don't
ten sposób
maintain
wiemy, że wtedy
rail
będą nas
infrastructure
czekały,
duly,
dużo
then
większe
we might
generalne remonty, będzie
run
drożej i
into
gorzej
the
dla
necessity
przewoźników, dla
of
pasażerów.
large-scale renovation and
Ten temat
repair. The
programu
situation will deteriorate for passengers and carriers. Maintenance programs are not so present in the media. Perhaps some people think that we're not performing any maintenance work, but railway fans presented such arguments. Others said that there was too much maintenance work and that it was disturbing traffic. Let's hope that this panel will give us a clearer picture on maintenance. I invite the Director of the Maintenance Department at the Ministry of Infrastructure, Mr. Buczyński.
Zapraszam Piotra Majerczaka, członka
Piotr
zarządu
Majerczak,
spółki
member
PKP,
of the
Polskiej
Management
Linii
Board
Kolejowej.
of PKP PLK.
Kolejny uczestnik naszego panelu to pan Janusz Malinowski.
Mr. Janusz Malinowski, President of the Management Board of the Łódź Agglomeration Railway.
Zapraszam pana Zbigniewa Marca, prezesa
Zbigniew
zarządu
Marzec, President of the Management Board of the Company for Repairs and Maintenance of Rail Infrastructure in Krakow.
Kolejną uczestniczką panelu jest pani Anna Szczygielska.
Anna Sztygielska, the head of the working subgroup for the railway control system of the rail construction section at the Land Transportation Chamber of Commerce.
Zapraszam na scenę pana Artura Szumisza,
Artur
prezesa
Szumisz, President of the Management Board of Trakcja Company.
Ostatni uczestnik panelu to Tomasz Warchoł, prezes
Tomasz
zarządu
Warchoł,
Kolei
President of the Management Board of Koleje Małopolskie, the company for Małopolskie Railway.
Myślę, że na początek przydałoby się kilka słów
I think
wprowadzenia,
it would
ponieważ
be nice to have a bit of an introduction at the start because the maintenance program is on the sidelines of the public debate on investment. I think the right person to shed some light on the figures and on what is happening is the supervisor, that is the director of the railway department at the Infrastructure Ministry. So what is happening in this program? Thank you very much. As the representative of the supervisor, it's not very frequently that I take on this role, but it does happen, as we can see today. The maintenance program. What we know about the maintenance program is actually very narrow. The program is quite broad. It's supporting the management of the railway network, so all of what the IMs do, not just PKP, PLK, but also other managers.
Więc to jest pierwsza sprawa.
That's the first thing that needs to be said. It's not just maintenance. It's also command and signaling. It's administrative issues. And it's also the co-funding of infrastructure management operations.
Taką okoliczność, że stawki dostępu do infrastruktury są niższe niż byłyby.
Fees for access to railway infrastructure are lower than under typical market conditions. So this is also some sort of support that carriers talk about. Of course, carriers want these fees for access to railway infrastructure to be as low as possible. That's natural. We are at a breakthrough moment for the maintenance program in Poland. The current program ends this year, and starting from the next year, we're opening a new maintenance program with a much higher amount of financing. At the moment, we have 24 billion Polish zlotys of public financing, and we're talking about 51 for the new program. Of course, that is being negotiated between ministries. But as our moderator said, without maintenance, we would not get far. That was a good comparison with healthcare. We would need a lot of drastic surgeries, also to say, repairs or more support for current maintenance. And also the maintenance program helps us make the whole system more predictable. We know where we have to make the repairs, and it prevents any unexpected interruptions in traffic, in passenger and freight traffic. And this applies to the current and future maintenance program. We have the same approach in both. We look at 4 categories of rail transportation, all have their own parameters. For the first time, the maintenance program introduced important indices for manager operations. It focuses on safety. Of course, we need safety indices, and this goes beyond any doubts. But we also have economic indices that have been introduced to the main product of the manager's operations, that is the train speed. That is, we have the commercial speed, that is the actual speed of the trains. Of course, not just the manager is responsible for the speed of the trains, it's also the carriers who are responsible here. We will measure the actual speed in the rail network. We will have certain points for measuring that speed, with the exclusion of stops ordered by the carriers. Another important index is an economic index, that is the cost of 1 kilometer of a railway line. This cost is generally independent from other parameters of manager operations. It's independent because no tricks of the managers can distort this index. It will show exactly the cost of 1 train kilometer. And thanks to this index, we can analyze these costs. So that's all just to be brief. But do we have more indices, more costs? We're talking about increasing the dynamic of public spending on infrastructure maintenance. From the very outset of this program, the funding is increasing, and these will grow exponentially. We've had 2 important factors, quite painful to all of us. COVID-19 was one of them. and the war, Russia's aggression against Ukraine. That was the other factor. These two factors have strongly influenced normal planning, normal macroeconomic planning. Were it not for these two factors, the increase in expenses would oscillate about the economic factors published at the time when the current maintenance program was adopted and published by the Ministry of Finance. So that was a difficult exercise for us, but still the dynamic, this trend is on the rise, and that has not changed irrespective of the factors I've mentioned. And now the perspective of a manager of a railway line. Is it possible to look at such a program separately from investments? Because we know the higher the investment, the higher the maintenance needs. I think these two are interconnected. We're talking about the maintenance program, but it's a program for supporting managers in terms of financing their whole operating activity. We can't forget that PKP is a company which makes routes available to carriers. That's one of our primary operations. That's one of the services we provide. We have 38,000 of staff. We have thousands of facilities to maintain across Poland. We're not using traction energy, but we need energy for lighting stations, building, and so on. That's what the manager has to pay for. And that is what the maintenance program also covers. And maintenance costs, of course. I've said that all of this is interconnected. Why did I do that? Because we are pursuing investments. We have large-scale investments, but that will not drive down the costs of maintenance. We are upgrading railway lines that for many decades had not been modernized or renovated, and we're introducing modern traffic management and control systems, and this is much more expensive. We can compare that to cars. We had an old car, and if it broke down, then everyone is capable of repairing it on its own. And if we have a new Mercedes or a BMW and we take it to the repair station, then we pay more than if we wanted to buy an old car. So maintenance costs are up on the rise. And investment and maintenance are communicating vessels. When we plan an investment, we plan for 10 or more years ahead. And we're looking at infrastructure that is already existing, that we are using to render services to carriers. And therefore, we have to keep traffic safe enough to maintain the construction parameters of the railway network until they are ready for maintenance, to make them as safe as possible. What are the criteria for selecting railway lines for maintenance work? As the director mentioned, in the multi-year program, we have 4 categories or railway lines, A, B, C, D. A are the railway lines which are the main transportation corridors in Poland. Those are the railway lines which were mentioned in some investment program of the past or are about to be covered by such a program. And that's where we have 99.5% of all traffic in Poland. That's 17,000 kilometers of railway lines in Poland. And then we have a C and D category lines. That's where we have traffic, but it's irregular traffic. Those are mainly freight transportation lines. That's where we try to maintain parameters of that ensure that traffic can pass through. And they can be part of modernization or investment. And one more important factor of the multi-annual plan are development work. We can't forget about this type of work that is being conducted by the company. The President mentioned this in his introductory speech. Automation, automatic diagnostics, that is something we are trying to implement to keep up with changes in terms of digitization in railway. And in short, that is what is in store for us. So now it's time for Anna Sztygielska to take the floor because traffic management is changing dynamically. When we're talking about the maintenance program, we're not thinking only about hardware, but also about cybersecurity. What role should it play? What position should it have in the maintenance program? Thank you so much for touching upon this issue. As producers of command and signaling systems, we're working within a group. There's more of us, not just two companies. Yesterday we heard about a duopoly. I just wanted to clear this up. In December 2022, an EU directive entered into force. It touches upon cybersecurity. And this directive will apply to all infrastructure managers, not just in Poland, in Europe. And they will have to introduce a system for monitoring all cybersecurity incidents. We understood how important cybersecurity is when Russia launched its invasion into Ukraine. Today, I received information about 3 DDoS attacks against 3 railway platforms, 3 websites. These cyber attacks are becoming more and more frequent. Hardly a week goes by without an attack on the railway sector. That's why it's so important for the command and signaling industry to be treated not as an independent sector, but as a subsystem for traffic management, which is connected with telecommunications, with telecommunications technology. And that is something we are trying to push forward as a group, as we work in different institutions. And I hope that our voice will be heard. Another important aspect is having local cyber security competence and cyber defense competencies. Our source code is created in Poland. We create all of our systems from A to Z in Poland, which increases our security, but it's a never-ending story for us. We have to keep on developing, because command and signaling systems are very important. When we bid for a contract, we undertake to maintain a system for 35 years. And that means we can never cease to develop our skills. We have to ensure retroactive compatibility. And therefore, the technological complexity of this industry is extremely high. And so we have a relatively small number of bidders, and Poland is no island here. In Western Europe and Asia, the number of producers is very limited in this market. This is connected with the costs of maintaining a system for 35 years. And now the guarantee of high quality, the topic of our panel. It's crucial that we do not forget that a command and signaling industry is not just connected with supporting industries. It's also about how this commanding and signaling system is being created. What entity should be responsible for all the stages for preparation and design to implementation and maintenance. We conducted some economic analyses in Europe. There is no single model, no golden measure of how to implement and maintain such services. Every country, every company has its own model. So I wanted to thank PLK for perceiving maintenance as a process. We've gone through a learning curve from manager to ordering party. Now we see that the conditions, the requirements are much more feasible. And this is very valuable. We thank the ordering party for that. And also the central maintenance agreements which are being signed on command and signaling systems. That is a valuable source of learning. learning for us. I am certain that together with other companies, also representatives of general contractors, I am sure, Mr. President, that we will find some model or some solution that will ensure a professional maintenance entity also in large-scale investments. And I'm sure that we can find such a solution, such an optimal solution. Let me just reiterate that local competencies are crucial. It's very important for tech companies to have skilled engineers here in Poland. And we should also have such experts in state-owned companies. We need engineers, we need program developers. That is what we can provide, competence and skills. Mr. President, let me elaborate on this topic because we won't have an opportunity to go back to this. How do you see this postulate? Well, it's not a postulate because we're working dynamically with Madam President on this. And the concept behind this, the idea behind introducing provisions on maintaining command and signaling equipment after they are provided, after their warranty expires, is what Madam Director said, that we need one entity to be responsible for the whole subsystem, that we have a separate producer of the traffic equipment, and we don't want to go from door to door to the producers of specific elements of the system. We need just one contact person who will be responsible for a system for the next 25 years, because that's how we estimate the lifetime of the system. And then we can work with one producer to adjust to our needs and our requirements. Until now, we have not recorded any detrimental cyber attacks, external cyber attacks on our railway command and signaling system, but we have to keep striving for greater security, and this is a process which will be ongoing for 25 years, and we expect one entity to be fighting on behalf of us. Let's move on to the hardware, the rail infrastructure. What role in terms of maintenance do the PKP companies play? Do you prepare in any specific way?
Thank you very much for inviting me, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody has shown their own perspective. I will start with the larger outlook at the maintenance contractors. I have had the experience of working at the company. Core business was maintenance, and core and maintenance is the core business for many so-called maintenance-oriented companies. Quality, the command and signaling system, the maintenance program, all of that should be complementary. Each upgrading or extension project ends one day, and then we need to move to preventive maintenance. It's better to prevent than to heal. That's the message that I would like to convey to everybody here.
Przygotowanie się do tych kwestii związanych z utrzymaniem. Tak jak należy się zbroić w czasie pokoju, kiedy się nic nie dzieje, i później w sytuacjach newralgicznych czy problematycznych można użyć tych narzędzi. Dlatego też
critical situation you can really fight, and the same applies to maintenance.
Uruchomienie
That is
programów
why I'm
inwestycyjnych
really
w spółkach
thankful
zależnych
to
związanych z
PKP
realizacją nakładów
for
kapeksowych,
launching
po to, by
maintenance
móc dobrze realizować
capex
utrzymanie, czy też
investments.
zwiększać
In order
potencjał
to,
robót inwestycyjnych. Potrzebne są wysokowydajne aplikacje potrzebne do
productive
mechanizacji
applications
procesów
in order to
technologicznych. To wpływa przede wszystkim na
make
podniesienie
the
parametrów
production processes more automatic,
techniczno-eksploatacyjnych, co przekłada się
and with
oczywiście
that
później na
improve
bezpieczeństwo, bo
operating
dzisiaj
and
dużo
technical
mówiliśmy też
parameters,
o
which
bezpieczeństwie
in
i to
turn
słowo
will
trzeba
lead
odmieniać
to
przez
better safety.
wszystkie przypadki.
Safety is a
Celem
key word.
samym sobie
Safety
oczywiście nasza działalność jest
is a goal in
zdefiniowana,
itself.
ale musimy myśleć o
And we
pasażerach,
know the
o
goal.
logistyce towarów i tak
We
naprawdę
have
o
to think about the safety
bezpieczeństwie
of passengers, goods, logistics,
przede wszystkim
and
podróżnych
the
i całej infrastruktury.
safety of the
W obecnym
infrastructure
czasie
as a
musimy też,
whole.
szanowni państwo, powiedzieć, że
At
mówimy o
present,
infrastrukturze krytycznej. Cały czas
the
za
railway
naszą wschodnią
infrastructure
granicą
is
trwa
a
wojna.
critical
Dlatego też
infrastructure. We
te
have
decyzje,
war
które
beyond our
podjęły
eastern
polskie
border,
linie,
and the
kolejowe
Polish
dotyczące
railways took the
dokapitalizowania
decision
spółek
to
utrzymaniowych nowoczesnym sprzętem również oby nie były
buy
potrzebne
extra
do
equipment
tych celów związanych
for their
z obronnością, ale na tą
maintenance
ewentualność
company.
też
Let
grupa
us
jest
hope they will not be
przygotowana.
used for defense purposes, but we
Pod
are
tym
ready.
kątem jest ważne przygotowanie
We
spółek na
need to be
przyszłość.
ready, we need to
Patrzę
build up
na
our
slogan, na hasło
readiness.
dzisiejszej
I look at
konferencji.
the key
Kolej,
theme
transport
of the
przyszłości. Szanowni
conference,
Państwo,
railway as
przyszłość
the
zaczyna się dzisiaj.
transport of the future,
Nowa
the means
era
of transport of the future.
budowy,
Today,
modernizacji, czy
the
też
new era
utrzymania
has
infrastruktury kolejowej zaczęła się.
beginning,
Ten nowoczesny
has
sprzęt, o
been
którym wspomniałem,
starting.
decyzje zostały podjęte
the
już
decisions were made
dawno temu.
already
Ten
some
sprzęt
time
już
ago.
przyjeżdża, już pracuje.
The equipment
Stanowi solidne
has
zabezpieczenie
already
tej
been bought,
gwarancji jakości, jeżeli chodzi o
is
utrzymanie twardych
operated,
parametrów
and actually is
infrastruktury
the
kolejowej
gauge of
po
our
realizowanych
safety and the
inwestycjach.
compliance with hardline parameters
wpływa na to, co
set for railway
przewoźnicy i
infrastructure.
pasażerowie odczuwają na bieżąco, czyli uciążliwość tych prac. Czy coś tutaj się zmienia? Zarówno
Have a
jeśli
question
chodzi o
about
przebieg, jak i też
the
podejście
burdensome
wykonawców.
nature of the work.
Szanowny panie
So
rektorze,
much
szanowni
felt
państwo,
by passengers.
zerknąłem dzisiaj na
anything
statystyki publikowane przez Urząd Transportu Kolejowego, zresztą te parametry
I
dzisiaj
looked
też
today
kilkakrotnie
at
były
the
podawane.
statistics
W
published
ubiegłym roku
by the
ilość
Office
pasażerów
of
wyniosła
Rail Traffic. Last year
342 miliony
we
200
had
tysięcy osób. Jest to
324,000
rekordowa liczba w całym XXI wieku. Rekordowa liczba pasażerów, rekordowa praca przewozowa, rekordowa praca eksploatacyjna. To, szanowni państwo, bezpośrednio przekłada się na utrwalenie trendu wzrostowego usług świadczonych przez przewoźników. Także myślę, że ten element jest ważny i wymaga podkreślenia, ponieważ zarządca infrastruktury realizuje największy w historii pakiet inwestycji, pomimo czego udaje się realizować tak dobre wyniki. Oczywiście to jest mało, mówimy tutaj o podwojeniu tych liczb, ale tak jak wspomniałem, program utrzymaniowy, program inwestycyjny wpływają realnie na utrwalenie tego trendu wzrostowego, jeżeli chodzi o świadczone usługi. Kwestią bezpieczeństwa trudno dyskutować i nieraz, szanowni państwo, jeżeli są utrudnienia, czasami lepiej poczekać z przyspieszeniem w tym świecie, poczekać z przyspieszeniem, czy też z jakąś pominięciem pewnych aspektów jakościowych po to, żeby nie dostać się zbyt szybko na ten następny świat. Także kwestie bezpieczeństwa wymagają po prostu solidnej jakości, wysokowydajnych aplikacji, jeżeli chodzi o maszyny specjalistyczne. Dlatego ten element jest istotny i ważny, on wpływa oczywiście utrudnia, ale statystyki pokazują, że coraz więcej jest podróżujących i też jeżeli chodzi o kwestię masy towarów przewiezionych również i duże wartości.
Opinię przewoźników jeszcze poznamy, ale teraz kieruję pytanie, to samo pytanie do przedstawiciela drugiej spółki wykonawcy, tak,
Szanowni Państwo, kiedyś to te nasze spółki utrzymaniowe z nazwy
maintenance companies usually did the repairs of trucks. Right now we have
w zakresie obiektów inżynieryjnych, w zakresie sterowania ruchem kolejowym. Posiadamy kadrę, która w tym momencie jest w stanie zapewnić to utrzymanie po kończących się inwestycjach, które skończyły się kilkanaście lat temu, wymagają pilnych napraw, a poza tym są też takie linie, które, jak już pan prezes tutaj wspominał, które nie były jeszcze modernizowane, a trzeba pewne parametry techniczne utrzymać po to, żeby parametry eksploatacyjne zapewniały odpowiednią jakość. Także pewne roboty, które są realizowane na mostach, na wiaduktach, powiem tak przykładowo, około 20, każda z naszych spółek jest w stanie remontować około 20 mostów, wiaduktów, przepustów, kilkadziesiąt. Także tutaj tego typu prace, tak jak wymiana sieci trakcyjnej, wymiana słupów trakcyjnych, regulacja sieci, też to się przekłada na dużą ilość kilometrów. Jesteśmy w stanie w krótkich zamknięciach, z reguły w zamknięciach nocnych, po to, żeby nie dezorganizować ruchu pasażerskiego i towarowego, realizować roboty, które pozwalają w tym momencie eliminować ograniczenia prędkości na poszczególnych punktowych obiektach przykładowo i jesteśmy tutaj w tym momencie do dyspozycji zarządcy o każdej porze. Jeżeli chodzi o umowę utrzymaniową, to na bazie negocjowanych cen jednostkowych posiadamy z zakładami linii kolejowych umowy ramowe, gdzie na podstawie zleceń mamy zlecane roboty, które są właśnie w tym trybie pilnym, szybkim, które nie wymagają ogromnych procedur, o których tutaj była już mowa, czyli uzyskiwania decyzji administracyjnych w pełnym zakresie, jak się robi w inwestycjach. My jesteśmy w stanie to szybko zrealizować po to, żeby były utrzymane parametry eksploatacyjne, po to, żeby zapewnić ciągłość ruchu pasażerskiego i towarowego. One są mniej kosztowne niż długotrwające inwestycje. Pomimo tego, że jesteśmy spółką utrzymaniową, też realizujemy inwestycje. Dzięki programowi dekapitalizowania zostaliśmy w tym momencie wyposażeni
and thanks to
maszyny,
that,
które są
we have
najnowocześniejszymi w Europie, można nawet powiedzieć w świecie, które oprócz tego, że diagnozują w tym momencie parametry linii kolejowej, dokonują po tej diagnozie oceny i w systemie maszyny, w systemie komputerowym ta maszyna, przykładowo podbijarka uniwersalna czy podbijarka szlakowa jest w stanie podbijać tory już do parametrów wyjściowych, parametrów eksploatacyjnych, które w tym momencie zapewniają odpowiednią jakość. Także te nasze roboty, one są może mniej widoczne, bo są realizowane w cieniu dużych inwestycji, ale one są naprawdę cenne, ponieważ one pozwalają w tym momencie prowadzić ruch kolejowy na liniach kolejowych, które jeszcze nie mają etapu modernizacji takich czysto inwestycyjnych.
Teraz kulminacyjny moment tego panelu, perspektywa przewoźników.
Of this panel, the perspective of the carrier, the representative of the Łódź agglomeration rail network. What's your perspective? What's the impact on passengers and on transport services? The transport quality surveys are conducted in spring and in autumn, and these surveys show basically the need for better availability of trains. Trains should run faster and more frequently. One of repairs of turnouts, flyovers, bridges or culverts help to maintain the capacity, the required capacity. The CEO of the PKP said in the opening speech that this is a sort of a closed cycle repair approach. I mean, the disturbances last for only a short time, and over this short time we try to manage and repair all the elements with an impact on the required capacity. The Łódzkie region has a number of such examples. Line 15 going to Łódź and the return of trains to some industrial districts of Łódź, for instance, Olchów. These measures were implemented thanks to maintenance work.
To jest punktualność. Tu myślę, że
being on time is a key expectation.
to nie spodoba, co powiem, ale
some would probably not like what I'm going to say, but
powinien być zdecydowanie bardziej
we
sankcyjny.
should have more sanctions for those carriers who are rarely on time. And this is my request to transport operators and to infrastructure manager. For 1 minute of delay,
płaci się, po prostu to kosztuje. Myślę, że to powinno kosztować zdecydowanie więcej.
But the sanction is not high enough
przewoźników, zarządcy infrastruktury do większej dyscypliny. No, na przykład wszystkie
rigorous approach among managers and operators. The carrier is responsible for the delays,
można wyłączyć sprawy losowe,
excluding emergencies and disasters.
To jest też narzędzie bardziej
I think that such sanctions could be better used by the Office of Rail Transport, and there is a room for improvement. It's unacceptable that the passenger on the platform doesn't know whether the train will come or not. In Łódź, we have a train monitoring system, and every passenger can actually check whether the train will be on time or is delayed. Everything to make the life of our clients easier. I think that thanks to better preventive maintenance and the consultation with the carrier, we can achieve more. I do not hide that we are in a consultation with the infrastructure manager, and we do provide feedback on possible improvements of our offer and restoration of railway sections. These consultations help us expand our offer. In 2018, comparing to 2018, our work has risen by 130%, and this thanks to a better capacity. In 2018, this could not have been possible.
Nie miały na to wpływu jakby prace czy
investments, large investments and large works had no impact. This is the effect of small one-off maintenance works, and with them we were able to provide our passengers with more reliable and better offer. Do you have any examples of works having impact on the passenger rates? The line number 15, going from Łódź to Łowicz, was closed for some time, and after the reopening there were 30 or 40 trains running per 24 hours, and the offer became integrated with the public transportation in Łowicz and in Łódź. And with these incentives, passengers would simply come back, always come back, and they did come back.
Tutaj poruszył pan redaktor kwestię cykliczności.
Mentioned whether this is cyclical or periodic. periodic. Over the first periodic closure, we made the test, and over 2 lines, we managed to introduce periodic timetables to manage the closures of tracks. For now, it is not entirely possible because the closures have a major impact, but you know, this is not a medical difficulty. It's absolutely doable if both parties are responsible and do care for the quality of service provided to passengers.
To jest jakby największą zachętą do podróżowania.
That's the key incentive.
Dużo pociągów,
a lot of trains running frequently, reliability of travel.
Czy mój pociąg przyjedzie, czy będzie
The passenger needs to know whether the train will be on time, and the full integration of fees between road and railway transport operator.
Thank you. And now the perspective of Małopolskie Railways. How do you cooperate with the IM and contractors? I represent a region where the majority of railway lines is being upgraded, and these upgrades are now being completed. They're nearing the end. The cooperation throughout the upgrading period ran relatively smoothly. We had some potential for bottlenecks. The maintenance program, which we are discussing now from the general perspective, we appreciate its role in the system for funding the railway system. It's a big success of the IM and the companies running the railway system. There's a lot of room for improvement in the organization of maintenance work, for example, closures and the duration of the work. When the renovations have a rolling, when we have rolling renovation systems, that is detrimental to us, and we find it pretty painful. When we have a renovation which is spread over a period of 3 or 4 annual timetables, and we close specific stages in over 2 months or 3 months, that causes high numbers of passengers to leave us. I'm not talking about those who have to commute on a daily basis to school or to work. We have a lot of tourists, so we have a lot of passengers traveling with their bicycles. So for them, a perspective of having to interchange to a bus and then switching back to a train, well, that puts them off choosing rail as their means of transport. And we know we need maintenance work that's crucial, and also the locomotive operators can see the need for maintenance. They can see that there are fewer ad hoc alerts. They see the improvements introduced by maintenance, but we need to carry them out in a way that limits the number of days where a section of the railway is closed. Over the last 3 years, we introduced such closures in the S1 section. We shut down a section for 2 weeks. We introduced many buses as replacement transportation. And that helped our passengers make do with the situation. And we managed to perform the maintenance with our own resources. However, not always the cost of providing replacement transportation is reimbursed. We have our own bus division in our company, and we are expanding it. So we have a lot of bus potential. If we're talking about organizing maintenance in a way that least affects the passenger, then we need fast reaction, because maintenance is a process. We have to look at the long-term perspective and we know that it won't end quickly. Let's look at specific situations. I will hand over in a moment to those who should react to these postulates. But please give me an example where we could change something in the opinion of Małopolskie Railways. A line where we want to restore demand is line number 96. It's a beautiful it's a line that passes through beautiful landscapes and scenery, and it has great tourist potential, and we want to maintain it at the right level, but we need a lot of investment there. We understand that we need a lot of funding for that railway line. At the moment, it doesn't have an offensive potential, as we know that we have a long-term timeline of maintenance work ahead of us. I hand over to Mr. Majerczak to respond. We need to understand that the maintenance program foresees many different types of work. So we have work which look at certain points or sections, ad hoc work, maintenance of parameters, and also preventive work, which helps us maintain the right profile of tracks and also perform the right tampering works. Some of them seek to prevent problems in the future, and so we replace a couple of kilometers of tracks. And we also have a maintenance backlog, so to say. We implement them in railway sections where no investment had been performed. It is planned, but we need to perform maintenance to ensure that trains can pass through that section. Line number 96 was mentioned. It would be easiest to accumulate the work, to perform engineering work. We know that a 20, 30, 40-year-old line poses great difficulty in terms of maintenance work, and that work is very costly. For example, the Francis Joseph line is about 100 years old. That's a line in Muszyna, and the work there is very complex. Those facilities were renovated. We performed primary maintenance work there, but we need to upgrade them. And sometimes we reach a point that we can't put it off any longer. And if we wanted to do every section one after another, then unfortunately the freight carriers will complain. We can't forget that is the main freight transportation line linking Poland with Slovakia. That's why we're negotiating with carriers for how long we can close a line, if that can be a month or maybe 6 weeks. And for them, that period of time is extremely problematic because they need to provide freight transport. So we need to reconciliate the needs of passenger and freight traffic. It's best to perform this work simultaneously for passenger and freight traffic to reduce the detrimental effect of closures of railway lines.
Panie dyrektorze, parę słów.
Mr. Director, would you like to respond?
Ja się zgadzam oczywiście zarówno z postulatem prezesa Warchoła,
Of course, I agree with what Mr. Warchoł and Mr. Majerczak said. The easier postulate to fulfill is to make sure that these closures are shorter in terms of time. We could think how we could reward those contractors which ensure shorter closure times in the public procurement procedure. And the second postulate for tighter sanctions, well, I agree, but it's difficult to put into practice for a couple of reasons. I am well aware of the problem with timeliness, and also the problem of how we categorize these delays often that those proposals are not going in the right direction. And that's because of the carriers and the managers, and that's pretty normal. Still, it's worth considering how we could resolve this issue. Financial sanctions, that's the easiest method to implement them in contracts. In PSC contracts or contracts on maintenance work or contracts with public carriers. It's difficult because the pool of tools we have at hand are limited. If these sanctions are painful enough to impact the implementation of the contract, then we might encounter problems with the fulfillment of other indicators specified in the agreements. We can see this in the construction market. Over the years, we've been trying to revive that market. The market and maintenance of railways has been purely theoretical after the political transformation of Poland. Well, this market is even more difficult because we're talking about a natural monopoly. We have a contract signed for a specific section of the railway network.
Dochodzimy do sytuacji, że załóżmy marszałek województwa przychodzi do
For example, the marshal of a Polish region comes to the president of an IM company and conveys the complaints that, for example, the trains are dirty. And the manager says, well, I don't have money to fix this problem because you put sanctions on me for delays. And the only way we can mitigate this is by increasing the potential profits from those agreements. But the situation is very difficult. Until we have a financial penalty on the implementer of the agreement, nothing will change, because otherwise it impacts other entities. So we should think about this part of the problem. Perhaps in a PSC contract, we could introduce bonuses or premiums to reward meeting certain indices. Let's not forget the situation in this market is a natural monopoly. And the market is still limited. If a small construction falls in the rail industry, this has an effect on even large-scale projects. Let me give you one example of Astaldi. We had problems with the fact that several contracts were not implemented. And that happened in the construction industry, and we're talking about an even more difficult sector. Therefore, it is crucial to forge a solution between carriers and managers and operators. I can see that Mr. Malinowski picked up his microphone. I don't think that's the biggest problem. The most important thing is to guarantee passenger satisfaction. If we increase the scale of delays by 5 percentage points, that will be a big success already. And if the manager is not coping, then the management board can always take a decision. Another issue. We've been talking about finances, about contracts, PSC contracts, but I think we can have financial issues connected with the IM. So I've caused delays. I have to pay to the IM. The IM caused a delay. The IM pays the carrier. This system is in place, but it's not painful enough. It's not painful enough to the carriers. If somebody loses a couple of thousand zlotys a month, that is not enough. this penalty should be much more severe, and then the management boards of those companies will put more discipline on their teams to make sure that they arrive and depart on time, or to launch a train on time, because that is the fault of the carrier. We are running out of time, and we're moving beyond the scope of our panel, that is the maintenance program, and the president of Konferencja.
I agree with you. Definitely. That's why I believe that we need an open and honest discussion on conclusions and commitments involving all market participants. And this is not a highly regulated market. We need such a platform to discuss, first of all, the sanctions for the delays, what amounts and how the amounts need to be calculated. And in our budgets, we have this other item, and the other item has been growing in these recent years. I think that such conversation should lead to some constructive conclusions. Well, one more point. I was listening with a lot of attention to all the carriers. Ladies and gentlemen, measures taken by PKP in terms of CAPEX will also contribute to the maintenance program. We do have closures of trucks, and they may be burdensome, but that's why we invested in highly performing machines, and we try to limit the closures to the night hours. The new technologies are highly productive, much more productive than the machines that we used
To już się zmienia dzięki tym inwestycjom.
Rail network in the past. Believe me, ladies and gentlemen, I was responsible for the implementation of 40% of this program, and the Polish maintenance fleet is, I think right now, among the most advanced, if not the most advanced in this region. And I think that this will help to reduce the burdensome impact of closures for passenger and cargo transportation. We have to meet the need of the economy and of the society. Trains need to be safe, on time, and convenient. I think that this round table showed the importance of the maintenance program and its outcomes. I think we have broadened our perspective with some aspects of cyber security in railway industry. We've also better known the perspective of transport operators and transport providers, and the role of cooperation between the infrastructure manager and the transport providers. Thank you very much for all your contributions and for this discussion. Let me quote once again the participants. Tomasz Półczyński, the deputy head of the department at the Ministry of Transport, member of the PKP Management Board Piotr Majewczak, Wojciech Zabłocki, deputy CEO of the PKP ENG, Janusz Malinowski, CEO of Łódź Agglomeration Railways, Tomasz Warchoł, CEO of Koleje Małopolskie, Artur Szumisz, CEO of Trakcja, Zbigniew Marzec, CEO of Repair and Maintenance Infrastructure Company in Kraków, and Anna Szczygielska, the head of the working group for the command and signaling systems.
Bardzo dziękujemy za udział w ostatnim panelu.
Very much
Porząd był
for your
ostatni, wcale nie znaczy, że nie
participation
był
in the
istotny.
last
Co pokazała
panel, last
ta
but not
dyskusja?
the
Przed nami
least.
już tylko podsumowanie,
We
poczekajmy
have
jeszcze chwilę.
a summary
Pan
ahead of
prezes
us.
Ireneusz
Let us
Parchel
wait
wrócił
for a
już z
while.
telewizji, więc
The
wie pewnie mniej
PKP
więcej, co się
CEO is
dzieje,
back.
ale i na
He
konferencji
had a
na świecie
TV
czekamy tylko na
interview.
oprzyrządowanie.
We will wait
I już za chwilę.
for the technical arrangements and we will swiftly move to the conclusions.
To już ostatni fotel, a więc powoli
Last
możemy
chair
dziękować Państwu
is removed. We can
za
move on
udział w tej
to the
konferencji,
conclusions.
za
Thank you very
wysłuchanie
much for the
wszystkich paneli,
participation
tych
in this conference and
ciekawych
for
dyskusji. A
listening
teraz
to
już
all the panels and
nadszedł czas konkluzji.
discussions.
Serdecznie zapraszam
Let
do
us move to the
podsumowania,
conclusions. The
zakończenia
conclusions will be
pana
presented
Ireneusza
by Ireneusz
prezesa
Merchel,
zarządu PKP,
CEO of
Polskich i Kolejowych
PKP Poland.
Ja rozumiem, że te prawa są
I understand
że będziemy kończyć.
that you are applauding me because we are moving to the conclusions and I hope for some further discussion.
Znaczna część już
Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of you have left the room, but today's conference and all the panels have
na większości słuchałem i tak się
provided
zastanawiam,
us with the
co
opportunity
z
to
tego
have
jest najważniejsze.
a
Ale
lot of
jednak
interesting
chyba to, o
conversations.
czym
And
mówimy,
what are the
przyszłość.
key points to take? Well,
Teraźniejszość, realizacja
future
Krajowego Programu
and
Kolejowego.
present, the implementation
Jedni mówią,
of
że
the National
zrealizowaliśmy w
Railway
100%,
Program.
ja tak mówię.
Until now,
Zdecydowanie już te 66
we
miliardów.
have exceeded
Ktoś inny,
more than
prezes powie,
66 billion
Jeszcze
zlotys,
nie zrealizowaliśmy wszystkiego.
and
Nawet ten prezes
not
podnosi rękę w tej
everything
chwili.
was completed, and one
Mam tu na
CEO is
myśli
raising the
prezesa
hand.
Adriana.
Adrian is raising the hand to say that not everything has been
Nie bez powodu o
completed.
tym wspominam, bo
And
kilka lat
I
temu
mentioned
zakład
that
wystąpił i teraz
because we
o tym
made a
dyskutujemy,
bet
czy się
some
uda
years ago,
zrealizować.
and right now we are trying to see whether we will be able to complete the project.
Ale to
And
nie
back
jest
then,
najważniejsze.
the bet was about
Cyfry,
66
cyfry.
billion.
Efekty się liczą.
Figures
A efekty
Figures
to są
speaks
tysiące
for themselves.
zmodernizowanych
Outcomes
linii
speaks for themselves.
Tysiące
Thousands of kilometers of
przypustowych,
upgraded
typo
lines,
przejazdów,
culverts,
infrastruktura.
bridges, flyovers, and
Tak jak
other
to już na wstępie mówiłem,
facilities
że
upgraded
setki,
or
tysiące
built anew.
oddanych do eksploatacji peronów,
New
miejsc
platforms
dojść
operating,
służy pasażerom.
access
I
roads.
teraz, kiedy ten
All
peron
of
był
that
czysty,
is
ziemny,
for the
ktoś się
service
potykał
of
na nim idąc,
passengers.
20-30
Access roads
centymetrów
could be
musiał wsiadać
sandy
do
and
pociągu,
bumpy
teraz peron
and even
nowoczesny, 76 centymetrów wysokości.
30
I teraz już
centimeters
widzimy,
could
że tam
be a
gdzieś papierek
problem.
leży,
We
gdzieś tam
now
może
have
kość
75
przepełnione.
centimeters and
I
these
widzimy zupełnie
neat
inne problemy,
platforms
inne
show
rzeczywistość. Ja wiem,
every
że to,
piece of
czy
garbage
ten
left.
wyświetlacz, system
We
informacji
now
pasażerskiej
have
nie
automatic
jest
displays
doskonały.
at the platform, and
To my wiemy. I dlatego
we
wiemy,
know
że
that
jest Dużo pracy
it does
przed nami.
not operate
Przed nami, ale mam na myśli
perfectly.
również, kieruję to do
It's
wszystkich
a lot of
wykonawców.
challenges
przecież my
ahead
jako
for
zarząd
us
spółki
and for all the
tworzymy-
contractors. We as the management
Wytwarzamy
board
zadania inwestycyjne, czy
define
wykonujemy te prace.
investments.
To wszystkie firmy, które są
And next, these
tylko
investments are
bezpośrednio
executed
związane z
and
polskimi
implemented
kolejowymi, ale
by
również
companies,
pozostałe
our
branże.
subsidiaries, other
dzisiejsza
railway companies
konferencja
and companies from
była,
other
w wielu aspektach
railway-related
Pewnie
industries.
wiele
We
kontrowersyjnych,
had a
czasami
lot of
zdękawo, moich ust też,
very fruitful
ale
conversations.
wydaje mi się,
Some
że
statements
przyniosła
could
swój
be
efekt.
considered as
Jeszcze raz chciałbym w tym
controversial,
miejscu podziękować
but I think that
dla
it was quite
współpracowników za
insightful.
organizację.
I'd like to
Szczególnie
thank
tutaj akurat
all
chyba nie
the
widzę na sali,
teams for
ale to
the
chcę
organization
powiedzieć,
effort.
Dyrektor Grobel włożyła dużo serca
Director
i należy jej się
Grobel
duże
put
brawa.
all her heart into the organization of this conference, and I think we should applaud her.
Myślę, że oczywiście wymieniam ją
I
w ramach
mentioned
całego
her
zespołu, bo
as
tych osób było
one
znacznie więcej.
member of a
Ale to było
larger
po to
team.
wszystko, żebyście mogli
This effort
czuć się
was
tutaj
made
komfortowo,
to make you
żeby na
feel
tej
at ease,
scenie móc
to
wypowiadać się
organize a
w sposób
platform
otwarty.
for an open and
Bardzo
honest
mnie
discussion at
zadowoliło,
this
jak czasami
stage.
były te kontrowersyjne
And
wypowiedzi,
I was very happy to
nie do końca
hear these
może
controversial
z którymi się
statements.
zgadzaliśmy. Jeszcze raz
The statements
chciałbym
I
podziękować
don't
wszystkim
necessarily
panelistom,
share or agree with.
uczestnikom.
I thank
Według mojej
once
wiedzy
again panelists,
przerosło
participants,
najśmielsze oczekiwania
and it went
oglądanie tego
well
online.
beyond our expectation,
Naprawdę
the audience
dużo
that
osób
we had
to oglądało i
online.
komentowało.
We had a
Miałem
large
troszeczkę nawet
streaming
telefonu, jak to
audience.
To pokazuje, że
And
też ten
even some people
nowa
made some
przestrzeń,
calls, and
informatyka,
it simply shows that
to
with
jest
the
to,
new
co jest
technologies
przyszłość.
we open a
Online się tego
new
nauczyliśmy wszyscy w
space
latach
for
20-22
discussions, and
a
online
teraz stało się to już
was a lesson for us and the learning experience
codziennością.
during
Ale
our
nic nie zastąpi takiej stacjonarnej
2020-2021
konferencji, kiedy
pandemic
zobaczy,
experience.
czy
But you know,
można
face-to-face
porozmawiać,
contacts
wymienić
are
poglądy.
priceless
Także
when
mam nadzieję,
in the
że
conference room or
konferencja,
at the coffee
ja to
you can
obiecałem w
simply
19
exchange
roku, bo
and
w
share
19 roku
your views.
zorganizowaliśmy
I
taką
promised
konferencję.
you
Mówimy,
that
będziemy
in
organizować
2019.
raz w
I
roku
said that
konferencję polskich
once a
linii.
year the PKP
Niestety rok
will
20,
organize
pandemia,
the annual
21,
gathering.
22 jeszcze
But as you know,
końcówka,
2020, 21,
wróciliśmy.
22,
I mam nadzieję, że
we had to
te
suspend
konferencje polskich
the
linii kolejowych
initiative,
będą
and now we
kontynuowane
are back,
w następnych
and
latach.
we
Jeszcze
hope
raz
that
wszystkim
the
dziękuję.
cycle will
Prowadzącemu dziękuję za
continue
doskonałe
in the years to come. I'd like to
tutaj
thank
bycie
the
w tle, bo jakże
moderator for
istotne
being
jest ważne,
an
żeby
invisible
prowadzący był pierwszą
moderator.
postacią na scenie,
He is the
a
leading figure,
jednocześnie,
but
żeby był mniej widoczny.
not
Ja mam
that
nadzieję, że nic nie
visible
ujmuję dla
without
pana
overshadowing
redaktora,
all the panelists. Thank you
znanego.
very much. We
Natomiast,
all know you from
myślę,
the
że
TV
to
screen.
również spełniło
And I
swoją
do
rolę.
hope that
Dziękuję bardzo
everything
wszystkim za
met
udział.
your
Zapraszam do
expectations.
codziennych
Thank you
dyskusji.
very much
Wiecie
for
dobrze,
this
że
participation,
jestem
and
otwarty.
I
Wielu
invite
z was
you
było u mnie w
to
gabinecie, rozmawialiśmy.
have a dialogue with
Chętnie
us on an
wsłuchuję
everyday
się w głos
basis.
wszystkich.
You
Tak
know
jak
that I'm
powiedziałem.
open and
Jedno
willing to take
ostatnie
on
słowo.
board many suggestions. And
Moi
finally,
współpracownicy
try
wiedzą,
to
że przy
play
wiele okazji, przy
pro-social.
wiele spotkaniach
We
mówię,
my
empatia,
teams all know that
podejście
I do care
społeczne.
about
Zawsze
the
spójrz, jak
pro-social
gdybyś był na
approach,
miejscu tego pasażera.
and put yourself
Czy
in the shoes of
robimy
a
nowoczesny
passenger.
peron i mówimy
A
500
modern
metrów, masz przecież tak
platform,
blisko, idź do wiaduktu. Raz
500
pójdziesz 500, raz
meters
drugie 500. Nie. Likwidujemy to, tu trzeba zrobić
climb the
przejście.
flyover
To
and to
kosztuje.
descend the climb
Nie mam
over,
już chyba
the flyover. No, it's better
który
simply
z
to
ramienia
do
Jaspersa mówi,
an overbridge.
"To się nie
That
opłaca,
would
często
be
to coś
easier.
kosztuje." Ale te
Especially
inwestycje są
that
po
this is
prostu
not
potrzebne.
profitable.
Są
And even if it's
potrzebne
not profitable,
społecznie.
it's needed
Dziękuję bardzo.
for the society as a
Wielkie
whole.
brawa, drodzy Państwo.
Thank you
Ireneusz
very,
Merkel,
very much.
Prezes
Thank
PKP
you,
Polskie Linie Kolejowe SA.
dear
Dziękujemy za
CEO.
podsumowanie
Thank
dzisiejszej
you for
konferencji. Drodzy
the
Państwo,
conclusion of this
to już
conference.
wszystko na dzisiaj.
Ladies and
Dziękujemy serdecznie
gentlemen,
za
that
udział w
would
naszej
be
konferencji.
all. Thank
Państwu
you
na
very
sali,
much
naszym
again
widzom
for
online,
participating
którzy tak licznie
in this
rzeczywiście
conference
towarzyszyli
in
nam
the
w
room
trakcie
and
dzisiejszego całego dnia.
online,
Do zobaczenia.
who were so many to follow up the conference online during the streaming. Thank you.